Oh, fucking more people. Oh, there you are. See, never mind now.
Okay.
View
So
profile.
do me a favor and call me.
Unblock. Oh,
Call.
I did
Okay.
block. You. I
So
must have been really
we're
mad.
yes, we're streaming now. We're streaming. We're live. But we need
Sure.
to establish the call.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Shall I call you?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do that, honey. I love you. Mwah.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna hang up here and call you there. All right, let's try this. Okay, and we are dealing with little glitches. Oh, look, it works. Oh, thank God. Okay, and there we
Hello.
are, honey. We are live. Oh my God, it's so lovely. I mean, honestly, just to swoon in your arms, just to return home and have everything prepared. Just before
Right.
we got on, my throne of pillows is set up. I'm took all my supplements. um,
You've already done all that.
yeah,
I'm so amazed you actually listened to me on something. God.
yes, yes, I try. I try. And of course, now that I'm speaking to you, I lose my voice because you leave me breathless. So let me turn my electric blankets on and we can comfort each other in this opening hour. I just want everyone to understand that I before I left for Christmas, I understood from Sammy that our dear, lovely Brooke is concerned about her health and about, of course, ultimately searching for employment. And so I only want to keep her in the opening hours for the sake of her physical and mental health, and then give her a chance to stabilize herself, find a job, and then maybe she'll be able to afford to pay to bring me over there to her home in South Carolina, I think, where she can murder me once and
Oh
for
my
all.
God, he got the state right this time. There's an amazing fucking fact. Did you stay sober all weekend? You got your pillows done. You fucking
Yeah, no,
state right.
no,
You weren't like North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee.
no, I'm definitely crashing, and it is just I had to make certain that I got home in time to do everything in a huff and a rush, and I still managed to get it done in time. But honestly, just so people understand, setting up the folded blankets just right, and the pillows just right that I'm going to be sitting in for the next 12 hours of transmission. It's like pitching an old army tent, complete with tent pegs. That's what it's like. It's the equivalent of that. And as for the making certain that I'm medicated and supplemented. I mean, there's a few prescription meds that I take ever since, they think now, by the way, this is a misdiagnosis, but I have vasodepressor syncope, but they don't want to risk it and they assume it was a transient ischemic attack. I can't take an MRI because I've got staples in my rib cage that it would violently rip out and kill me in a horribly painful way. I would die drowning in my own blood in a chest with an internal sucking chest wound. And so they have to assume without the ability to confirm. And so I have meds that I take for that, which are apparently harmless and maybe even beneficial in the sense that they're theoretically supposed to stave off Alzheimer's. But of course, Brooke would argue I already have that. So, Brooke, just you and I right now, and and I look forward to speaking with you privately because I don't have any holidays coming up. Now the majority of them are
Oh,
gone.
I'm pretty sure you do have some holidays coming up.
Well, that's towards the end of the month, and I've got a really
What are
big
you
one.
talking about?
Asian Lunar New Year, honey. It's the year
I
of.
think you have a holiday in exactly 7 days from today. As a matter of fact,
Oh,
it's
that,
in.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Birthday. It is the birthday of Brooke Gibson, primarily, and secondarily, Peter Moon.
I like how you said that.
Yes, of
Sorry,
course.
Peter,
She,
but
she,
it needed to
she,
be
she
said.
says that I leave her second. She's like she's sloppy seconds. It's not true. It's not true. I'm trying to save the best for last. Trying to get some professional appointments out of the way. So, honey, I know you've been through a lot lately. I'm not going to go into any details. I'm going to just hey, it's you and I right
Oh
now.
yeah, I
We're
mean, if there was a liquor store open in the South after 7 o'clock, I would be there. Today has been so horrible, and I quit drinking, like
It's
for
that's
pretty much
that's why all
everybody.
the stuff is happening. That's what happens is when you stop drinking, then the worst happens to try and that's those devils and demons trying to get you to surrender to the demon rum again, or whichever your poison is. Whichever.
Something they're trying to, man. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
yes, yes. Don't surrender to it. It's just these are the casual slings and arrows of those that would. This is your tribulation of Job. You're right now. You're living through the book of Job, where you're being surrounded by devils and demons that do what they do. By the way, it's just you and I sitting in front of the
I just
fireplace.
wish I could, how Job said was going to surrender his son to God.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'm not doing that, God. Like, no, sorry, you're not doing it. But I got about 50 other people on the list. You fucking have and half of them I care about. You can have these people that I care about. Here you go.
That's very funny. I like that. It's cute. Okay, so, honey, oh my God. So, as much as I love being away and, in a sense, never want to come back, I mean, I guess there is too
Yeah,
much.
how was your New Year, man? Like, what did you do?
It's Byzantine Orthodox Christmas, honey, but it was okay. It was
Oh,
good.
New Year, whatever, Kristen. It's just one of your holidays, man. Look, you have so many fucking holidays. Chinese fucking Come Day, number 47. Like, I don't even keep up with it. If it's not, to be honest, I don't even keep up with not your holidays. Like, I'm lucky I know Boxing Day in Britain.
So, honey, I'm going to share screen, and this is the schedule for coming up. Now, as you can see, all right, we are here, the 8th, and Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Christmas was yesterday. Nothing going on. Wednesday, the next episode will be National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Just so you know, that's when maybe you can hawk your son off to
Actually, I'm
jail.
pretty sure that's over. They were really searching for Ian West. That was their main person they wanted to traffic. That type of, and apparently he's made it out. So we're pretty good on that.
Oh my God. Yes. He's so cute. He's just adorable. Just a giant Muppet. And then we have this will be now by the way at 4 a.m. in the morning on the 15th, on the birthday of Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon, I will have an on-camera interview with Christine Joanna Hart, and this will be likely pre-recorded. And then I will be seeing V the day before that. But
That is
yeah,
that.
honey, you glitched. She glitched, honey. Oh dear. Well, what I'm going to do now, while she handles that, because this again was a, she says she went mute. She went mute. Like she muted herself.
I'm sorry.
There we are. Okay, honey. Oh, since she went glitch, she muted again. Okay. So, darling, what I'll do is you there? Yeah, you're okay. She keeps going on mute somehow, honey. Okay. So what's
Okay,
up?
the phone is double clicking. I just keep double clicking. I'm trying to get the dog food. No, I just wanted to make sure that Christine was aware that was my birthday. So yeah, that's your birthday present. I mean, you have me on the camera with you.
I wish, darling. But it's
Oh,
4 a.m. in the morning that day. 4 a.m. in the
4 a.m.
morning.
on my birthday. Can you imagine someone staying up all night on their birthday?
But the rest of the day is yours. I can spend. Well, oh my God, it's a transmission day too. That means.
That's what I mean.
Oh right, it's a transmission. Wait, I'll be on at 4 a.m. in the morning, like the day before, like Saturday night through the Sunday, and then on Sunday night I'll be up all night with transmission. But the middle of the
Uh,
day.
oh, I get it. So you're going to be up all night with her at 4 a.m. And then on my birthday and Peter's birthday, you're just going to be a piece of shit because you fucking were up all night with her. Like,
Um,
we love that dick when you can give it to us, but it's just like barely there because you just fucking fucked all night the night before.
You,
Something like that.
you,
You're horse.
I'm good. You and I are going to celebrate your birthday the day before, or on Friday the 13th. On Friday the 13th, you and I will celebrate your birthday with a nonstop Skype sex session or something.
That is so fucking boring. Oh my God. I
And
have a dildo. I don't need you on a Skype session.
oh, you leave me in tears. So, darling, I so the at any rate, this is around the time that during that weekend that Asian Lunar New Year begins, and it lasts all through the rest of the month, essentially.
Oh, do
Each
you want to tell everyone that, by the way, that both me and Peter have the exact same birthday, January 15th,
Yeah,
but that you and I in the Chinese calendar are what?
are different years. Yeah, different years.
Different years, but what symbol?
Well, you are my year apparently a horse, like a different element. I think I looked it up. I
You
looked
did try to look it up, but
Earth
mine said we
element.
were both the fire force.
No,
Either
no,
way, both
like
horse.
it can't be both a fire horse because we'd be like 200 years apart or something. But it's like I'm a fire horse and you're an earth horse. You're an earth element. So theoretically, you could be kicked over my fire to put it out or something, which is something like what you try to do. But so aside from that, honey, we've got it's like you and me. What would you like to talk about? I mean, of course, what do you want people to know? We've only graced with your presence for the opening hour. That's why I'm sharing it all with you alone, because I care, because I'm so just say something, and then you're pouting or something, aren't you?
No, I was Googling it because then I Googled Earth Horse. And when you Google Earth Horse, it takes the same as Fire Horse. This is according to the Earth Horse Chinese zodiac. Individuals born in the year of the horse are called horses. So if you're born in 30, 42, 54, 66, 78, 90, 2002, 2014, you are a horse. I'm trying to find like it doesn't say what you found. Anyway, I was just curious where you found that.
Oh, well, you just have to know how to look, honey. As a matter of fact, I'll share a screen again, and then we are going to just kind of take you on a search where, how do we find this? Like, okay, let's take a look at,
Oh, you're right. To people with Chinese zodiac horse in 1978 is the Earth horse.
yeah,
That's,
yeah,
I just found it.
yeah,
Lucky numbers 2, 6, and 8.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, just found it. Okay,
Right,
got it.
darling. Got it. Yes, thank you. Now that you found
Yeah,
that,
that's what they do. The Earth, puts the fire out with their sand, the dirt.
yes, yes. And but of course, you turn my fire on, honey. Yes, you light it right up. Yes,
Well, an Earth horse also likes fire because they would like for someone to drop some fire into the Earth, but
yes,
they have to know how to do it.
yes,
Fortunately, like
yeah,
some people do.
yes, yes. So all that being said, darling,
I don't know why you. I don't know why you brought me on here by yourself. I'm used to like talking and blowing off somebody else's steam.
yeah, well, I know that you pair well against some people, but I mean, I figured that, um,
Who?
you want
Who?
me to bring some other people on? I can bring some other people on,
No,
darling.
you can, like I don't even know who you could get on fucking now. It's fine. I'm cool with you. Like I never get to talk to you, so it's fine.
Honey, that's not true. There's times when you speak to me, and we're gonna have much more opportunity for that this week. And I
I
mean,
mean, you're welcome to bring other people on. You are totally welcome. I mean, I don't give a shit one way or the other. You know me. I'm like not in the best mood right now because of
understood.
everything. But yeah, I'm cool, whatever. And
Yes,
not because of the show or anything like that. Like I had something on
yes,
10 minutes before you called me. Yeah.
yes, yes, understood that. By the way, I didn't quite catch
Oh, I
it.
have a phone number you can call. That's who you should get on the fucking phone and pretend like I'm not here. And just be like, hey, I heard you're open for a fucking broadcast.
Who
That would
who
be hilarious. It's funny.
who? Yeah, yeah. Who is this that you're speaking of, honey?
The person I told you that messaged me earlier.
Uh, right. Ignore them. Yes, they're just like there's all kinds of things like this happen when you try to stop drinking. This is what happens to people who try to stop drinking in order to
Well,
try.
no, I have stopped drinking several times. Like, so there's not like, other than your shows, like,
Mhm.
it's not like I was drinking to, like, I would get on your shows and sometimes drink, obviously, to be up that late. But no, I mean, I've quit drinking for a while. It's just, it seems like, yeah, when you're feeling like, okay, I've got a doctor, I'm gonna get better, like, got these plans, and then it's just like, feeling good, doing a meditation of all fucking things when that fucking phone goes off twice. I
Yeah.
thought it was you, to be honest.
Well, it should have been, but I, was so busy just getting everything done and perfect before the show. Unlike most other shows, I'm ready at this point.
I'm just so impressed with your pillows, man. I think like everybody listening right now needs sending like they've never sent money. They should send fucking $10. If they send money, they should double whatever they send. Like you being like January being your year, apparently. Like it's gonna be 2023 is your year. Like how do you fucking you did the pillows first, man? Do you know how long I've been begging for that?
Yeah, yes, honey.
And
So,
you're like, I'm not possible. You can't. I'm just not man enough. I'm not adult enough. I know. I'm trying. I'm really trying. Trying so hard. November was trying really, really hard. December was trying hard, but then it was December and it was
oh my God. You are something else, and of course, just adored beyond all measure. Let's try and bring some other people on just to kind of liven it up because you're feeling kind of subdued. Subdued is the
yeah,
word
my
for.
little subdued self. Wish everyone's used to my subdued self. I know.
Yes. So it looks like everything's working. We got a lot of viewers. T Tank Barry says, "What up, Doug? Loud and clear from Mendo County. God bless you in Mendocino, my main man, T Tank Barry. You
You
are."
know what's not loud and clear to take Barry? A check to send me. Like, I need some of the money you're sending, dog, because, you know, I mean, basically, I'm going to kill him without it. So she probably should pay me off to keep him alive.
Honey. So that being said, see,
Okay, I'm
hey,
just kidding. I'm sorry.
yes,
It's not actually a joke. I mean, I'm probably going to kill a lot of people. I'm in the mood. And when I'm subdued like this, like, I could blow people's brains out.
understood. So C says, "Enjoy the night, DD. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey."
He
Which
is a
is
good guy, though. No, he was so good to you at Christmas, and I think he's awesome. And thank you for being here for Douglas. Tank, that was awesome.
bless you. She's praising T Tank. Good, good. David Fitzsimon says, "Attention, DDD and Brooke. My birthday is today, 1/8/1961. Elvis and David Bowie
Oh my
also."
God!
Yes,
His bird. Who is this?
that's David Fitzsimons.
Well,
Happy
tell
birthday.
David Fitzsimon, although
Yeah,
he can hear me,
yeah,
hopefully.
yeah,
That was my due date.
yeah,
I was due on Elvis Presley's birthday. My mom was very hoping I would be born then, in the middle of winter.
yeah.
And no, I was a week late on Elvis Presley. So I was born on January 15th, which is actually what Martin Luther King's birthday.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I was due either way on a special day, and shows how special I am.
Yeah.
And then obviously being born on the birthday of our dear man
Yes.
shows again how special I am.
Yes. Look here. Yeah, I'm screen sharing again. T Tank Barry says, "I have quit drinking and feel the same way." He's basically telling us he feels like shit. Right?
Yeah, I mean, like, is it worth it? Like, is it just like after this shit, it's like I've been good all day, been good all week, like, and then I'm like, this sucks. And like, how do you deal with something that really happens that sucks without like a pill, a pot, like goddamn, just a hammer over the fucking head?
It can
I
be
mean, I
hard.
was in meditation when the shit happened, so it's not like, oh, go back to some meditation because that obviously was working. Like when you're in a deep meditation and then the shit that fucks you during the meditation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
again, this
Makes
is
you wish you didn't live in South Carolina where liquor store. Like, I don't even drink liquor, to be honest with you. I haven't drank liquor in a long time, but I drank wine for a while, and I literally won't go back and buy that. But I would totally go do a shot of liquor right now just to be like, one shot would fucking kill this fucking meh. Meh.
yes. Well, darling. T Tank Barry says animosity is real. Regeneration therapy is needed. Entertainment Hub says, "Geez, Elvis is Capricorn. Did not know that. My dad is Capricorn. Did Capricorn Brooke Capricorn? There is a lesson to learn from you guys. There we are.
Yes, Capricorn is the closest constellation to the gates of heaven, if you want to believe the people that fucking say that. I mean, I don't know how they get where the gates of heaven fucking are, but you have all these Capricorn people that say that. As well as your beautiful girl that came on forever that was saying, what was it? Her blue people that she was from were from this from the constellation of heaven, Capricorn.
Is that what she said?
Yes, that's what she said. That the people she was from, they were from the Capricorn constellation. Hell, you know me. I'm only going to tune into shit that fucking has something to do with me anyway.
To what
I
we're
didn't, no, not with her. Like I tuned in for a little bit, but then when I heard that part of it, I did tune in a little more, and I even rewound it to see what, make sure I was right that she said that. Yeah,
yes,
as
that's
well as she said it on her little interview with whoever the hell she interviewed with.
right. Well, it was me.
No, 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 no. She interviewed with Crazy Lady, the lady
Oh,
that does.
Linda Moulton Howe. Yeah, cut up cows
There
and
you
shit.
go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's
Linda won't help give her some hell though, man.
Oh, did she really? What'd she say?
Yeah, she wasn't like hell, like it's Linda Moulton Hell's house, not like my kind of hell. But it was just like like what she was. Linda Moulton Hell is angry now. I realize this. Linda Moulton Hell spent her whole life looking for. I want to write Linda. I want to do a book, and my book is gonna be titled "Dear Linda," because she's looking for all these answers, and she's believing these aliens, which you and I felt a little different on that. But
Oh, did she really?
overall,
What'd she
her
say?
answer is still fucked because I'm like, hey, you can't fucking believe in this shit. And then she's still angry at the end of the day. I don't understand. Can you tell me why humanity has been kept in the dark for millions of years? You're seeing the majority of these people are good. Some are light, some are dark. But why are we still kept in the dark about who we are as Homo sapiens sapiens?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
She's very angry about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's what happens to old people when they get angry. They're like me as they get older. They either just get like more like I don't, and I'm not saying that about her. I'm just saying like I've learned that about like people in my family. Like they either get the best or the worst of them. And she's just angry suddenly, and she's done a lot of great research as far as whether you believe her research or not. Like she started out with animal mutilations, which were horrible, and I do believe that she's done some great research with that and starting it. But at the end of the day, yeah, I could see her anger coming out, and I've seen it in a couple of other episodes of her just randomly as she's come into these little things. But with her, I could see it, and she was just wanting the answer. It's like, oh, well, why? Why do we not know? We're Homo sapiens humans. Why are we kept in the dark for 2 million years and everyone else knows? Like, why? And yeah. And the girl was just sitting there like with her legs crossed. By the way, she has really big feet. You might want to be aware of that. I don't mean Linda.
That's funny. That's cute. Oh my god, that's adorable.
I mean, I just like I can't help but notice that when I'm looking at people's shoes. I'm a girl, and then I'm looking at the feet.
Yeah, yeah. No, women are great at that. They notice details like that, and they're really sharp for that. Yes. So, honey, what I'll do is maybe bring some other people on to help. Just bounce. We'll have something to bounce off of till Pete the Moon Man rises.
Did
And
you bring like a magical person that controls weather on and just stop fucking raining and gold?
well, it's raining like hell here in San Francisco. I might share that with some people, but we have so much else to talk about. I mean,
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, yeah, the weather's not something like, well, how's the weather there, Douglas? How's
It,
your weather?
it's harsh. It's harsh. I mean, right now it's okay.
I know because I know if you get guys 1 inch of fucking rain in 48 hours, you're like, it's flooding.
yes, yes, yes. It's yeah, yeah, and
But I do not do know y'all have had some rain, seriously. So,
yeah.
but I mean, we have had nonstop rain pretty much as well. As a
Wow.
matter of fact, when Sammy was talking to me and he said, Timmy, talk to me, I was driving through a storm that it was raining so heavy while I was driving that I couldn't hear Sammy half the time. I'm like, can you hear me? Because it's pouring so heavy I can hear you.
Yeah. And so did you finally hear each other or?
Oh no, yeah. I had him on speaker up high, and he said he could hear me, so I just kept the wind, the windows. Yeah, I mean the windshield wiper as low as I could, and not the heat not on, and he heard me.
Okay. Wow.
I know how to work a car. I know you haven't had a car in a while, except that Lamborghini, which does everything automatically. So, mine you can remote. I control it manually, so I just manually cut it back.
Oh my god. Yes, yes, that's right. So by the way, that's really cool. I mean, I like that you can handle that manual. That's great.
First of all, that's manual of a car, but what you do mean, which Sammy got thrown the fuck off. He's like, wait a minute, you had a manual. I've ever had has been a manual, except for like when I decided to be a mom and not get a manual anymore. He's like, you know how to drive one of those? I'm like, yes, I do. Who doesn't know how to drive a 5-speed or a 6-speed?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Amy Como. Amy Como is with Como. Como is with us. Yes, did I say that right?
You did. Good
Wonderful,
job.
wonderful. So,
What does that last name remind me of? There's someone with the last name Como.
oh, Italian, and we need to make a disambiguation because, of course, they're different Euro tribes. So, our young lady Amy is much more French. But you're thinking of Perry Como, yes, I believe. Brooke, yes?
Yes, I think and he's too old for me to even know who the hell he is. That's probably why I don't remember him. But I
Yeah.
knew the name. I knew there was some famous Como. Like I knew the name. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and well, Ian West probably knew about him from Florida. I think all those people sing in Florida and stuff, or
Oh
in
yeah, I'm pretty sure
Nebraska.
he said he was taken with Nancy Pelosi to be beheaded.
Yeah. Amy, what do you think when you hear stuff like that? And of course, we're all gonna miss that because I just have to like set a curfew for dear Brooke for the sake of her health. And
I
yeah,
I would say, us on the East Coast, we should probably just have a morning crew, you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Like we should have a like maybe for next week for Peter and Brooke's birthday, we'll have like a morning surprise.
Yeah, that'd be cute. Yes, I mean, since I would have been up doing an interview all night, maybe that's even possible. We could just do that in the morning. Of course, you'd think that both of them would want to sleep in for their birthdays. I mean, I would, but one never knows.
I mean,
Excellent
look,
point.
I'm going to want to sleep in, but when the doorbell starts ringing with all the gifts you've sent me and everyone else, I'm gonna have to answer it anyway,
Exactly.
right?
Well, what's on the list, Brooke? What do we need? What does
Douglas
Brooke?
has a long list. Douglas has a long list, but yeah.
I think Brooke has everything she wants in life. I mean, she's been, has two beautiful kids. I think, I don't know if that's the word for them.
Yes, I need a father for
A
them. A
father
very
for
responsible
them.
vampire father.
I can't provide that. I'm just an irresponsible lout, honey. I mean,
Oh
Jesus.
yeah. So shit out of luck on that one. A
Yeah, but
million dollars, maybe? No, that's shit out of luck.
yeah.
Uh,
Sorry. Yeah.
a
Flat.
grout. You know what I would like? I would like a fucking maid for a fucking week.
Yeah.
And Botox.
Amazing.
That's what I would like. A gift certificate for fucking Botox. Never
Uh,
had Botox. I think that
Ew.
would be good.
which part of your body would you like to tend to, honey?
Well, the Botox I put in my face, but I mean, if you're talking about like the whole body, we can do like fucking implants like the Kardashians in my ass and do whatever the fuck you want. I was just going with cheap Botox at this point.
Uh,
Number one.
yeah. And yourself, dear Amy. So, Amy, tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself. Has the weather been treating you well where you're at?
Well, it's winter. I did take a walk today, and
Wonderful.
I went on a ski-doo trail because there wasn't enough snow, so I knew nobody else would be on it.
Wow.
And I walked over these two bridges, and usually the rivers would be frozen at this time of year, and they're not. And the lake out here is not frozen over yet. So usually this time of year, I can see the lake from the windows, and there's always these fishermen out there just scaring me that they're gonna fall into the lake, and I'm gonna be responsible for having to call the airlift to have them pulled out of the icy water. Like, but the lake is not frozen yet, and I can see these young kids come by and they test the ice and then they leave. They're like they're upset. Like usually there's a lot of ice fishing
Uh-huh.
this time of year, and right now there's none.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it's cold, but it's like not cold enough
Yeah.
for like the things that people do over here.
Mhm. Yeah. It's so, darling, just out of curiosity, this may sound like a stupid question. Do you mean that you would just feel responsible in a moral sense, seeing a human being if they fell through the ice? You would simply feel morally responsible for trying to arrange for a medevac telephonically? Or do you mean that you own the lake?
I figured out,
I own the lake.
but
I mean, I
feel
own the
sorry.
lake, Douglas.
If you fall in, Douglas, I don't feel more. As a matter of fact, I had already planned that you were coming for my birthday, and I had planned us to go visit a lake that really never freezes over at all.
The way they should be.
Yes, and
No, they did have 2 kids though on there. This was this past week, like 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago, I guess, but I just happened to see it. That it was 4 kids or 6 kids that went in a lake. I don't know if it was near you, but obviously nothing's freezing because obviously global warming is not real. That's why we're having thunderstorms and lightning where my son screams when he's going out the door in January. I can tell you we can never have lightning storms like we have had in January, like ever. And I've lived here my entire life. But yeah, because global warming is not real, the lakes are not freezing over somehow, which has nothing to do with that. And 6 kids, 4, they found 4 of them.
Oh my God.
Finally. And they were all obviously in cardiac arrest and all died at the hospital.
Oh my God.
Thanks. Yeah, this is like usually every winter. This is what I look at is a bunch of rednecks on the lake with their vehicles driving around, and I never I just don't look. I usually just do something else, pull the curtain, don't look at the lake while all those people are out there. But like I said, we don't. It's a lot calmer this year. There's not as many people around. It's pretty quiet, but it's cold, super cold. It's still I say super cold. It could be colder. It's 20s,
Wow.
20, 30 degrees.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's it's just but it's you live in a fairly rural environment then, where I think our dear Brooke is more suburban, right? Am I wrong on?
Because people get it confused that global warming doesn't mean global cooling, which is the complete exact same thing.
Right. I mean,
yeah. It's when it's one day it's 10 degrees, the next day it's 70, basically.
Yeah.
With a thunderstorm, which is pretty much what happened to us at Christmas. We had literally the coldest days we've ever had, like 13 degrees, and then not ever, but definitely in the last few years. And then 10, 13 degrees lows, had to wrap all the plumbing. And then, a week later, it's like thunderstorming because it's like summer and 70 degrees outside.
Yeah. Yeah. And
it's kind of like, I would compare global warming to Donald Trump. I know I don't know it's so easy. Like his moves, I'm going to announce something really big.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
And, he announces ETF. So it's like,
yeah. Oh, by the way, in the chat room, T Tank Berry says, I found a book from a free library out in Hearst, California. It's titled Recent America, 1933 to the Present, Studied and Interpretations by Robert E. Sherwood, William Leuchtenberg, and Herbert Feitz. And it says, William Appleman, Williams, Eric F. Goldman, Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., David Potter. First printing, January 1971. It is the last of 6 volumes. Smelled like propaganda to me and wanted to mention it due to Doug's expertise in this arena. Thank you, sir. Definitely deeply appreciate it. And I'll go off on all of this everything later. He's got Volume 1, Colonial America, 1607 to 1763. Volume 2, Forging the Nation, 1763 to 1828. Volume 3, The Nation in Crises, 1828 to 1865. Oh, by the way, I do want to remind everyone, hit those upvotes. The first thing that happens is we get a lot of downvotes to simply hide us from searches. So the only way to put us on searches will be to hit those upvotes because it's all a popularity contest. In the interim, I do want people to know I'll be addressing the aggregate and the sinister nature of it later tonight. So tonight will be a lot of monologue. We'll be making up for our latest episode, which our dear Brooke, along with Ian, dominated, and it was very popular. I just want everyone to know it was a very popular episode. I mean, everybody loves the interaction between the twain of them, and but sometimes we have to get down to business.
Yeah, Ian said we could start our own show, and I was like, well, that's fine. Just look up names and let me know what you're gonna name it. You shouldn't listen to this bullshit. It's going to be a bunch of crazy shit you should never fucking hear. That should be the title. Make sure you fucking...
Yes. Honey, are you... It's like... Are you on speaker? I mean, your voice is like...
Okay, so this is nothing. What you're hearing right now is what I'm trying to tell you. It's just barely raining. When Sammy had to talk to me because we was driving home, he had to hear 10 times the song. like where sheets are coming into your car and you can't fucking like see without going 2 miles an hour.
Oh my
And
God.
I'm almost done with it, but yeah, I'm sorry.
So are you driving while you're speaking to us or what? What's...
I'm always driving when I'm speaking. Do you think I'm gonna waste time sitting at home talking to you?
Where are you going? Looking for more tartar sauce at the gas station, mayhaps?
I am pulling up to a gas station, okay. But okay, I figured if I couldn't drink, I was gonna get a pack of cigarettes because at least maybe this fucking nicotine will fucking help. Even though I have a vape,
Maybe you should try the patch, and then you can stop smoking and vaping.
You know what? I'll try a fucking patch for my shit when you try a patch for your shit, bitch.
Honey, the vapes. I saw an article the other day. Maybe I'll find a article like it and send you a link where they said vaping.
I saw an article where aliens were real, Hitler wasn't your father, and a bunch of other shit. You want to keep sending articles, or you just want to go with the fact that unless you're going to give up your shit, don't send it to me?
Honey. So this article said vaping causes stress. That they said vaping causes stress.
I'm pretty sure they spelled vaping because you can't. Did you have your glasses on? Because it may have said Douglas Dietrich causes stress.
So at any rate, honey,
Exes causes stress. Dating causes stress. Non-dating, like it's a whole thing of stress.
Yeah.
Like, tell me someone who is not stressed right now. And if they're not stressed, I'll tell you who it is. It is Peter Moon, because right now he's doing his shit. Which I have even done this week, trust me. But I didn't have time before that when you called to get the breathing in. So yeah.
So let's ask Amy. Amy, are you stressed? How's your emotional levels going? How are you doing?
I'm regulating it. I just signed up for this woman who runs this gut institute.
Cool.
And part of this stuff is like the free consultation, you get to like log stuff. So you have something to talk about when you have a meeting rather than just a meeting that could have been an email or that kind of nonsense. So like I have to pay attention now. Like it gives you the option to log like your lifestyle and then also the food. And then as soon as you log the food, it tells you exactly everything that's in the food that you just consumed. Which, I mean, maybe that's a little traumatizing too, but I noticed like, oh my gosh, I eat a lot of fat.
I would to sign up for this and him put his food on there.
Yes! That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I would like to see them tell him what's in some of the things. Yeah.
Yeah, blood type O is particularly narcissistic. I don't know. What would it be? They would have to completely all the different blood types, right?
Yes.
Add them all in to the recipes.
Yes. So, our dear Amy, I'm so glad you're participating in this sort of thing. So you make it sound like when you use examples like, this way you don't have like meetings that could have been an email, that sort of thing. It sounds almost like you're still dealing with work from home or something like that. Is that the case?
No, I'm trying to sell property. Like my main objective is get rid of some property.
Okay.
The
lake.
It's the lake property. I can't afford the lake anymore, but we have a lot of property. Like I don't know what to do with 130 acres that's in a trust that I don't really own. And it's next to a Zen monastery training camp.
All right. Start a ninja training camp.
It's just, Douglas, I used to teach yoga like full time. I worked 10 hours a week and I was perfectly fine. Wow. And that was in the Pacific Northwest. Wow. And then I come back to Vermont where I'm from and nobody does this here. This doesn't happen here.
Holy shit. It must be mile after mile of an endless sea of beer belly and butt crack. On
the lake, spinning their 4x4s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Lord. So, Brooke, you need to start doing some yoga. This will help you. So if I can get you two ladies together, and Brooke starts learning some yoga, maybe, maybe she'll be a little less rough around the edges. Maybe not be so quick to lash out when, I try to help with, hey, I saw an article on vaping causes stress. And she comes back with all that. Yeah, I saw an article. Hitler's not Dietrich's father. Yeah, I mean, she is pretty funny. I mean, she's like,
she has a point. She has a point.
Yeah.
I mean,
everything's stressful. Yes.
Said information to others about stuff they could change when was unsolicited. Unsolicited advice.
Yeah, thank you. Unsolicited, especially when you're not talking to some yogi. Okay, you're not a fucking yogi, dude. Like sit here, like I need to go do my coke and my fucking blood and all this bullshit. Don't fucking shut the fuck up.
Well,
but that's why
we're gonna be nice to Douglas.
Yeah,
because he did his pillows. He did his pillows this evening.
Yes.
He did do his pillows. Who's been on his ass about his pillows is me. Yeah. So apparently, my nicotine habit has not been bad enough to not make him reform a little with his pillows.
What kind of tobacco are you smoking?
Both. I smoke all tobacco I can. I smoke cigarettes. I smoke vapes. I'm pretty much trying to kill myself in any way possible that is not like legally where my kids don't get money.
Ooh.
Oh my God. By the way, T Tank Berry asks, anyone know how many blood types there are? So, Yeah,
I do know. There's A, there's B, there's AB, and then there's O. And then you've got positive and negative each of those. So you've got A, B, and O, and then so there would be 8, I would believe.
Yeah, something like that for the basics. Then there's a few very rare ones. And
what are the rare ones?
I, believe it or not, do not remember. They're that rare. I mean, it's kind of like I'm
pretty sure like O positive or negative is the like most rarest one, or maybe.
I used to think that it's O negative, I believe, honey. O positive is like a universal donor.
O positive is a universal donor, and then AB, I think. Negative is also the next rarest one.
Right. Just I know about the O's because
I mean you're leaving out. Yes, I mean we're not talking about the people at Kids Underground, the reptilian blood type, all of that shit. Yes, I mean you want to go there. We've got a lot more. Like I'm pretty sure Ian said Nancy Pelosi's blood type was RH7479.
Yeah, there are some extremely rare blood types like this. Yes. So just so people understand, I know about the O's because I was one of the rarer blood types, which I inherited from my mother, which was O negative. And then what happened was when I experienced that full-bodied blood transfusion and essentially died, flatlined, was clinically dead for about close to 48 hours. By the time I reanimated, no other word for it really, I was O positive. In other words, polarity of my blood had flipped, which is physically and physiologically impossible, but it's what happened. And so now I'm considered almost like a universal donor. However, just so people know, there are basic...
But you don't believe in reptilians, aliens, or the Greys who totally brought you back to life on a spaceship that you don't remember.
You're so awful, Brooke. It's like, what did I do? It's like, again, it's some crime I committed in a past life. I slaughtered her entire family while she watched. But, aside from all of that, I still don't deserve this. But just so people know.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it doesn't sound but I will say that my belief doesn't sound any less plausible than yours.
No. I don't take offense, honey. Really, I don't. It takes a lot to offend me. But just so people know, there's 8 blood groups. But there's 4 main blood groups. There's A, B, AB, and O. So there we are. But, in total, there's 8 blood groups. But there's some really rare ones that throw a kink in all of that.
I'm interested in hearing the rare ones because I took nursing school, so I haven't heard those. I do know you're talking about RH factors are different, but...
Yeah, that's correct. Your blood type is determined by RH status, RH positive or RH negative. But now I believe it or not, this is going to sound strange, but I'm not really that much of an expert. It's kind of like just because somebody eats food doesn't mean that they know all about it. So it's one of these things where I know a bit more than others. I mean, granted.
I just don't think you knew a bit more than me just now, because I'm pretty sure I gave you all the blood types. Unless someone wants to prove me wrong, I'm pretty sure mine.
Okay, well, I do know this, that there's a total of 43 human blood group systems, which is kind of different from blood.
But then you're adding in you can add in different things into those blood group systems. But when you're talking about just blood types, I'm pretty sure what I said was correct. But hey, you know what? I'm just an Aries who loves to argue for the sake of argument. So that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so, I mean, I remember this much. The International Society of Blood Transfusion, which I do know a bit about for some strange reason, does say that there's at present about 33 blood group systems representing over 300 antigens that they list, that they officially recognize. So, that being said, however, the most fascinating thing that anybody can look up, and what I'll do is I'll put a link into the chat here for everybody, as well as if you take a look at Korean blood types personality, the Koreans feel that there is a compatibility between blood types, and they have Korean blood type personality traits. So I'm going to put
just showed Thai Korean.
No, that's cute. That's cute. I like that. No. So I'll put that here first for us, for both of you ladies. I guess I should say us ladies, because I just got to come.
He would be the type that we can be compatible no matter what.
Yes. And so here we are. Let's put this in here. If you click that link, then you'll get the Korean blood types personality, and that's simply fascinating. And aside from that, I'll put that into, I don't know if it's gonna take, it's a long link. It may not take into the chat. We'll see if it goes into live stream.
I see it.
Okay, excellent. And
I clicked on it because I'm afraid I would lose the whole thing if I navigated away.
Like somehow you'd lose.
Yeah, we don't have great service because we're up on the border, but
right.
I wanted to. It is interesting to think that the blood types have their own thing. Like what is that book that they have about eat by your blood type?
Mm-hmm.
That.
Oh wow! That's I wonder if that's Korean or Asian Indian.
I don't know. This is definitely more, Korean's more culturally based. I think this was more of like a diet nutritionist thing. But so I had a friend whose dad was type O.
Yeah.
And then my mom is type O too, and we would always be complaining about our parents, and then we just decided from now on we're just going to blame all the type O's. Like they're all like that. That means I can't even get along with you. I didn't even know that you were type O just this very minute.
Oh my god. Oh, that's adorable. So let's now I can get this into the live stream. Okay, here we are.
Hey, I'm an AB, so you can get along with me, okay?
Yes.
That's my dad. My dad's an AB too.
Oh wow. Yes.
It's adaptable.
Yeah.
That's what I remember about that one.
Yes. So,
you have to be adaptable to deal with Douglas.
Yes, that's right. And so, like I told Brooke, she's got to get over the habit, very Judith Eggert-like, of blocking. I mean, because what happens is ultimately these things permanently block you. When you block more than a few times, then the various mediums will permanently.
Hey, well, you know what? Shut up. Just shut up. Don't call me. First of all, don't ever call me Judith fucking Hager again, ever, or I will block you. Period. Number one. Done with that. Secondly, the only reason I've ever blocked you is because I've been like, hey, I need a week or two or a month fucking off. And then you I'll talk about it later. And then you call me 5 minutes before the show. Hey, I need you on the show. So it's like, well, what do I do besides block? Because I'm not a good no person. Especially to you. You're like, oh,
you're be an Aries moon and not be good at no.
I'm great at no's, but he's got that fucking Libra sun. He's so fucking manipulative. He knows, it gets to me. Because I call him out every time. I'll be like, you're fake as shit. Also, I'm falling for it, okay? I call him that. He knows. Personally, I give him more hell personally. And I'm still like, fuck, fine, whatever. So yeah, a hard no. You're right. I have a hard no when I do a no. But with him, I have not been able to do the hard no yet. And he thinks I've given him hell. He has yet to meet my hard fucking no.
Well, I think that our man Ian West has seen some of that, but it's not like he hasn't earned it, of course. He does, you know. I will say some things. What was it that he said that was kind of right on the mark? There was, oh, yes, there was some, you know, there's some things that people say that just floor me, and I'm left without any immediate response. And, you know, it's one of these things where there's different times when you're in the midst of something urgent or emergent. And
Oh,
you
I
can,
remember that. I remember one time on your show. There's only one time on your show that I got fucked. Well, besides when you cussed me out and I was just done.
oh,
But
sorry.
I got floored one time by somebody on your show too. So I know what you're meaning.
Yeah.
Like you just completely are like, I don't even know how to respond to that. It's so out of
Yeah.
character, either correct in both.
Yeah. Wait, do you remember what it was?
Yes, I know exactly what it was because it was my man, King George, out of England. He is so proper and correct. And I always give him hell because he's proper and correct. But he's not a Libra like you, so he doesn't smooth me over like that. It's just more like, and plus he's, you know, I'm jealous because you're in love with him. I mean, in love in the sense of friendship, like jealous that way, you know, like, oh, he's on the phone. So I can admit my jealousy with that. And but I also love him. He has great expertise. So I loved listening to him, especially when I first came on. Like loved it, learned from him.
Yeah.
But he came on and he was always so peppery. Thank you, Douglas, for having me. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and then I'd
Yeah.
be doing my shit. You know, like oh fuck, whatever. And then God, the nights I was drinking, and then really was like, oh, I don't know what you're fucking saying. But tell me more about your haggers. And then it was that morning that I come home from the hospital with Noah, and I called back in to let y'all know he was okay. And George called in, and he was like, "Oh, hello, Brooke." And he was like, and I said, "Oh, did you eat your haggers?" Because that was when it first came out, that first week or so. You know, before I decided it was too much to keep going with it. But I was like, "Oh, did you eat your haggers?" And he's like, "But I did not. But you know what's cool, Brooke? I realized me and you both have something that we like to eat." And that is just not like by the time I realized what he was saying, there was no words. That's not a George. Like if you had said that, I'd have come right back with you. Ian West, come back. I was, what do I say to George? He just made a sexual comment. I can't even. I was just sitting there with my mouth open. He started another conversation. I'm still sitting there with my mouth open.
Yes.
He probably learned that as a bartender.
That's true.
The shock and awe.
Yeah. Excellent point. That's right, Amy. Very, very astute.
And I'm sure he can. Yeah, I'm sure he can do that a lot. Like he just doesn't do as much on the show. But that was the only time he's done it on the show with me being on the show, especially to me. But even that I've heard him where he just completely went. I've heard him kind of put people down, like Ian West when Ian West was saying that what's his name was still alive.
Doofus. Epstein.
Yeah, like I've heard him put that down. Like,
and then he changed his tune. Now Ian West is saying Epstein was executed.
Ian West has changed his. Then he also said, "Did you last?" He told me that. Did you hear how George West said that was legitimate march? And I've got a report here from a guy that plainly says, like some coroner that says that is obviously not. Yeah. What? Like, I don't know. Maybe it was that he was killed, but he was just saying, regardless, that he was arguing again with George, but to me, and I just said, I don't care. Okay. I don't care about Epstein. Epstein is dead, I think. And even if he's not, he was, I call it military industrial complex. I'm sure there's a better word. The controllers of the world that are above your government, above your presidents, above all your people in Congress that are controlling things. And I can assure you that just like the majority of the Q shit put out, the fucking other propaganda shit put out on left and fucking right, and to keep you fucking busy so you don't notice what the fuck's really going on, he was one of them. They may have killed him, but they needed some people to worry about. Oh God, Epstein, and who was there? Was it liberals or Democrats? Are they drinking blood? Who the fuck knows?
Yes, no, you've got it down. And so, you ladies, what's going to happen is that in a few minutes, of course, I'll be hanging up, reestablishing the call with Peter Moon. Now, because I'm very concerned about, not in the sense of patronizing or something like that, because Brooke was bitching to Sammy Romero that she has
Because
to.
Sammy, it's not that he's concerned. Sammy Romero loves me.
Yes.
And this is why I always tell Douglas, you're fake. You pretend to love me. And I think you can love me.
Honey, oh, that
the same way
hurts.
you love
Honey, that hurts.
Judith.
The pain that you
Yeah.
caused me with that, honey.
I know, and I feel so sorry for you. Can you tell?
Oh dear. So my point is that because I am concerned and we want her to stabilize her health and of course maybe get a patch, then do some.
I will swear to God, I will get a fucking patch if it has a D on it.
And aside from that, look for a job, which is what her words, not mine. I'm not trying to admonish her. I mean, personally, I would love it if she never got employed and hung out with me all night, on these but
yeah. Occasionally had a drink to do it, and then just randomly go off.
I felt it was apropos for you to do the entire episode last time because I didn't want to waste the Adderall. I mean, you had the Adderall. We may as well burn it off.
I don't even think I drank that much on the last one until the very end. Like, I didn't drink. Like, I didn't go and get it until I was arguing with him at like 3 a.m. And I'm like, fucking like, you're like, well, we might as well keep it going at 4 a.m. And I'm like, well, fuck. I don't really like, here's the thing. I don't like people that much. I don't like, it's not that I don't like Douglas or that I don't like Ian. I just don't like people. Like, I like dogs, right? So to make me talk, it's either like, okay, well, I haven't talked to anybody all week. Obviously, I'm going to make myself talk because I'm not working. And then it's like by 3, I'm like, Yeah, to keep going like this, we're going to need some alcohol, drugs, something like a shot of heroin in the arm.
Hey, honey, I get it. I mean, my fuel throughout the night is diesel, as they call it, a combination of Coke and PBR. But such being said, dear Amy, what I'll do is I'll, if you don't mind, I'll, when Peter takes off at around midnight Eastern Standard Time, is it okay if I give you a call? Maybe you can hang on for a few minutes because that way I can take a small break. Maybe even Brooke, but we'd have to make certain that everybody leaves very shortly after that. I wouldn't keep either of you ladies for more than half an hour at the most. I really want to do monologue tonight because there's just too much to cover, and I didn't cover it with the latest episode because,
Douglas, I have a phone call at 3 o'clock tomorrow. That's my main thing. Okay. So I will do a half hour at midnight, but it's going to be hard for me.
Right.
Because I'm already like rubbing my eyes.
Honey, if Peter Moon leaves like around 12:30 in the morning, I'm not going to call you at all. Because he might sometimes does that, and then I won't call you at all. But if he leaves between 12 and 12:30, I'll give you a call.
I thought you said if he leaves at like 11:30. I'm sorry, Peter, I was laughing at you.
Well, if he leaves between midnight and 12:30, then I'll give you ladies a call. Otherwise, I'm not gonna call Amy because of her responsibility tomorrow with Brooke. Honestly, if I bring you on, it'll only be for a few minutes. If it's towards the latter half of that, towards the bottom of the hour, if it's after 12:30, I'm not gonna call you. It's just gonna be, I'll try some of the guys, and then. But I love you both beyond expression, and I want to explain. Yeah, I'm sorry, Amy. Say that.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Who was it?
Just me. I was just saying, tell Peter I said hello. Glad he got his power back.
Oh, okay. I had no idea Peter lost his power. That sounds like a superhero thing. What did somebody give him kryptonite or something?
Yeah. Well, like, I would probably somebody cut his lines and was trying to kill him. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying if somebody cuts my power and everybody else is out in the neighborhood. Now, I'm sure it was just a storm because of the whole warm weather shit. But I don't know. I didn't ask him what. I didn't get it until later. Well, but he did get it back. So he was wanting me to let you know. And I was like, I just saw this. And he just got it back. And he was like,
okay. So, Amy, you're trying to say something as well? Well, Brooke has given us an outline of what happened with dear Peter. How about you, Amy? You okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now.
You can hear me? I'm going to go on mute. I don't know what that was.
Okay, that's interesting.
I'll go on mute. It's me. It's totally me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was
Okay,
Oh, okay.
so I'm gonna hang up on both of you. We'll
All right.
reestablish the call with Peter. My love to both of you. Give you a call if he leaves around midnight. If it's more 12:30, I'll leave you both alone. But certainly we'll all talk privately to each other separately during the week. And my adoration. And no other way I can express that. And I do mean it
Oh, wait, you
sincerely.
need to talk about what we're getting Peter. Like, you're not sending me shit, but what are we getting Peter for his birthday?
That's well, you and I, I'm sure we'll discuss that, and I'll try and get you something.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll figure it out. All right, bye.
Okay, bye for now, ladies. Amy, bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. All right, now. Why was that so tense? Okay, now we're gonna try Peter Moon. There we are. So, dear
Hello.
Peter, wonderful. Things are going great. I can hear you, I believe. Tell us if you lost your power apparently. Did you get it back? Tell us what's going
Well,
on.
obviously, I have it back, or I wouldn't be speaking with you, unless I went to somebody else's house, or which
Oh,
I
you might
wasn't
have a
going.
generator. You might have a generator. I mean,
I do not have a generator at this time, and in fact, what I did have, which was I called a friend of mine, very dear friend of mine. I call her my first metaphysical friend on Long Island, and she's really into pottery. She has her own studio, turned a garage into studio doing pottery. And I called her because she lives about, several miles. I mean, she's not in my neighborhood. And she, I said, is your power out? Now, the only reason I called her, because I wanted to make sure it wasn't an attack, and like all Long Island was down or something, because there was no storm, no wind, no rain. And I figured it was just something in my neighborhood. And indeed, that's what it was.
okay.
So it came on in about an hour and a half. And, Paula wasn't here. She didn't know what was going on. I was like, but this is what I would say about a generator. So anyway, I asked this friend of mine, I was talking and I said, do you have a generator? She goes, yeah. She says, but it's gas and it's only good for so long. Well, of course it's only good for so long. But I pointed something out to her.
Yes.
My friend, the chiropractor, who, really helped me so much from football. He was one of my football friends. He doesn't play with the new guys, but he would treat us all for free. And he salvaged my Achilles, which was strained, not pulled, but strained. I couldn't run for crap. And he stimmed it every week and it got better. It took a long time I could maneuver, but not well. So anyway, he had lost his whole downstairs during Tropical Storm Sandy, which devastated Long Island. I lost a tree, had some fence damage. I mean, you had to go out there and chop up the tree or whatever you had to do with the tree, and get all the branches and put it out. I mean, we all had to work. Mine wasn't too bad, but I had to get out there for a day's worth of work to get rid of the stuff. But he had lost his downstairs, which was really good for him because he needed to renovate the kitchen anyway. So it really worked out good. He got FEMA money. But as a result of what happened, he put in a generator.
Yeah.
And then he had a power blackout. I asked him, he says, oh, yeah. But he says it didn't work because he didn't service it every year.
Oh, my God.
You got to service it every year. Like you got to drain the gas and do whatever you got to do. It's got to be serviced. It's just like you change the oil in your car. So I remember one of my friends, she got her first car. She learned how to drive real late in life, and she had no idea she had to change the oil. I had to tell her this, and I guess she learned. it was a new car or a new used car, but it didn't lead to any disaster. But this is just like you got to do it. And my friend had no idea. She hadn't done anything with the generator in 3 years. So I said, you better check it out. So, that it doesn't not work when you need it. So that's something I'm telling all people who are going to get generators or need generators. And of course, it's quite nice to be able to just have something happen and just either switch on the power or have it on go automatically, depending on the system you have. It takes the stress out of, and it's only going to cost a couple of $1,000 with the installation, probably less. Depends what kind you get. And my neighbor has one because he has a daughter with condition where she's got to be kept warm all the time. Handicapped and whatnot. Yeah. And he can't mess around with it. So he's got a generator there, and he's got to go out and get gas and whatnot. And I don't think it's a big deal, to get gas and have a generator. I hope to get one someday. But so much for 10 cents of knowledge of generators.
Well, it's important.
Yeah, it is important, and people overlook this. I did seriously look into solar back 22 years ago, when I had a friend here who was, a super engineer, and he was staying with me. And I went myself and looked at the solar, convention, or what was it? It was an event they had in Farmingdale on the Route 110 corridor, which is like the big mega business place of Long Island, and certainly one of them. And they had all these people. They had all this technology they were talking about, and almost everybody was so full of shit. They didn't know they were full of shit. And look I'm not an engineer. And I was trying to see if there was some way that I could efficiently, take advantage. Maybe there were some challenges with the oil or whatnot.
Yeah.
There was later much bigger challenges than what was happening then.
Yeah.
Which I overcame with a wood burning stove in the fireplace. But like they'd have you talk to somebody who had this solar installation, and it didn't make any sense. It was like, you were being ripped off.
Yes.
And now they've improved the situation much more since those days. It was like, you're going to, you make this deal and you're going to have 30, it's going to last you for 30 years, and then everything's going to run out, and then you're screwed again. That 30 years is about up for those people I was talking to, 22 years ago.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah. So anyway, it was just stupid. The one person who really had something to say, and she didn't really have enough to say, was a lady from Brookhaven Labs who was talking about, she was either from Brookhaven Labs or she wanted something from Brookhaven Labs. I think she was from Brookhaven Labs, but it was a sheet you could put on your roof that the technology hadn't developed, but it would collect the solar energy and it would just power the whole building. It was like really advanced, smart, intelligent application. There was just nobody knew how to apply it. So I got interested in geothermal.
Yeah.
And I looked into it. And as I say, my buddy, he knew how to do anything. I mean, he was the engineer for, what was that place in Minnesota, that famous place?
Oh, I can't remember. Not MIT.
Medical place.
Bethesda? No.
What'd you say?
Not Bethesda, Maryland, or
No. Up in, I think it's Minnesota. It's a very famous, like the Manager Clinic. It wasn't the Manager Clinic. It was a famous name like that.
Okay.
But very famous place. And he was the person in charge of the, keeping the electricity on in this, like a hospital.
Okay.
Or medical center. Mayo Clinic, the Mayo Clinic.
Clinic, okay, Mayo Clinic.
The Mayo Clinic. And it's, so what happens if the power goes down? And you got to keep this whole damn institution with people in it, suffering, life support. You got to keep it going. So, he went out and purchased I think, a boiler from a locomotive. He went out into the West and he and he brought it in, so it's like he got a boiler from a locomotive, and this is going to back up the whole, he engineered that. He knew how to do that. He could do anything.
Incredible.
And he helped me with some projects in my house. It was, helped me a lot. And even after he left, but we talked about geothermal, and between talking to him and any of the people, nobody knows how to implement it into a house.
Okay.
And every house is different.
Yeah.
So you see, if somebody had done 5 houses or 10 houses or even 15 houses or even 100 houses, he's going to come to my house and it's going to have a unique application. So I started looking into this and I said, man, you know what? This is really poking the bear.
Yeah.
It could turn into a nightmare. So anyway, so much for alternative energy. It was harder. Now they have all these deals where you can get solar and get solar credits, and you can sell back the power back to the power company, so you don't have a utility bill. And wow. I think I pay $130 a month, and it's like, so what? It's supposed to be a lot of money. I remember 30 years ago, you paid about $110, and then it went way down. Now it's gone back up. I don't know. It's the utility bills are high, I guess, but everything's high on Long Island.
Yes.
So
by the way, I just want you to know, I'm just going to enter a link right now into your private messages, and that's the hyperlink directly to where we're at now. If you want to reinforce,
I just did.
Great, wonderful. So, go on with. I mean, I'm proud to let everyone know that I've received the first 6 chapters from Peter Moon. I'm going to be reviewing them with him likely on Tuesday. We're going to try and find some time on Tuesday to do that. And in the interim, this is all very exciting. He's been working on the 7th chapter as well. He's let me know this with a wonderful gif of a keyboarding cat. And so things are going right along. Wonderful.
Yeah. And I'm going to talk about the book in a second.
Sure. Take your time. No rush.
I am going to talk about the book, and I'm going to ask you some questions that will help me with the book.
Sure.
It helped me very much. But first I'm going to talk, and I'll use some filler here. Paula made it clear to me she wanted to celebrate my birthday this weekend, because, she's planning on taking a trip on my birthday weekend, which is next weekend.
Okay.
So
how was Romanian Christmas for her? Does she even celebrate that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Not at all. Not the January 6th. No, not at all.
Okay.
No. Christmas the last 2 years has been very low key for us.
Okay.
We did celebrate it. I think we went. We didn't go out to eat on Christmas because we were too, logged from the day before. Or we might have gone out. I think we went out another day.
Yeah.
We just postponed it because, we were too, fattened up from
the day before, basically. Yes.
Indian dinner we ate on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
It was too much, too thick. But anyway, so she says, I said, where are you going to take me? And she says, well, she wouldn't answer me. She was a surprise. I got it was a surprise. She was being very coy. And so we, she took me and I said, I don't know where we're going. I didn't ask. And I sort of thought she was going to go to, what was kind of my original favorite Indian restaurant on Long Island. It was the original one. Yeah. Now they're all over the place.
Right.
So many Indians. It's enormous how many Indians there are. And we'll talk about the Sikhs in a second.
Sure.
They don't seem to run the restaurants because I never see people with turban in the restaurants, and Sikhs are supposed to wear a turban.
That's correct. Whether
you're male or female.
Yeah.
All the females don't. But so anyway, she pulls off and she's going to Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'm like, I'm shocked. I say, Buffalo Wild Wings? And I was shocked. I said, I've been to Buffalo Wild Wings, I think, 3 times. Mm-hmm. Once I took her to see a fight, the Tyson Fury fight. She was very excited to go see that. Mm-hmm. Once we just went there, and once when we went after we had the football, what do you call it, draft. We all met at the hotel and we did a football draft for our league, and then we went out afterwards to Buffalo Wild Wings. So we walk into the place. I said, I'm about to say to her, this is where we went with the football, things. I said, I couldn't believe we were going here because usually we go out for Indian food or something else. It's not Buffalo Wild Wings. It's completely off the wall. And then I walk in there, and all of a sudden, all the guys from football are there singing happy birthday to me.
Incredible.
It was a surprise party.
Yes, of course.
Now, it wasn't my birthday, but it was like, I was floored. I was completely floored.
How did she arrange that? I'm impressed that she was able to network them like that.
Well, it was through Terrell's brother, Tiandre. Well, she knows both of them.
Okay.
And she and he got everybody together. She said to me, she says, I noticed that when he says something, everybody does it.
Okay.
So, he got everybody there, and we had a great time, and then we all went bowling afterwards, which was, something I hadn't done in probably close to 20 years. I took my daughter and her friend out once. Right. It's like, okay. I used to joke with you about people wanting to take you bowling. Yeah, let's go bowling. And, we all had a lot of fun, and it's all bonding, because these guys weren't a group 2.5 years ago.
Right.
And we become a group because, and even new guys, they become part of it because it's like, wow, this is something they do on the weekends. And they, it's really nice. It's really nice. And now keep in mind, all these people are under 30.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Paul is older than all of them.
Which is hard to believe. Like no, yes. She looks like a child, yes.
She doesn't look like it. Yeah. But so it's like, wow, it's so nice to have all these, young friends and to, in my own way, fit in with them. It's so good. It's so good. I told Paul, this would have never happened with the old guys. Mm-hmm. It would never have been done. So it was really good. And we all had a good time, and we were out there again this morning. And so that was a very nice surprise. And she, it's probably one of the neatest things she ever did for me, because she had to kind of, reach across what could be considered a comfort zone, although she's comfortable with these people because she's hung out with them before.
Yes. No, still, that was adventurous of her, yes. And
it wasn't that adventurous, but she went out of her way, and it was really appreciated. And it's probably the most meaningful thing she's ever done for me, in her own way. But so that was all good.
Yes.
All right, so yes, let me see. I want to mention something about Indians. And I shouldn't say Indians because I'm talking about Sikhs. And I want to get your impact on this.
Of course.
I was looking for the weather. I was looking for the weather. I wanted to see what the weather's like for the next week. And we have on Long Island cable news, Channel 12. It's the Long Island station. It gives you Long Island news. It gives you, whatever.
Huh.
So they mentioned that the Army, the U.S., probably the military, but I think they said that if you're in the military and your religion is Sikhism, you will be allowed to wear a turban in the military.
That's correct.
Now, I mentioned this to Paula, and she totally got it. This completely changes the culture of the military. It changes the culture of the United States military. Not necessarily in a bad way, but definitely changes it. Because if, it's like all of a sudden the military is being forced to be less American in the traditional sense of American. In the truest sense of America, it would be honored. And I went with her to the grocery store. She wanted to pick up some stuff at the grocery store deli. And I noticed that the butcher was, this guy would have been perfect casting for an old New Yorker out of one of the Bowery Boys movies.
Right.
He'd be perfect casting. You don't see New Yorkers like that anymore.
Right.
You just don't see them. Or the cab drivers. They don't exist anymore like they did. And
That's
they
right.
were really harsh characters.
Yes.
They were nasty.
Yes. Yes. That's right.
But the old-time New Yorker is a thing of the past. And abrasive, obnoxious. This guy was not obnoxious or abrasive at all. But if he wanted to be, he would have fit the part totally.
Right.
It was just the way that he looked. And so when we get to, the culture of New York has changed so much from when I came here. I came right in on the tail end of that. And I did experience it. But I know what old New York was like. But it was changing. I moved here in the 80s. But with this wearing of the turban, it changes the whole atmosphere. And it's kind of interesting because, well, let me put it this way. I learned about the turban of the Sikhs because I have a friend in LA who's a Sikh. And the first time she met me, she wanted to meet me. She didn't wear her turban. And I only realized this the second time I met her, she wore her turban. But she said she didn't wear it the first time because she didn't want to, freak me out or whatever.
Okay.
Polarize me. I mean, it was just like it was a PR stunt on her part.
Right. Right.
Because she didn't want me to think she's one way or another. I don't know. And I didn't know the women wore the turbans.
Right.
They don't always, but they can or they're supposed to. And she tends to wear hers. I think she looks much better when she wears her hair out.
Right.
But she was a Sikh. I think she was born in the UK, but she was of a Iranian descent. So that's where I learned about the wearing of the turbans by the women as well. But I want to ask you in terms of the moral or the attitude climate of the military and what you think of it and how that changes the moral culture, the moral climate of the Army itself.
Well, I think that it's only an improvement, I assure you. Anything that adds more multiculturalism to the military can only improve it. Honestly, that's, of course, that's going to be the first thing I'm going to say. The other thing to bring up about it was that when I was, good God, young, I mean, like, really young, it was like my dad was pointing out some Sikhs and pointing out the fact that they were trying to essentially start a community kind of protest where they were like approaching the Presidio military base with their protests about this very thing, not being allowed to join the military while retaining their cultural integrity. And so this was like this struggle has been going on for years, and gradually it's been allowed. But it was basically on, I think it was the 4th of January in 2017. I was just thinking about the anniversary of it the other day, significantly enough, or synchronistically enough. That was when the Army finally made that tolerance permanent by issuing regulations that made it official that Sikh soldiers will not be forced to abandon their religious turbans, their unshorn hair, or their beards throughout their military career. So that was a case in law. I think it was Singh versus Carter. I remember that because, of course, Singh is easy to relate to the Star Trek character. I think that was when they were talking about the Wrath of Khan. That was like, I think his first name originally in the episode was Singh Khan or something like that, or one of his names among the 2 or 3 that were given for his full name. And then there was Carter, of course. You just think of the president. So it was Singh versus Carter was the law or the case that then mandated it into law. So when it came to just the Sikhs, of course, they have a warrior tradition. Again, what was capitalized on in Star Trek and the Wrath of Khan. And this is something that, you know, if the Americans want to have a multicultural army, of course, this is what was ultimately necessary. Of course, the whole military needs complete and total reformation anyway, and it's just one of those things where something like this, because of America's colonial history being different, it didn't have the kind of tolerance that the British did, in the sense that British would simply have ethnic enclave units. So they would have Sikh units, Asian Indian units, etc., the so-called colonial units. And it was only in the emergency of World War II they began to integrate them more heavily into the British North African Army, for instance. But you still had them segregated, but they were much more integrated in operating in combined arms. With America, there was this colonial history that was very bizarrely sublimated, hidden, denied. The Americans, of course, where it manifests would be, of course, with the Filipinos being used as stewards. And that meant like just the scut boys for doing all of the tasks in the U.S. Navy for the officers. And just so people get an idea, I brought this up before, and we brought this up in the Roswell Deception. I think it's in the book, where we brought up the fact that there were so many Filipino stewards serving the U.S. officers that there were more, that was larger than they had in their own army. I mean, there was...
I don't think we brought up that point.
Okay.
But we did bring up the point that the Filipino stewards were the ones that helped undermine the American dirigible program.
Yes, that's right. In the sense that simply by their very existence, they were easier. It was much easier for the Japanese to infiltrate. And when it came to the Filipino stewards, yes, they were so large as a force, if you could call it that, that there were more Filipino stewards than there were in their own army. So it's just the officers were completely spoiled, and their families were served by these people, and it was just this is an example of American colonialism. But another one would be, I don't even remember the title of the book now, but it's actually one of my more favorite books, treasured in the sense that it's exemplary of this hidden aspect of the U.S. military was a book on instructing America how to use colonial soldiers. Now, because the British have a long history of using colonial troops, and America is an empire, then a military officer wrote a book about how to use colonial troops. And so he used as his baseline the integration and use of Samoans into the U.S. military. Now, the one thing that they tolerated from Samoans, just like the British allowing the Scots to wear kilts, is the Samoans got to wear their I have no idea what the Samoans call it, but basically a dress. There's got to be a better name for it, but the Samoans had basically some kind of island garb that was just
it's like a muumuu, right?
I guess something like that. So
because Marlon Brando used to wear one.
Did he?
And,
why?
What?
Why? Oh my God! Why?
Well, I once heard a story, and I don't remember what the story was.
Yeah.
And I think it was in Tahiti. You know, because he married a Tahitian when he did the movie Mutiny on the Bounty.
Okay.
That
makes sense.
And this was many years after that movie, and he might have been, you know, rather portly at that point. And he was in a bar with what it was described as a muumuu. I wouldn't necessarily say it was a muumuu because I don't know the true definition of a muumuu. All I know is a muumuu was something a woman would wear in Hawaii.
Right.
So I'm not going to, you know, categorize it that. That's just what this person understood it as. It sounds like the same garb.
I think they call it a lava, believe it or not. It
sounded like he was wearing a woman's garb. Now, maybe it wasn't a woman's garb, but there was this person, a patron in the bar, who kept staring at him like he was just like ogling him. And I got the impression that he wasn't ogling at him because he was a movie star. Right. He was ogling at him because it was so, I guess, what you call dissonant with what this guy would expect any man. Plus the fact that he was a movie star. And I think Marlon Brando got very, very angry and pissed off at him.
Okay.
It might have led to a fight. I don't remember.
Wow.
So this is what it reminds me of.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So I believe, and people are welcome to correct me here. I believe it's called lava, which is like the Samoan version of this wraparound, there you have it. So the military was allowing the Samoans to wear their lava, and they did that throughout World War II. And so this is what this guy was pointing out in this instruction manual for how to use colonial troops. And this was written after World War II, this book. But I do remember that another aspect of the book that made it rather unique was they were showing the old Marine Corps integrating these units. And the old Marine Corps in these tropical islands was wearing pith helmets. So you had the old Marine Corps wearing pith helmets with the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor on the pith helmet. So this is just an aspect of the U.S. military that is completely lost. Nobody ever talks about this history, either because they're completely ashamed of it or trying to hide America's imperial history. It's bizarre to me. But I do remember the book also stood out, aside from all of the genuine photographs that it had of these kinds of troops. The book stood out simply because the man had incorporated, he was an officer, and he was a Marine, and he incorporated some short stories into it. Like, okay, what the fuck, might as well, since I'm publishing this, getting it published, put in some short stories. This is probably the only opportunity I'll have to have some of my fiction published. So he put that in the book as well. So you had this very matter-of-fact kind of instruction for how Americans can make practical use of colonial troops, how you must tolerate these different cultures, adapt to them, and then at the same time, he had some of his fiction in there, which was kind of just a way of like, it was similar to some of those Marine Corps magazines where they would have some fiction and some, as well as some historical articles, but that was mostly for the enlisted men, as opposed to the officers would read something would be specifically nonfiction in terms of their magazines. But this was kind of like it was just altogether an odd piece. So it's kind of like valuable to me because it's so unusual. And again, I don't remember the title of it, but one of the standout lines from one of his short stories, where he's just having a older Marine Corps officer speak to a younger Marine Corps officer. The man says something along the lines of, "Oh, I know how you feel, son. By the time that you return home, you would have seen so many black women," meaning colored women. He said black in this generic sense, meaning anyone who wasn't white. "You've seen so many black women on a white sheet that the first thing you want to do when you get home is throw a white woman on a set of black sheets." And that was like a standout line, just to show you the mentality of these men. No matter whether you're writing a book on how to like use colonial troops effectively by respecting elements of their mannerism and dress and everything else.
It's called obligatory racism.
Thank you. It was like gratuitous. It was just like thrown in there like right. Yeah, there you go. And so this is what comes to mind. Of course, and to understand I relate very much to the Sikh people because, of course, I prefer usually to grow my hair longer. And the Sikhs, of course, never cut their hair. So this is, again, because they're a warrior culture and they wrap their hair in the turban so that they can prepare for combat. This is, again, some of the shit you deal with. And again, it's the stupid thing that you deal with when you're dealing with the public or the gang stalkers. And they say, "Oh, you could never have been in the military because you have long hair." As if all those guys who came back from Vietnam didn't become hippies and grow long hair because they were just trying to do the opposite of what they were forced to do in the military. And but the Sikhs, of course, are some of the finest warriors in the world that, of course, maintain long hair. As a matter of fact, in Afghanistan, you had only about a dozen of them hold off thousands of men in one particular battle that made history. This is the kind of bullshit that we deal with when we deal with Western ignorance, which is prideful ignorance and just plain ugly bigotry. Along the lines of what we saw in that book that I've just related. There's no point to it. It's simply gratuitous, and people are just in the end being offensive. And probably, that's what happened with Marlon Brando. He's a sensitive guy, and he basically was sensitive to other cultures, and just had enough of this kind of attitude, where somebody's looking at him, and maybe if they had seen a Samoan man wearing that, they just would have thought, "Oh, he's some stupid native islander," and let it slide. But since the white guy's dressed that way, honoring the culture of his wife or what he ultimately just felt comfortable in, and the guy is like ogling him in some manner that ultimately becomes offensive, then I could see why he would ultimately do what he did, which is probably respond physically or whatever. So there we have it. I can
also see Marlon Brando doing that to create ire or to create a reaction.
Yes, that too.
I don't know what happened, but I wouldn't dismiss that possibility.
Yeah.
Because of what he was like.
Yes.
Very, very, he thrived on being bizarre.
Yes.
But so be it.
Yes.
So anyway, yes, thank you for your response to my comment about, the change in the U.S. military. And also, the U.S. military long ago welcomed, Satanism.
Yes, long before they welcomed Sikhism. Yes, of course.
Exactly.
With open arms, no less. There was no litigation. No litigation involved.
No, not at all. It is what it is. It's people, need to be made aware of it. And I've seen how people who are involved with that particular subject or related subjects, it could be just the occult, they don't see these things, they don't see the whole picture. They just don't see the whole picture. Okay, but now I'm thinking if there's anything else I want to comment on before I go to the book. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. We'll go into the book now. Of course, the book I'm talking about does not have a working title. I don't know that I'll be able to figure out the title till I pretty much finish the book,
Right.
or get 3/4 of the way through it. And I'm probably, 20% done at most right now, at most. But what I did, I finished the first 6 chapters with an introduction. When I read the introduction, I was very uncomfortable with it. The introduction basically is describing you and your unique life and circumstances. Now, those people who are Douglas Dietrich fans, meaning that you listen to him and you're interested in him, you probably would appreciate this introduction because it would give you a lot of context. As you say, oh, okay, now I understand better. Now, yeah. But for the person picking up for the first time, I wasn't so sure. So I added a couple paragraphs at the beginning, and that improved it in my estimation. And then I gave a copy of what I completed to Douglas. We're planning to review it on Tuesday. And I also gave a copy to my friend Aaron, who's been helping me with, all sorts of stuff, in addition to running his busy life. But what he responded, he read, I think, half of it and said, oh, it's really good. He really liked it. And, I was hoping he'd finish I'm looking forward to him to finishing the rest of it so I could talk to him. And he gave me a response. It was wow with an exclamation.
Yeah.
That was very pleasing.
Yeah.
Now, Aaron is a type of person that will really be able to read a book like this and run with it because he understands so much, having grown up in a Pentecostal family and having to divorce himself from that religion and the cult, Pentecostal cult, which was very damaging. He's not a damaged person at all. He studied Tai Chi for a long, long time. But he's got an incredibly good head on his shoulders. And so he understands so much about the Bible and stuff like this. He's read a lot on the occult, and he just sees things for the way they are and the stupidity that one encounters in both Christianity and in the occult. But yeah, I was very pleased to get his response, and I look forward to getting his feedback and talking to him hopefully tomorrow on it. So this was very positive. This is my first time anybody's looked at the book other than myself. Right. And of course, Douglas will look at it, and it's a matter of just putting. I mean, there's whole histories we can go into. I mean, we're not going to. I mean, people could take. Well, this is what somebody once told me about the Montauk Project. They said each one of these chapters you're writing could be an entire book.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't got time for those books. I don't got time for them. And this is the case with this too. And right now, Douglas, the chapter I'm working on, which is now chapter 7, if I don't change those, I could get halfway through the book and say, oh, I got to rewrite it this way, but which is really a lot of cutting and pasting and putting context into it, but I don't think I'll need to do that. but the what I'm going on right now is into the uh, the death of H.P. Lovecraft and the legacy of H.P. Lovecraft, or I should say, the literary. What is the word? Literary hijacking.
Yes.
Of his materials.
Yes.
Now, the first thing I want to ask you with regards to the death of H.P. Now, I studied, pretty deeply the history of a man that Douglas is very familiar with, Cornelius Rhodes. And Cornelius Rhodes was, you can look him up, he was caught red-handed with a blatant racist comment about injecting cancer into Puerto Ricans and saying how despicable Puerto Ricans are. And I do have a Puerto Rican friend who is, I wouldn't say he's made exactly similar comments, but he said that the Puerto Rican culture is very problematic, he told me. He did not say that disparagingly. Well, it is disparaging, but I mean, he wasn't saying it, he wasn't saying it as a, with vitriol. He was just saying that, this was just his comment on it. But any Puerto Ricans I've known have been very nice people, as I recall.
Thank you.
I mean, just as people. But of course, we're talking about a whole culture down there, and they've suffered a lot recently. But this Cornelius Rhodes really got into it. I mean, he was really he was a real bastard. Now, we don't need to digress into Puerto Rican nationalism, but we do. With regards to the death of H.P. Lovecraft and him being injected with cancer, I believe you said, and I need to clarify this first and foremost, was the hook to get to where they would actually be in a position to inject him with cancer. Was this done through a connection between Cornelius Rhodes and R.H. Barlow's father?
Yes.
It was done through that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
In terms of the details of how that was done, the one thing that I did get from the records that I was destroying, and others that were simply sequestered by Michael Aquino, essentially they were using Colonel Barlow's son as the lure. R.H. Barlow, of course, was not somebody who was doing this knowingly. He was truly, sincerely a fan and a lover of H.P. Lovecraft. And but the fact that the father allowed him to simply bring H.P. Lovecraft down to their home and live there and basically fuck his son while the mother was feeding them. Obviously, this was something where the father was wanting H.P. Lovecraft to become more and more involved with this individual, and definitely ultimately succumb to his wiles, so to speak, so that he could be in a vulnerable position for blackmail and ultimately termination if necessary. Later they went straight for the termination. Now, the Lovecraft, of course, didn't go out too much. He wasn't a person who journeyed outside of his home very much. It was something that was done during some kind of visit where he was outside, and it was very similar to what was done. The description that was made by people who were kind of like performing an analysis of it. This is something to look at this from a military perspective. When you have a historical battle or you have like a historical incident, then the military will conduct an after-action report where possible. And beyond that, years later, what will happen is people will revisit the incident and they will essentially kind of do a analysis of the incident again many years later. Now, again, you have officers that are applying for, shall we say, promotion. And if they're bucking for a promotion, they'll basically kind of turn in like a term paper, kind of like you would for a master's degree or it's all very academic. It's something similar to like what you would do for a doctorate or a master's degree. You write a thesis. And once you get this thesis turned in, then you basically get it reviewed. And then an officer's board decides whether to promote you or not. And so I'm painfully, intimately aware of how this is done because I did research for these officers. I would write their papers for them and help them get their promotions for a fee. This is something that I was hired to do, and essentially got many officers promoted this way. Again, because of my incredible poverty at home, I had to extend myself like this. So what had happened was somebody had done an after analysis, decades later, of the assassination of H.P. Lovecraft to basically get a promotion in military intelligence. This was obviously a co-religionist of Michael Aquino. So when it came to this after action report, they were comparing it to the Bulgarian vitamin shot, which is basically this is based on an incident where the Russians, of course, had a control over the Eastern Bloc nations, and then defectors would be murdered when they could access them. And there had been one man who had been murdered by a pill, if you will. This was kind of like a spherical little object containing some very potent poison or toxin that was injected into him by a man who passed by using a hollow point umbrella. In other words, the umbrella's tip, which you can often use to poke a person's eye out, kids duel with them. The umbrella tip was hollowed out, and there was a super syringe in it that is not like any conventional syringe. This is a very large hole, large ejection port for the spherical object that was injected to the other person and killed them. And it's got to be potent enough with a spring load to basically go through the person's clothing. So the person walked by, jabbed the individual with the umbrella while they're waiting for a train, and injected this toxin into them. And when, of course, this spherical object is jabbed in violently enough, and then basically the toxin makes contact with the indented skin at that point, and the spring load just basically propels it through the clothing, then it's enough to basically kill the person pretty much instantly. So the person jabbed it into the calf through the pant leg because there's less protection there. That was how they killed this one individual. So this incident was then referred to as the Bulgarian vitamin shot. This is something that almost nobody knows outside of intelligence circles. These days, probably enough is leaked because it's historical at this point where you could probably look it up. But when it came to H.P. Lovecraft, something similar was used to inject him with cancer. Dr. Cornelius Rhodes was not necessarily the man who did that, but it was something that was done when on the one of the rare outings of H.P. Lovecraft. He was an easy enough man to target. He was instantly recognizable. They knew where he lived. They knew there was only a few places he was going to go. And therefore, when this was done, it was noted. And then what happened was that H.P. Lovecraft later on had to go to the hospital. At the time that H.P. Lovecraft went to the hospital is when one of Dr. Cornelius Rhodes' affiliates, or perhaps Cornelius Rhodes himself, it is unknown, it is not noted, injected him with the cancer on site the hospital. And so he was like, whereas before he went in with symptoms, he was then injected with more. In other words, very similar to another case it was compared to in this individual who was writing this kind of after action analysis, whose name, in all honesty, I don't fucking remember. I was dealing with so much information. I was collating these documents from Michael Aquino, and he was, of course, some of them went to his private collection. Whether this did or not, I don't know. But it was collated for Michael Aquino specifically because Michael Aquino was very interested in the assassination of H.P. Lovecraft for obvious reasons. But what happened was when what was the other comparison? Oh, Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby was another man who was injected with what they called a hot shot of cancer. And so when it came to Jack Ruby, Jack Ruby was basically involved with both the mob and the government, and he was given the orders to take out the man who had killed Kennedy, ostensibly.
Oswald.
Yeah, Oswald. And so when Jack Ruby did what he did, he instantly came down with this systemic cancer that overwhelmed his system and shut him down within hours, like 48 hours.
Let me clarify. I read that where he got the cancer is when he was interviewed psychiatrically by Jolly West.
Okay.
Jolly West, the infamous doctor.
Thank you. Okay, makes perfect sense. And but a comparison was made to that with what was carried out on H.P. Lovecraft as well. So obviously that happened well after H.P. Lovecraft's time, as well as the Bulgarian vitamin shot. But these were examples that were being used to talk about the pioneering efforts to assassinate a military target. So make no mistake about it, H.P. Lovecraft was a military target. He had first been drawn into involvement with R.H. Barlow, the son of this officer. Now, the tragedy here, the human tragedy, is that R.H. Barlow was someone who had become attracted to H.P. Lovecraft's writings simply because he was raised in a bizarre and macabre environment where his father was a practicing Satanist and one of the precursors to Michael Aquino. And so you're talking about a person at the same rank as Michael Aquino, same amount of power, and just so people, again, get an understanding here, colonels are some of the most powerful and active people in the U.S. military. There was, back in the day, when they had real emergencies, say, for instance, the American Civil War between the states, they had what they called brevet colonels. You can look that term up, B-R-E-V-E-T, and then colonel. Now, brevet colonels were basically colonels who, because the command situation in those days was so bereft of communications technology, the closest you had to instant communications was the telegraph. And you're not going to have access to a telegraph on the field of battle in any conventional sense when it comes to the American Civil War era. Oftentimes. There are times when you do, but not normally. So because of that, you are often winding up with situations where snipers are taking out generals. Generals succumb to anything you can imagine, influenza, pneumonia, as ultimately what killed, if I remember, I forget his name, Jeb Stuart. But at any rate, when that happens in the field, then you have colonels that have to take command and fulfill the rank of general, or rather the responsibilities of a general. At the level of their rank being much less. This is what they call a brevet colonel. In other words, there has to be a battlefield promotion. So when a battlefield promotion is assumed, oftentimes, if the operation is carried out successfully, then they'll review afterwards, if possible, the colonel's performance and basically say, okay, brevet colonel. And then they'll also, people of lower rank than colonelcy, and they use that term colonelcy. The people of lower rank than colonelcy who have to assume that rank in order to run an operation. And they are also given that kind of term brevet colonel, either a colonel operating at the rank of a general or somebody of a lower officerial rank having to operate at the rank of a colonel. So brevet colonel is kind of less this overall generic battlefield promotion term, where you've got this situation where suddenly someone is operating at a level that is deemed beyond their formal level of responsibility out of necessity because the situation demands it. So when it comes to that situation, then you have somebody like that happening all the time in a conventional military because, as I've said, your average general becomes basically a politician in uniform. And oftentimes people who are chosen for the status of general are the stupidest in the military you can imagine, because everyone kind of pushes them forward simply because of their looks is one thing. All generals look alike And the reason all generals look like sugar cubes with a big white patch of white fuzzy mold on top, that's what their faces and heads look like, is because that's how they're selected. It's just basically there's a look where they say, oh, that man looks like a general. Make certain, let's promote him to that. Let's try and rally behind him to get him promoted to that rank. And the stupider he is, the more incompetent he is, the more out of it he is, the better. Because then everybody can use him as a battering ram for whatever they need to do by just basically asking him to sign off on whatever the pet project is. So, Aquino's version of that was General Stubblebine, who I interviewed on my own program. And Stubblebine was, of course, married to a psychiatrist who was his handler. And so he was just this horribly pathetic, very sad individual who had been the battering ram for Aquino's black budget acquisitions for years. And basically, I had told the story about my interviewing him in the past and exactly how farcical that was. Generally, his wife did the entire interview for him. He said nothing. It was just offensive, beyond offensive. It was just awful. But, this is the kind of man that Aquino manipulated. This is the man who's portrayed in the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats. Not the one portrayed by George Clooney, but the officer above him, General Stubblebine, Spoonbender, as they called him, General Spoonbender. So when it comes to that wretched experience, a blast from the past, what we had in the case of why this is important is because the colonel who was essentially responsible for monitoring, tracking, and ultimately terminating H.P. Lovecraft basically was of Aquino's religion, an Edomite, a Herodian, one of the Herodian insurgency into our military that was gradually overtaking it. And this individual, of course, would have been connected, from what I was told by Aquino himself, with the man who had helped establish the Pentagon and the atomic bomb program, General, what was his name again?
Leslie Groves.
Leslie Groves, thank you. Couldn't have gotten that out without you. I do my best to bleach my brain of these people. And what had happened was because he had, just to give you an example of this, you got a guy who's raising his son like this. When, say, for instance, Richard Dolan tried to attack me. And then what happened was it was followed up by this clown named, the guy who was in charge of that Fade to Black program. And that guy's father had Jimmy Church. Jimmy Church's father had been the man who ran the band for the 6th Army headquarters. He was the leader of the U.S. Army Band for the United States 6th Army. And his father had a home that was given to him right at the foot of the Golden Gate Bridge. And just for free, he lived there because he was in the military. He was an officer and he's in charge of the U.S. Army Band. And so he's living in this home, and Jimmy Church was telling me about all the tortures and sexual abuses he had suffered and how he wanted to come clean with this in an interview with myself. And of course, it was all a setup for an ambush. Now, of course, I was skeptical of this, but Lorraine Ann Fenton insisted on it, of course, because she was setting up the ambush. And then, of course, the ambush took place. Now, none of that would have been even published by Jimmy Church, but he was forced to simply because it was John Warrington, John Henry McMills Warrington in England, whose brother was stalking Heidi Klum for so long in Germany. His brother was British, but he kept getting money from somebody providing him money to fly to Germany so he could stalk Heidi Klum. And his brother was finally given a restraining order by the United German government to leave Heidi Klum alone. And it wasn't too long after that his brother killed both his parents, stabbed one of them to death multiple times, like, 100 stabs or something like that, or above. I can't remember the number, somewhere between 50 to 100 stabs. And the other one he beheaded. So he killed the mother and father of both himself and John Warrington. But John Warrington's the man who actually hacked the system over at Dark Matters Radio, which is Art Bell Radio. It was Art Bell's radio that Jimmy Church was supposed to be the heir apparent to Art Bell. For several years, he was carrying that title. And it was John Warrington who hacked into that and got that interview so he could publish it. And this, of course, was something that Jimmy Church was trying to hide because he was just going to rewire it and just say, oh, Douglas Dietrich went into a meltdown. If he was going to publish it at all, it would have been completely re-edited. But we outdid him thanks to John Warrington, and that is why ultimately he published it at all, which was years later. And that by that time he was hoping everybody forgot it and nobody would be looking it up. But this guy's father was raising him with all of this rape and exposure to satanic ritual abuse. And, good example of it would basically be Amanda Ute's husband. Amanda Ute, who used to be on my show quite a bit in the past, and then is still alive, just so people know, as far as I know, doing okay, but definitely faded out herself. She's like had a husband who was raised in the military, and his earliest memories are like when he's 6 or 7 years old, being used as a bartender. Basically, he was taught to like mix drinks, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, that age, he's mixing drinks, and they would put him on this very high bar stool, have him sit down and mix drinks for the adults who were holding orgies in front of him. So he would just mix drinks for them. They'd come up and say, oh, I want, whatever, I want whatever. And so he'd mix the drinks together like a monkey, like a trained monkey, and watch them while they're all fucking each other in front of him. I mean, this is how he grew up, would be exposed to this sort of thing when his Marine Corps brother wasn't raping him up the ass. This is like how her ex-husband was raised. And he was Presidio material, a product of the Presidio. So Amanda Ute was sharing that. And so, if you imagine Jimmy Church being raised, this is how R.H. Barlow was raised. So this is why R.H. Barlow would grow up reading H.P. Lovecraft. In other words, just to put this into perspective for you, years ago, when H.P. Lovecraft was alive, was not the world you know today. In those days, no child would be reading H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft would be just this side of pornography. It's not something any child would be allowed access to, except in some extremely irresponsible situation. So it was like, this is how this young lad grew up in an environment where he had access to pulp magazines like Weird Tales, which, in those days, people going to magazine shops and buying magazines like Weird Tales would be adults. They would be like, it would be like going into a porno shop. So, or at least a magazine store that sold adult materials, and they would be in the adult section. And not many children would be going into a magazine store anyway in those days, because those would be smoke shops. People would be going there to buy smokes, buying, various adult paraphernalia. I don't mean like necessarily sex toys, but it's just not an environment kids would be going into. So this is something that this young lad had access to. And then his dad noticed, wow, you really like those stories. And then R.H. Barlow was saying, yes, I this man is so incredible. I'd love to meet him. And then his dad said, let me arrange that. So his dad got R.H. Barlow to start corresponding with H.P. Lovecraft as a young fan. And then he and H.P. Lovecraft became very much enamored of each other intellectually at first. And then ultimately rendezvoused. And basically this is something that, this is where the human tragedy comes in. R.H. Barlow is this traumatized, satanically, ritually abused victim. The biggest problem with anyone writing a biography of this tragic individual, this incredible, how do I express this? This damaged victim. The biggest problem that they have, and it's been tried, is that it is so tragic that no one's ever been able to write a biography of this poor guy. His life is just so tragic, most people give up. It's like, but I know for a fact that there were at least half a dozen attempts to do that. It's just one of those things where people start writing this biography of it and they can't bring themselves to finish it. So aside from all of that, Barlow was might have been responsible without his consent, without his wanting to do this. Here's this man who he loves. Lovecraft himself loves Barlow. And Lovecraft is getting these great opportunities now where Lovecraft begins to work with Harry Houdini, begins to work with Mr. Charles Augustus Lindbergh. And with Harry Houdini, the kind of book they were going to write is kind of like these columns I've been sending our man Peter Moon. I've been sending Peter Moon these deconstructions of Eric von Daniken and Graham Hancock, and these deconstructions of these people who essentially are leading criminal careers in terms of misleading people to a level that's criminal, as well as having criminal backgrounds in many cases. This is like the book that Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft were going to write about many of the seance shysters of their time, and trying to get people to understand that there is a kind of spiritual parasitism that they felt would lead to a new dark age if people kept following their sense of credulity rather than thinking critically. So they were trying to publish a book that would teach critical thinking. And in the case of Mr. Lindbergh, then the idea was to write an American Mein Kampf, and Ford was going to finance that while financing Lindbergh's run for the presidency. Henry Ford, the money man behind it. So when it comes to the Barlow, it was some time when he was out with Lovecraft, apparently, that are rendezvoused with him secretly, that Lovecraft got pinned and basically injected with the first shot that gave him the symptoms that ultimately landed him in the hospital. This was something that was, there's only, your average person knows nothing about Barlow, knows nothing about Barlow at all. But if you were, say, an intensive literary researcher, then you might know that Barlow went out with Lovecraft twice, essentially. One when Lovecraft went to visit him, maybe 3 times. Once when he visited Lovecraft, another time when Lovecraft went to live with him, then another time when he was traveling with Lovecraft, you know, around other points of geographic interest with another young man. Lovecraft actually had 2 young men at that time. But it was some separate time when they rendezvoused secretly that Lovecraft got pinned. And then so it was in the documents I was dealing with. Again, at that time, I did not realize the enormity of what I was being exposed to. So there was a lot that I didn't commit to notes because my primary interest was war in the Pacific. So when it came to some of what Aquino was dealing with, at that time, it struck me as obtuse enough where I didn't realize the value of it till later on when I began exposing Aquino and dealing with, of course, the far greater depth of what he had introduced me into concerning the occult. So when it came to how would I say this? When it came to Lovecraft's death, the father exploited the son. Colonel Barlow exploited his son to lead Lovecraft into a position of vulnerability, after which, shortly thereafter, Lovecraft had to be hospitalized, after which they had him right where they could kill him at leisure, and that's where they injected him with the full-blown cancer, to the point where that's what it was diagnosed as that killed him. So there's that horrific tragedy, and Barlow was devastated, not only by that, but then by what happened after that. So when it came to what Barlow was exposed to, the horror was that H.P. Lovecraft had left him everything he had, meaning rights to his stories, rights to his library, everything. And all of this was denied him by the entire literati the literati cult of the in crowd, the in boys, who decided, hey, let's get rid of this young faggot, and just steal everything ourselves. And the man who led it was August Derleth, and Donald Wandre. But August Derleth, more than everything, managed to basically steal the entire Lovecraft estate. And so then, for a while, he had total control of Lovecraft and published his books out of Wisconsin. And so he was just publishing Lovecraft's work out of Wisconsin, and the only way you could get Lovecraft was through Arkham House. And for that reason, nobody heard of Lovecraft. When I was into reading H.P. Lovecraft and related deeply to him for many of his personality traits, nocturnal nyctophilia, or love of the night, nocturnal lifestyle, isolation, poverty, extreme poverty, and yet at the same time autodidact, self-taught, brilliant. Here's this individual who had many things I could relate to. I didn't even find out about the gayness until I was working with Michael Aquino. So it's just when it comes out to that, I was truly shocked. Actually, I would say crestfallen, disappointed at that time. Of course, now I know better. I'm much more mature. It's just that at that time it wasn't like what I expected. As a matter of fact, one of the individuals who originally wrote a book about H.P. Lovecraft, one of the first biographies ever written about H.P. Lovecraft, Frank Belknap Long, wrote a book called Dreamer on the Night Side, which he got really Freudian and came just this side of saying Lovecraft was gay, but basically called him instead a mama's boy. And to give you an example of what happened to him, he started getting letter bombs and death threats from what you'd call Lovecraft superfans or Lovecraft cultists immediately. I mean, to the point where he had to spend the rest of his life relocating, moving a lot, because of the horror that his life had become from publishing that book, Dreamer on the Night Side. Again, that's Frank Belknap Long. So when it comes to, this is how violently people reacted to the mere suggestion Lovecraft was gay, because he was like their hero to a lot of very isolated, disturbed youth, which is not surprising. Now, when it comes to the other individual, I think the young man's name was Kenneth Sterling. He was 16 years old, and yet he was so intelligent, he was enrolled at Harvard. So it was Kenneth Sterling, 16-year-old, what do you call an entrant? Somebody who's about to enter Harvard? I forget. But yeah, he was going along with Lovecraft, this protege, along with Barlow at the same time. So Barlow had two young kids he was fucking at around that time in Marblehead and Salem when they took a trip there. That had to be after 1935. So Lovecraft spent summer in Florida in 1935, and I know that trip was after that. And that was when he was living with Barlow, going out into the cypress jungles near the family house and working together on the cabin on the far side of the lake so they could fuck in peace without, then they'd go home for dinner and shit from the mother, under the colonel's orders. She was like totally suppressed and totally like a Stepford wife. Serving the man who's fucking her son because her husband told her to. That's how these satanic ritual abuse families work. So it was basically it was in 1936 that he edited Barlow's story, The Night Ocean, which had an enormous impact on me when I was young. Just pure poetry. There's nothing really frightening about it. And then it was in March of 1937 that Lovecraft was murdered, assassinated via the cancer. So it was like somewhere between the 1936, when he went to meet Barlow and give him personally the copy of the short story that he had edited, The Night Ocean, One of the last things that Barlow ever wrote, Lovecraft just edited it out of his romance, and Barlow was never credited. When that book was published, it's a short story, and it was published by itself. When it was published by itself, decades later, when I purchased a copy, it was entirely credited to H.P. Lovecraft. They didn't even credit R.H. Barlow. But all of it was written by R.H. Barlow. And Lovecraft just edited it. This is how people are. But when Lovecraft died, he named Barlow his literary executor, because Barlow, by that time, was typing his manuscripts. And so for Barlow, this was catastrophic. Because August Derleth and Donald Wandre, they said, fuck this young faggot. And they basically, what did they do? Well, Barlow published Lovecraft's Commonplace book in a letterpress edition, about 75 copies. And then they demanded Lovecraft's papers. And they said, you see, Barlow pilfered all these books from Lovecraft's library. This young faggot, this twink, distracted him by sucking his cock, then got all these books out of his library. And so, since the pulp writers' weird fiction community was so incestuous in those days, everybody got in lockstep. And Clark Ashton Smith, that piece of shit, he wrote Barlow this note saying, don't ever write me or communicate with me in any way. I don't want to see you or hear from you. After your conduct in regard to the estate of our late beloved friend. And yeah, basically Barlow was ostracized, excommunicated, exiled from the literary universe that had been the focus of his life. He wanted to kill himself. Then instead he fled to Mexico, where he became like a professor in ancient sacrificial cultures.
This is very interesting. You've covered this stuff before, and I'm not unfamiliar with it, but it's very interesting that R.H. Barlow goes to study sacrificial cultures to the point where he understood the Aztec language.
Yeah. Nahuatl.
Yes, but it's independent of this.
Yes.
Connection with the Aztecs. In writing the story I referenced how the Aztec culture did, these mass sacrifices. And I was trying to present a metaphor that people could relate to in more recent history. Also commenting on how the Holocaust was this same principle of mass sacrificing and creating human trauma to achieve an end. And people don't look at human trauma. In fact, I just got a very interesting Facebook post that is right on this topic from Jonathan Gee. What did he say? He said, suffering is universal. Healing is personal. And I commented, good point. Let's also examine this from the opposite angle. Healing is universal, suffering is personal. And then he makes a comment. All life experiences suffering. All life experiences suffering. To exist is to be subject to change over time. And to experience this is painful, leading to loss, injustice, injury, disease, death, and decay. This is right what the Buddha talked about, old age, sickness. However, how anyone alive reacts to this is unique. How they adapt and which genetic traits of all of our quote, unquote, junk DNA are triggered to mutate in specific is necessarily different for every single living being. So he's basically saying that to continue to exist in time precipitates suffering because you're passing through time.
Yes.
And time has all potentialities,
Yes.
which includes suffering. And part of that potentialities is getting stuck in the suffering. See, that's, and L. Ron Hubbard would say, you're stuck in an engram. The person is stuck in a moment of pain and unconsciousness. Somebody's saying, stay there, stay there, stay there. So he's staying there. I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. It's a unconscious command. So what's very interesting here is all experience is all potentialities include the potentialities of being stuck in time. And here we are. We're stuck in time if we choose to look at it that way. Right. You can't get out. The only way you can get out of time is to die. Yeah. And this is part of the reason, not the entire reason. The so-called Tibetan Book of the Dead was called the Tibetan Book of the Great Liberation. Yes. Because you're releasing yourself, at least for the moment, from the wheel of suffering. Yes. And of course, you can say, how bad is the suffering? We have so much technology and systems to prevent suffering. And from all the physical therapists in the world to all of the yes. helpers out there that help us when we have afflictions. Yes. It's very, very,
important. And two things to bring up before I forget it. One aspect that's very important is so that everyone understands the hijacking of H.P. Lovecraft's work and the reason he was kind of like this best kept secret amongst an intellectual crowd of literati for such a long period of time, thanks to this monopolization by August Derleth in particular through Arkham House, which I dealt with exclusively for many years on behalf of Michael Aquino, which was how he was able to get much of Lovecraft's private writings, which will never be published unless someone is able to retrieve them from the Aquino estate. Other than that, even the slightest and most ephemeral of his writings have gone into print wherever they can find them. Barlow's life, on the other hand, the reason that it's this tragedy was that I think his father, being the kind of sadist and Satanist that he was, later informed Barlow he had gotten his lover, Lovecraft, killed. And that was a factor in Barlow's breakdown and his fleeing to Mexico and ultimately his suicide. Of course, the most immediate cause of his suicide was a student threatened to expose his homosexuality. But from what I remember now, it was the scholar Marcos Legaria, surname spelled Legaria, who said that 9 people attempted to write a Barlow biography, and they all gave up because they felt no one would believe or accept the satanic father in the military and the fact that the military had a satanic cabal that ran the military that killed H.P. Lovecraft because of his writing an American Mein Kampf for Charles Lindbergh, that it would be something so controversial that all 9 people gave up for fear of their lives. That was what Marcos Legaria stated, at least privately, when he was corresponding with Michael Aquino.
Well, this is very interesting because this is what happened with the Montauk Project. Is a reporter for the New York Times, he's a science reporter for the New York Times, was very interested in it. This is before I came along and told Preston, he looked into it and he said, this stuff is real. He was afraid to do it.
Yes.
And, this is what happens.
People
become afraid, which is understandable. all it really means is that they're not qualified to do it for whatever reason.
Thank you.
They might be concerned about their family, whatever. There's a lot of reasons, a lot of different people in the world.
The other important thing, before I forget it, was that I got an email from Peter Moon, basically telling me about finding the Lovecraft quote about the. Yes.
Oh, this is big. This is big. Go ahead.
Oh, basically the impracticability of the human vocal cords ever even trying to mouth the barbarous names of the anti-gods. Essentially, that it's impossible for humans to even vocalize. So he tried his best to kind of give a phonetic for his friends, and but it goes to show the necessity of the Vox Arca as.
Well, yes. Let me give some more context on this. Basically. Okay, I'm just going to restate this for the audience. Lovecraft is saying that, the human vocal cords cannot produce these barbarous names to bring in the anti-gods. Okay, this is Lovecraft. Okay, he's a writer, This shows you how seriously Aquino took it to create a device that could produce, and how much voracious research he must have done to find out what these names were, unless he was taking them right out of the Necronomicon, which is quite possible, and why the Iraqi soldiers said Cthulhu, Cthulhu.
Yes.
Which is actually not the way to pronounce it. It's more Cthulhu.
Yes.
As Lovecraft went on to say. But this is how seriously Aquino took the work of Lovecraft. And this quote, makes so much sense of all these little pieces we can't, totally put the I's on the T's on with Barlow. It shows that this stuff, you don't need the I's and T's when you have in other words, you don't need to prove how the steak dinner was cooked when you have the steak dinner in front of you.
Thank you.
And this is why this quote is so important. When you get the point, and this is how seriously Aquino took it, and if he took it so seriously, it shows that how the power or the power and juice behind H.P. Lovecraft, what was going on here, and his gayness. In some ways is incidental, but it's his weak link.
Yes, his Achilles heel.
Link. And look, it's not just gayness that is a weak link. It's sexuality of any kind is the weak link, where someone is vulnerable. And so much of magic maneuvers through what's called the 11th degree, the degree of homosexual magic as defined, practiced, and glorified by Aleister Crowley. Yes. So in these, these backdoor areas of consciousness, and particularly in those times where everything was done behind closed doors. Now we have gay pride parades.
Yeah, people fucking on the floats. Yes.
This was not the case back then. Be gay at great risk to your, to your reputation. It's nothing of your life. And the hatred it could inspire in people. So this is, thank you for bringing up that. I'm glad you looked at that quote that I, came across when looking up some of this stuff.
I was impressed. You've done your work well.
Oh yeah. This is incredible. This will lead into, it makes the book really stick together when I get to that point about the Vox Arca. Maybe I'm getting closer to it than I realized. Because I still have to go through, the Letterman Army Hospital and and all that, but and the Night of the Broken Circle, these things, the book is kind of out in the I guess the theater of the Wewelsburg working and the and that sort of thing, and now the theater of H.P. Lovecraft. It hasn't been so much about you yet.
Understood.
And your experiences, and we're not trying to go into every aspect of your life here.
Understood.
Just the key points.
Yes.
With regards to what we're trying to expose here.
Yes. And
I would also say, you answered my question very well, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
I've gotten a great deal of joy in writing this book.
Wonderful.
And it's been hard. It's getting easier because, and this is another thing I'm going to bring up, which I point out in the book. H.P. Lovecraft was going to write this book or expose what we've talked about in past episodes about the Helazon, the Jewish apocalypse, and the coming of the Messiah, and how this was misused and lied about to perpetrate Zionism and 2 world wars, which caused the suffering of hundreds of millions of people.
Yes.
It's like suffering is a commodity. Now look, as was just said, everybody's going through life suffering. It's the wheel of samsara. It's the wheel of suffering. But there are, of course, degrees of suffering. And we live in an environment that has many aspects which seek to relieve suffering. Sometimes medications are given to individuals that will prolong their suffering rather than relieving them. But there are elements and institutions. Physical therapy is an institution which definitely relieves suffering if it's done properly. There are all sorts of avenues to relieve suffering. Massage therapy, do-it-yourself videos on physical therapy. There's so many things, so many products that actually can alleviate suffering, especially for people in, acute conditions when they need to go to the drugstore to get immediate relief. Some of these things work quite well. Band-aids, and so on and so forth. Urgent care centers, emergency rooms, hospitals. So this suffering thing is, as they say, it's the age-old story of Buddhism and Hinduism, and Christianity comes along and has its own approach to it. And what they do is they teach you there of the suffering of the Christ and how he suffers to alleviate your suffering. It's all about suffering. But as I say, it doesn't have to be that way. But I've been getting a great deal of joy in writing this book, which is something I did not experience when I was writing the book on the Presidio.
That's right.
Too much. Just like the people who tried to write the biography of
Barlow.
R.H. Barlow.
Yes.
Now, to take it back to H.P. Lovecraft is exposing this information about all of this falsity, this Cthulhu element that is devastating society, the people who are, credulous about spiritualism. And this is the same stuff that's going on today.
Absolutely.
But I want people to grasp that there's no question of his historical alliance and partnership with Harry Houdini. Harry Houdini is somebody that's a great icon in history, but at that time, he was, the most well-paid entertainer of his time, the most famous person. one of the most famous person on earth. Right now we have Tom Cruise and John Travolta, two big names. They're two of the biggest celebrity names. Oprah's another one. They are not in a position where, like, the Travolta and Cruise can peddle Scientology. It doesn't go over too well because it's what they do. It's what they believe. People like them because they're movie stars. They like the movies. They don't necessarily buy into their religion. But in the case of Harry Houdini, he was a master magician, a master of tricks and how to deceive people. And now he's going to show people how they're being deceived. His name alone would have sold tremendous amounts of books. Yes. And the information would have been, see, books were much more powerful than they are now. The media, I mean, we didn't have Twitter censorship, Facebook censorship, and a book is something that's going to be able to get out. And then when Houdini dies, he dies Lindbergh. Lindbergh, probably even more famous. See, this is the thing. They kill off Houdini, and then he comes into the realm of Lindbergh, who's even more famous than Houdini. He's won the Congressional Medal of Honor, which is not awarded to non-battlefield participants. And this was not, he was awarded for his flight across the Atlantic. And he was the biggest celebrity. He was a celebrity in other countries. They named a dance after him. Yes. They did so much for him, gave him Congressional Medal of Honor. I mean, he didn't have to pay income taxes.
That's right.
So Lindbergh would have taken this to even greater heights. So this is what a threat H.P. Lovecraft and his estate was to the
military occult complex.
Military, the military, and it's staggering. But this is such a obscure piece of history. Now we're going to be releasing this information almost 100 years after it should have been released.
Yes.
Now, we will not have the same impact that Houdini and or Lindbergh would have had because, you know, we're not in a position to prevent all those deaths. All those deaths have happened. The world has muddled along as it's muddled along with the continuous feeding of the suffering, feeding off the suffering. This parlays itself eventually into the HARP project, which we will cover. And it's like sort of like becoming aware of the feeding frenzy that's going on in the hearts and minds of people. And you have many people in the so-called New Age conspiracy atmosphere, and not just those atmospheres, but the people who are interested in aliens and UFOs, who are actually being eaten alive.
Yes. They
don't realize they have the disease because they're listening to new information that they think is outside of the box. It's like the movie Idiocracy, except that the people aren't that dumb and they're not that stupid. Idiocracy is making people so stupid that nobody could be that stupid.
You wish. We hope.
Right.
We hope.
Well, they can't. They're not. Nobody's really that stupid. Those people were, like more retarded than a mentally challenged person. Because and I mean, it was just. I mean, that movie is just so ridiculous, and it's just so absurd. But what they're saying is, see, this is the same thing you have with people who are, ignorant, stupid, and proud of it. Laughing at the protagonist for the idea of growing crops. He's trying to teach them to grow crops. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you put water on something's going to grow. And of course, nobody who's reading about UFOs or aliens is that stupid. They're just not that stupid. We're introducing this stuff 100 years, and most of your and the exception would be many of the Orthodox Jews or study Jews, but most Jews are not of that category. And they know nothing about this, and some of them, not saying all of them, I'm not even saying what percentage of them because I don't know. Some of them are perpetrating this falsity. Some of them are not. So, and there are many sects of Judaism, and they fight with each other. They fight more, I think, intellectually and politically than they do with guns or with, but I don't know. It's just like the Mossad is a very old agency.
Yes.
And
well, not that old, but old enough. The 1920s at least. Go on. Yeah.
This brings me back to what we were saying about the military, and I had occasion to watch about 10 minutes of the movie Patton, and in the movie it was the part where he's being welcomed by the Moroccan government, and I don't know if I think it was shot in Morocco itself, where they had the troops, were supposed to be the Moroccan troops, and they were authentic troops. They probably were the Moroccan troops. Mm-hmm. And the one thing I noticed about the Moroccan troops, which is very interesting, having been in Morocco long ago, and also the first thing that really made me sort of fall in love with the Moors was the movie The Longships with Richard Widmark and Sidney Poitier, where I was shocked watching the movie as a young boy that the Moorish army, which had a lot of black people in it, also had white people in it. In other words, there was no racial discrimination. And you see this again with the Moroccan army in the movie Patton. And it made me revisit that. It's like, it's not racially divided the way the United States was.
Right.
It's like, okay, you're black, okay, you're white. What's the big deal? And there's that, that's an aspect of Morocco. And it's also a country that has a lot of Jews in it and a tradition of tolerance of Judaism. And so we're talking about diversity in the military. Mm-hmm. And that's what, it's unique. Of course, Morocco has a history of dishing out very brutal punishments to its enemies.
Oh, God, yes.
Cruel and unusual punishments. But nevertheless, there are aspects of their culture which were exemplary. The United States Constitution did a very good thing when it said, no cruel and unusual punishment.
Yes.
But I would also tell you that putting someone in prison is cruel, and it's unusual to the degree that it's not indicative of a normal life. But then again, it is a penal colony. So that's kind of unavoidable. And I think really, and there are always issues and campaigns to make prison life less insufferable with common, I guess what you'd say, certain common decencies. It's tough. This is the penalty you get for fighting, being antisocial.
Right.
And then political opponents also get extra punishment, like what they're doing, what the Democrats are doing with the January 6th bad guys, so to speak, and the ones that were on the cusp that weren't necessarily even part of the January 6th movement. They are employing cruel and unusual punishments against them by report. People that were like involved in the periphery, in some cases weren't even party to the insurrection. And even those that were part of the insurrection, I think, are being dealt with, especially with punitive attitude rather than just if they were a ordinary criminal. But in any case, there is cruel and unusual punishment applied in the United States. There always has been. But it's still a good thing to put into the Constitution. So, yes, the book is coming along, and I'm very excited to get through the state of the legacy, the legacy of the estate, rather.
Right.
That I can get on to what I would consider the more interesting parts of the book. Not that these aren't interesting, because it sets the precedent for what happened and how important H.P. Lovecraft and his legacy is to what Michael Aquino did with it. It's and how Lovecraft did not even become a big thing till Michael Aquino pushed him on the consciousness of the public.
That's quite correct.
Yeah,
that's very true.
Then Aquino, or then Lovecraft becomes a watchword for an exemplary literary figure, which is an invention of him being, a heralded literary figure. And what that's really about is not really about Lovecraft, but it's about promoting Cthulhu and getting people indoctrinated with Cthulhu.
That's right.
And then you have the Graham Hancocks of the world who pushed this agenda on people, and people suck it up.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it's horrible. He is truly an Edomite and an agent of chaos. So I do want people to understand the gravity of what we're saying. This is essentially essentially what Houdini and Lovecraft were trying to prevent, were the Eric von Daniken's and Graham Hancocks of the world. And this is what they were trying to preempt, to head off at the pass. And
also in the case of, it was too early for Houdini, but in the case of Lovecraft, Lindbergh was to stave off World War II.
That's quite correct. That's quite correct. It would have prevented a Second World War had Lindbergh become president. Had Charles Augustus Lindbergh become president, we would not have had a Second World War. America would not have entered it, and the Soviet Union would have been taken out by the Third Reich. This is something that there would have been far less deaths in the world, though the Third Reich would have gone on to kill many more people via its own pogroms. It would have been nothing compared to the number of deaths that happened because of World War II and the spread of communism combined. Once the Soviet Union was allowed to perpetuate communism into China and the United Vietnams and beyond, the suffering was effectively endless, just orders of magnitude above what the Nazis would have perpetrated. So this is the horror that they were all struggling to prevent, these individuals. Lindbergh, of course, was too big a man to take down via conventional assassination, so they character assassinated him. And that was something that ultimately alienated him more and more from the American public. And as I said, he pursued his own research into immortality, or at least life extension. Again, the book about that is The Immortalist, because he knew that he wanted to make a comeback at some later time. It's the saddest thing in the world is that didn't work for him in his lifetime. Hopefully, with modern genetic engineering, we can have it work in ours. But in terms of everything that we're dealing with, certainly the public will ultimately hear of us, and this is because what we're exposing is just so threatening. I mean, it's obviously threatening because of the response. We know what kind of response we get. We know what kind of resistance we're getting out there. We know what kind of suppression there is of our information out there. The refusal of people to even confront it. Understand, of course, this is what Lovecraft dealt with in his own lifetime. And when it came to the estate, to verify, to validate what Peter Moon said about Aquino's hand in making Lovecraft a household name, a lot of people don't realize the control that August Derleth had. August Derleth could have legally, he was so much in control of the Lovecraft material, he could legally have ultimately sustained a copyright, renewed it, kept doing what he was doing, and you never would have heard of Lovecraft. So the only thing that broke that was Aquino's threats. Aquino was throttling August Derleth. Now, I don't know what he had on August Derleth, but whatever he had on August Derleth, he was juicing him and forced him to let go of the Lovecraft monopoly. And after that,
I think he paid him very handsomely for it, did he not?
That might have been a factor. But as I said, I had to communicate with him regularly, and I was regularly relaying threats, subtle threats in some cases, but basically threats from Michael Aquino to August Derleth.
That's enough. You don't have to have anything on somebody. That's enough. Yeah. If he's using national security.
Yeah, and so it's. That it was definitely a factor, but I do believe a bribe, a bribery was there because Aquino had the money for that through black budget programs. So I do believe that there was a payoff as well. But it was, as Aquino said, I forgot how he phrased it, either the iron hand in the velvet glove or the velvet hand in the iron glove. I guess he said one was on each hand. One hand you've got a velvet hand in an iron glove, and the other hand you've got an iron hand in a velvet glove. And so what he was saying was there's always a threat with reward and always a reward with threat. And he was using that to double punch August Derleth till Derleth essentially gave up the Lovecraft estate. And which he was not legally obliged to do, and so that's then what released Lovecraft upon the world, and this was exactly the intent of Michael Aquino. And then what happened? What happened was you had a explosion in this kind of literature through the likes of Eric von Daniken and then Graham Hancock, all of them plagiarizing Lovecraft to a great degree, especially Graham Hancock. As a matter of fact, you see, when Eric von Daniken began writing his shit, this was just exploiting the aliens at Roswell bullshit that the government was beginning to spew out to cover the fact that they lost World War II. And because this was being popularized by the government for that reason, Eric von Daniken rode the wave, but because the public was already primed to be receptive to this sewage. But as I pointed out with several basically excerpts with Graham Hancock in particular, he's just basically plagiarizing Lovecraft almost verbatim for some of the crap he puts in his books, and that's a fact, and it's one of the things that is important to realize. That was after Aquino had, through my own acting as liaison, messenger, errand boy, whatever you want to reference it as, the go-between, the communications that I had telephonically, mostly with August Derleth's Arkham House, and August Derleth himself on a few occasions. This was something that resulted in the ability of, once it was unleashed, this material, then you had people like Graham Hancock suddenly coming up with their shtick, their spiel. And this is what made them, along with, their plagiarism of, to a degree, Eric von Daniken, but not nearly to the degree of Lovecraft. So it all goes in circles, and they're all circle jerking each other for plagiarizing each other in the end as this alternative history, and the ancient aliens capitalized on it all. But this is exactly what Lovecraft and Houdini had foreseen and were trying to prevent. So at this point in history, when Peter Moon and I bring up what we do, it should be impacting, at least in the sense that it's saying something different. Of course, we're saying that with the Roswell deception, but I do believe the success of books that we're producing now will then bring the Roswell deception to the fore. It will be through the success of these successive books that will happen.
Well, yes, and you wonder, like, say, somebody, like, just take the average. And by the way, my Japanese friend,
yes,
mathematician, has said he's going to be, he completed or helped what he did with the Mystery of Egypt book, and I think he wanted the PDF file for the secret parchment so he could begin, the translation could begin on that.
Okay.
So he's really serving as a unpaid liaison.
Wow.
Between me, which is actually, I'm just being gracious to my Romanian publisher, and the Japanese publisher of Radu's books. But he said he's going to read the Roswell Deception next, and he will get back to me.
I'm so excited.
And this is the first Japanese person to respond to the book. This guy's real Japanese. He lives in Japan. It's like, he speaks English.
Yeah.
And he's been a subscriber of my newsletter for as long as I can remember.
Wow.
Long time, probably 20 years at least. And very friendly. He sends me mathematical stuff that I don't understand. I might send one of his letters to David Anderson, who probably could understand it if he has the time and inclination to.
Yes.
But so I'm very hopeful that I would just love to get his feedback. But back to what I was going to say, was the average Japanese who reads this is, I would assume, is generally going to be, more concerned with their job and stuff like this, and what's going on with their family. This stuff is history. It's
one way of looking at it, and that's certainly valid. But I do believe that were it to get a press run in Japan, that there are many young men who would eat it up, or even young women, that I think that many people would be interested, simply because it's something, the first time they'd really be made aware of it. Just so people understand this, people who ask, why aren't the Japanese aware of this? To put it most just bluntly, it's because they won the war and their quality of life is so high. Peter Moon is talking about they might be worried about a job or something like that. I mean, that's not so much of even a worry in Japan, because of course they've usually had a history of lifetime employment. But it usually comes through a kind of, they just have things going on in their life that are considered almost peripheral to us. They just are like concerned about their pets. They might be concerned about their families. Most Japanese.
In other words, World War II is not a pressing issue in
Yeah.
Japan, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. In many respects, it is a pressing issue in America because it's been so bunged up.
Yeah, but it's a pressing issue in Japan only in the sense that Japanese are aware of one thing. They are aware that there is a growing threat of war. There's a growing threat of war with both Russia and China. So because of that, this would be the time that such a book with a print run in Japan would be of interest. It would be of mass interest now because this would suddenly make them aware of their military past en masse. Again, just to explain it to people briefly who don't get it, the Japanese Yamato dynasty, the imperial class of Japan, had an attitude that's understandable. The public doesn't need to know.
Exactly.
Yeah. And because of that attitude, the public doesn't know. But at the same time, the public has an intuitive understanding because Hirohito is the only emperor out of hundreds of emperors from the past 2,000 years who has a holiday. Out of all of the emperors, none of them have a holiday specifically other than Hirohito. So this is something that is similar to Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the United States. It's the closest parallel I can think of off the top of my head. It's like, and it's almost like foreigners, of course, say, well, is that just to offend all the foreigners? Or they don't get it at all. The Japanese understand intrinsically he was monumentally important. But if you were to ask them why, your average Japanese person wouldn't know. It's just something that, okay, well, the holiday's there. It came, it is what it is, and they have it, and then they don't really know much else. It's like just the way they are, and so it's kind of that's Japanese culture. So there's quirks that need to be gotten around, but I think that once the communication is out there in a time like this, then especially in a time of Japanese, what Americans understand, or rather misunderstand, to be remilitarization. This is a period where Japan's contributing a lot more money to defense now. They've always had a fat military, far larger than most, which Americans have never understood. And yet Americans all the while, like I said, this is, an important point that nobody ever thinks about. Americans in the 50s and 60s are watching all these Godzilla movies, and they see the Japanese military is always responding to giant monsters, and they never show the American military responding to giant monsters in Japan. It's a Japanese military, and yet Americans never say, oh, gee, they got a military? Oh, I guess it's just a fantasy, it's all toys anyway. Godzilla stepping on toys is all just a fantasy, I guess. And then they just, it just doesn't sink in their heads. But it's like Japan always had a fat military, but it's not, now they're really ramping it up. So since they're really starting to do that, in other words, remilitarize in a more socially conscious sense, then a book like this, its time has come. So hopefully we'll get a print run there somehow, some way. And in the meantime, so Peter, what else is on your mind? We can talk about other things as well.
That was very good.
Thank you.
That was very good.
Bless you.
It's as I will, reemphasize the impact. This information could have changed the world in a very big way 100 years ago.
Yes.
Now, here we're coming out 100 years later and saying this would have changed the world 100 years ago. Now you're hearing what should have taken place 100 years ago to arrest the wholesale suffering that was being inflicted upon humanity 100 and more years ago with World War I and World War II, because there was a force in the world that was perpetrating this suffering on America and the entire world 100 plus years ago. Okay, so we can say, and maybe this is all part and parcel of time machine stuff, because we can go back and say, okay, if we could go back in time and tip off Houdini what was going to happen and avoid the assassination, and tip off Lindbergh and tip off Lovecraft, or adjust the circumstances like that TV show Quantum Leap or something.
Yes.
In order to alleviate the suffering. All right, let's go back and maybe even go back earlier that and deal with the people who were discovering the cuttlefish and kind of stopping them in their tracks.
Yes.
In one way or another. And we can even roll it back to Christ. We can roll it back to then and say, okay, this was the true Messiah, and he was bringing peace and harmony to the world. But this is the story of the Tekalet Blue. Give a different narrative. Now, if this was a TV show like the Time Tunnel, they'd build a plot that would go around all of this, but the same thing would end up happening anyway. Because it would just happen. Because that's the way they do it, and we're stuck with this history. But nevertheless, you go back and you change it. Now, there was a movie that I happened to see. It was a Quentin Tarantino movie. It was actually very good. It was called Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And it's a movie of what happened. It's about the Charles Manson murders. But in other words, they're prevented from happening.
Interesting.
And so it kind of like, it doesn't deal with the ramifications. It just deals with the incidents, and it's avoided. It's kind of like, wow, it's avoided. What if it was avoided? It just kind of leaves you with a pleasant feeling. Okay. It reverses the feeling. That's how I interpreted it. So what would life have been like if, say, the crucifixion was averted? And of course, people would say, well, he had to rise from the dead to prove this and that, and this and this, and prove the prophecy. Well, who cares about the damn prophecy? Who cares about a prophecy? This football team's going to win. Well, they don't win. They lost. Who cares about the prophecy? It's like, prophecy's not important. It's like the prophecy, because this was the prophecy. Well, let's change the prophecy. This is what life does. It recorrects things. If an organism needs to improve and change its structure to cope with the environment, that's an improvement. So, when you go back and you're saying, let's change the circumstances of the New Testament so that it's, instead of becoming, it didn't work, we got to recycle, it's going to come back in 2,000 years. And what then? Then we have the messianic frequency, we have the message, and it's unimpeded, theoretically. And if we have infinite timelines, as can be scientifically hypothesized, we're still, as they went back, we're stuck in this one. We're stuck in the universe of suffering. So if you're going to get out of this universe of suffering, and go into and this is very much like the whole doctrine of Shambhala or Shambhala. It's like, oh, there, it's happy. That's like another, if it's not another universe, it might as well be. It is a different universe. So it's all about accessing this, and we can't access that until we leave this one. But there is a certain protocol, or I guess what you call, what's the word? Appropriateness with how you leave this world. Or we think there is. So, so it's like saying, well, if we learn the lessons of this life, we theoretically get a better life. Is that really true? Because, some of my friends who left this world were not as astute as I was or am about living in this world. It doesn't mean I was as smart as they were, but it means I was more smart about how to live in this world and adapt to it. Yeah. It doesn't mean at all that I was more smart than they were. Depends on the subject. And I'm not saying I was less smart. I'm just saying it's about the pragmatism of living in this world.
Yes.
That's the challenge. And then what is the virtue of living in this world? It's like, oh, okay, I don't know. These are existential questions. I sort of live by the maxim that in Taoism is life is considered precious and an honor, and you should preserve and treat life with respect, and not like my daughter's former boyfriend who killed himself. Ugh. He had a very, very lot of things given to him.
Wow.
He's a young guy, in his 20s. He's got a 6-figure income. He's got rich parents. He's but he can't deal with life. Gets too depressed.
Jesus.
So really nice kid too. I really liked him.
Mm-hmm.
But but what's the so it's easy to judge somebody like that and say they were selfish, but now they're gone. It's like, wow. I guess these are things that individuals have to struggle with. So anyway, life is precious. You want to treat life precious, and the more precious you treat life and the more respectful you treat life, the idea is that you'll get more life. You'll have a better life. I can tell you, not the specifics, which I won't mention, because it would feed the wrong end of the equation. But I was telling Paula tonight, all of these things that I've encountered in the last, year at least, the last several months, last handful of months, particularly the last 2 or 3 months, that I have remained silent about. Mm-hmm. Issues of outrageousness that would generate ire, and in some cases have. Actual situations that I've encountered that would warrant ire, resentment, verbal attack, even psychic attack, and I've not responded to them. I've let them go. I've said, I'm not going to put my energy into attacking this, resenting this, hurling spears at it, metaphorical spears at it. What I'm starting to notice, what life is telling me, that all of these things I didn't take issue with are going to come back to me in very positive ways, because I didn't attack the people who are warranting the attack and deserve the attack. And when you don't attack them, they have no cause to engage you. And therefore, when you're not engaged, there's no negativity. You've just cut it.
Yes.
You've cut it. And it's like I'm saying, wow, this is going to bring me back some really good things. It was not my motivation. I just didn't engage it because I didn't want to engage it, because it's not worthy of engagement. But I'm starting to say, God, there's great advantage here. And this kind of comes back to some of the basic tenets of Christianity, of just, or Taoism, or more so. It's just not, in Christianity was originally called the Way.
That's right.
Which is the same as the Tao.
Yes.
And it has certain virtues from the Tao. It's just like, wow, if you want to hold, exude vitriol at somebody, it keeps the vitriol alive, it keeps them alive. They have a reason to put attention on you. Whereas otherwise, they wouldn't. And you have a reason for them, to put attention on you, which will make you put attention on them, and it'll just do nothing but promote aggravation. Now, the consequence of not engaging in that, they go away, and you have the potential for good things to come into the doorway. Mm-hmm. So that's what I have to say about that.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's delightful. And certainly appreciate it. It looks like we're about, about 40 minutes before midnight. Do you want to check out early tonight, or how are you feeling? Holding up?
I could check out early. It would certainly make my eyes happy.
Well,
but maybe there is another question I have for you.
Sure.
And this has to do with Hitler's knowledge of the Helazon. To what extent did your mother fill him in on? Did she tell you anything about this? What he knew about it, what he didn't know, and where? What? Yeah, that's why I'm very curious about Hitler's knowledge of the Helazon.
She did speak to him about this. He was very moved because, of course, this was an aspect of Christianity that was important to him. And so definitely people need to understand, of course, that Adolf Hitler was certainly raised a Roman Catholic. This is one of the things that made him so exceptional as a German leader. He was foreign born. He was Catholic in a land of Protestants, overwhelmingly in terms of Germany's majority, and certainly their elites. And this made him somewhat similar to John Fitzgerald Kennedy, which is why JFK related so much to Adolf Hitler, which of course is in writing that nobody can deny. And so when it comes to Hitler finding out what he did about what my mother explained to him about the Cthulhu and the Helazon, the misguidance of the Zionists, this was definitely something that he found profound. He found it profound. I don't think he ever spoke of it to anyone that I'm aware of after that, but it must have impacted his thinking profoundly, and it certainly is something to be taken into account. He did share with her that he knew elements of this from his old occult master, Meister Dietrich Eckhart, who is a figure that should be much more well-known in history. Meister Eckhart and Dietrich, he was...
Dietrich is a first name in this case.
Yes, that's right.
I always forgot. I mean, I never thought about his name versus your name.
Yes.
Dietrich. I mean, how the hell did he get a first name? I mean, I know it means skeleton key, but is it a typical first name like Dieter?
It can be, but it's not typical. It's not typical. But definitely it was kind of the unusual aspect of the individual, that he had kind of like it's not impossible and it's certainly not unheard of, but it's unusual. And so Meister Dietrich Eckhart was who my father brought up when he spoke to my mother, said that he used to publish his various occult newsletters, and Adolf Hitler devoured them. And this was where, from Meister Eckhart himself, Adolf Hitler said that Meister Eckhart didn't put some things into print because he was afraid that people would begin to mistake him for something he was not. In other words, Meister Eckhart spoke much of the Germanic or Norse paganism and the occult, but very seldom would he speak of the Jewish occult traditions. So he spoke of them much more privately with Hitler. So Hitler essentially understood what my mother was talking about immediately because of what he had learned from Meister Dietrich Eckhart. And so Meister Dietrich Eckhart had taught him about the Hilazon and the Teklit Blue. And this is where he was astonished and certainly felt very positively towards my mother because of her knowledge of this. And my mother was emphasizing, of course, that true Israel, the culture itself had fled the sundering of Israel, and that they had established themselves in Japan, had led the Bronze Age revolution in Japan, and ultimately their seal of David was imbued upon the ancient Muvayan relics, and this, of course, was a cultural renaissance. And Hitler understood that in the sense that the Aryans had migrated to Japan and Germany, meaning Japan and Germany were related by the migrations out of South Asia, out of Asian India, north to Germania, and of course the maritime route to the Japanese islands. And that was what helped to constitute much of their ethnic background. And so he understood that the Judaic cultural influence was something that was important, and he felt that they were, of course, true Israel. And this was why certainly the Americans were out to annihilate them. This was something that everyone knew because of the American attitude in that regard was quite open, as, of course, evidenced by The Unparalleled Invasion, written by Jack London, being published and accepted without anyone even attacking it as racist. Everybody just read it and accepted it as something that was nothing to be protested against. It was just like, oh, here's a proposition, and nobody found it repellent in the Western world, which of course made it all the more repellent to people like Hitler or people who were Asian. So this is where we have to understand that Hitler was actually quite liberal towards progressive towards blacks and Asians and other people of color, and understood their plight under the colonial peoples. This is why people in Belgium, the Belgian Congo, were writing to Adolf Hitler for help, which he provided as much as he could and was able to ultimately get the uranium he needed from them towards the German atomic bomb project. Whereas
that's quite a brutal story that you've talked about in the whole Belgium situation.
Yeah.
Belgian Congo situation.
Yes, thank you. And of course, the Japanese simply had their uranium right there in North Korea, which the North Koreans are still using to this day, trying to amass their own arsenal of nukes. So we're heading towards a new nuclear age, a third nuclear age, where people are simply pointing nukes point blank at each other, literally across each other's channels, so to speak. I mean, this is the kind of new world we're entering in. So that being said, definitely the other aspect that Hitler had told my mother about was that he read a book by an Australian on Tokugawan religion that was his idea for much of Germany's social reformations, that he was basically instilling upon the upon the Reich, that much of the Reich's societal reconstruction was based on Japanese Tokugawanism, so which my mother found profound. Hitler, of course, was an avid reader when he was young, and it was this Australian's book on Tokugawa religion that was of profound influence to him. Now, I don't think my mother ever, Hitler may not have even remembered the title of the book. He said it was a book on Tokugawa religion by an Australian author. There is a book that was published decades later called Tokugawa Religion by an author named Bella. I do not know if it's the same book, but it must have been very similar. And I'm certain that this individual, if they published that book titled Tokugawa Religion, probably got that from that Australian book that Hitler was talking about. It would have made sense. That work by the Australian had to have been translated into German, of course. But certainly, if it's written by an Australian author, it certainly would have been published in English as well. So that this might be the book that Hitler was referencing, or a kind of revision of it, that was published decades later. And so, I mean, that's what I recall most immediately off the top of my head. So Hitler was well aware of the anti-gods, well aware that the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, more properly, the hooked cross, that the Hakenkreuz was the ward against them. And of course, he also brought up the fact that he was well aware that the original emperor who Christianized Rome, Constantine, that when he looked up in the sky and saw the cross in the sun at the time that he had his vision, that cross was, of course, the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross that he saw, that he heard God's voice say, "Under this sign, conquer." So this was this became, of course, the symbol of many of the Roman legions, the Hakenkreuz, or the swastika. And this was at a time when, of course, pre-pure Romanum, when Rome was becoming Christianized, it was becoming far more Germanic. This was when many Vandals, Goths, Visigoths, various other tribes were entering the legions and becoming integrated into the garrison state that was traditional Rome, becoming more ethnically diverse and adapting to Christendom and a heavy Germanic influx. This was the Rome of Constantine. And this was, of course, the tradition carried on by the First Reich, the Holy Roman Reich, that lasted almost 1,000 years. And, of course, Hitler was determined his Reich would last 1,000 years. And it does so in continuity, in exile, in Unterland. And so this is ultimately the world we help to bring to the awareness of the general public. And this is why they've got to be conscious of the fact that the war ended with Japan in Japanese victory, and that the war still continues against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, because the Allies are what they are. And definitely the Allies are on the side of the anti-gods, to the point where they had the budget dedicated to creating something like the Vox-Arca. And the complete and total, how would I say it, denial of the sacrosanct nature of the ecology, the environment, of nature itself. The Allies are obviously, they've been antithetical to that for many years, whereas, and people can look this up and verify it themselves, Adolf Hitler instituted some of the world's first environmental laws to protect the environment. So important points that nobody cares to bring up. And so all of that being said, obviously Hitler was profoundly impacted enough by my mother that he supported both Asian cultures, the Chinese and the Japanese, and we've gone into that in the past. So thank you for that question, of course, and always very touching.
It's all very helpful, and I think I have enough to, to get me through whatever it is I'm working on for now.
Yes.
And then we'll get more into the what I call the interesting stuff. The whole Lovecraft thing is, you know, it's been challenging over these years to encapsulate it.
Yes.
Which is what I've tried to do. And it's not enough that it's been revealed. It has to be contextualized so that it can be put in a format that's understood. And it's like, I'm going to relay this to the experience in Scientology of, you know, going clear or related experiences in Scientology to removing dross, or the whole joy in doing some of these things is getting rid of mental, what's the word? Egregore is a good word, but it's not a word that people are going to understand that easily necessarily. Mental processes that one is subscribed to, addicted to, that are just not necessary and are not serving your own best interest. These are internal processes. It has to do with how you think. It could involve guilt. It could involve shame. It doesn't have to. It could involve thinking processes that result in suffering. It's a good way to put it. It's like people are addicted to their own mental processes, which do not serve them. And so, in other words, somebody could be reading all about aliens and thinking they know this and know that, and they don't know anything. All they need to learn is what they're reading is a bunch of crap. And it doesn't have to be aliens. They could be reading all about religion, but their interest in religion could be fueled by the fact that they're looking for something inside of themselves or about themselves that they haven't figured out. And once they figure that out, okay, I don't need to study this anymore. It relieves them. So it's an individual thing. But nevertheless, people are addicted to their patterns. And if they're not addicted, they're one step away from addiction. Yes. With regards to what they eat, what they do in a day, what they believe, so on and so forth.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'll be bringing up the reactive mind later in tonight's monologue, how some people will react to what I'm going to say, which is basically, I feel that this year, 2023, we really need to basically understand that the internet has failed in terms of really exerting any positive results. It's really just helped to spread a lot of disinformation and ignorance, and in that sense, it's been really a failure. The term I'll use is the reactive mind, in the sense that, of course, a lot of reactive minds will react to that.
Well, you know, I could say I'm completely agree with you on the one hand. On the other hand, there's a lot of useful information you can get on the internet. You know, in other words, that's positive in terms of, like, say, physical therapy exercises and stuff, and even stuff. There's if you watch the right information, you can actually get positive information and positive stuff. But at the same time, not when it comes to studying politics or social issues, then it tends to really degenerate, because that's where all the censorship comes in. They're not trying to censor YouTube's on physical therapy. this, but as I say, yeah, it could be a positive construct. There could be positive constructs, and it's not designed to do that. It's designed to perpetrate the status quo.
Thank you. Or make it worse.
It's all about control. And it's like open debate. There's like even Congress is in the situation where they can't, you see, we can't debate things. Yeah. There's no debate in looking at the issues. It's all about the personal, what's in the personal interest of the parties, you know, taking sides. It's like, well, it's all about the benefit of the congressmen themselves. It's not really, they're not trying to help the people. And this is what the internet, it's very political.
Yes. And so the way that I will phrase it will be, of course, the internet as it's structured now. It certainly needs a massive restructuring. Definitely I appreciate what you brought up about January 6th, of course. And it's one of those things I'll go into that. Obviously, it's inescapable because, of course, that anniversary was just Friday. And it's, still haunting us. Obviously, there's a lot of repercussions that are still ongoing. So aside from that, we understand that, one of our own gang stalkers, was a deep state agent in there stripping a police officer of his uniform when he was down, caught on film and now in federal prison. This is the kind of threat that we've been dealing with, you and I on this program, this kind of interference from that kind of deep state agent. It's appalling. So obviously they find us a danger, a threat, just as they did H.P. Lovecraft. Okay, we're going to do our best to. We're more. I think what helps keep us alive is the fact that we do what we do. Show up here for this transmission and let people know we're alive. I mean, so that's an advantage H.P. Lovecraft never had. So there we are.
I've had a long history of doing what I'm doing.
Yes.
And it's...
By the way, Ian West was speaking to Brooke Gibson about why you were so important to him. He did bring up the fact that you dared to bring a camera to go into the MK Ultra vortex, the center of the storm, and on Montauk property, and do what you did. So Ian West says that you've had a profound impact on his life, and that you are the man that he has the deepest respect for. Just wanted you to know that.
Well, that's very nice, and I thank him for that. I went into some territory that people wouldn't, and probably shouldn't go. And this leads me to say something else. And of course, that not only included Montauk and the Montauk base and all that stuff, but it included space-time laboratories at Preston Nichols. Now, there are many people who visited space-time labs and were friends of Preston's or want to be friends of Preston's or actually
pretending to be friends of Preston.
yeah, exactly. But I got more grief for engaging him than those few people who would, I wasn't being patted on the back by anyone. And the only one that really kind of came to my alliance was an Aquino asset. It was a very beautiful woman. And she was sent to devour me.
Wow.
But she didn't succeed. And it's not to say that it didn't leave its scars on me.
Wow.
But those are all gone.
Okay.
It took me a damn long time to figure it out. But be that as it may, that the and this particular woman was an abductee.
Oh, okay.
Regularly taken.
That's bad. Yeah.
It is. It is. I understand it so much more now. Women are a gateway. A woman, any woman, is a gateway between the spiritual plane and the physical plane, because that's how you bring somebody into this realm, is through a woman.
Yes.
So they are a natural gateway between this dimension and the next dimension. And there's a lot of agita that goes on with birthing a child.
Yeah.
A lot of agita, generally speaking. I did meet a woman once, and I couldn't believe how effortlessly her baby passed through her. She was so damn skinny.
Jesus.
Beautiful woman. She said, "Oh, it's no problem. Pop, pop, pop. Don't ask me." But it went smooth.
Mm-hmm.
This is not always the case. But what I was going to say in response to what Ian was saying is that, okay, I'm going into this territory that thou shalt not go. I amused Preston to no end by referring to the area at Montauk, which you could not go, as the forbidden zone after the Planet of the Apes.
Right.
He really got a kick out of that because it was a forbidden zone. But I was going into the forbidden zone in the area of the mental psyche. And at the same time I was going in, I was creating a career for myself as a writer-publisher. Had I not done that, wow, it was an opportunity. And people just didn't understand it. They thought I was, some thought I was, going to lead to my own death. Some people thought I was stirring up stuff. I shouldn't do it. Scared them. Okay, fine. I was uniquely qualified to do this, and I did it. And it's all been relatively wonderful. It's certainly a lot better than if I'd led a corporate life. Not that I was ever really in a position to do that. I could have put myself in had I started early, but it was not something I wanted to do.
Right.
Because one of the problems with people who succeed in corporate life, I'll give you an example. I was with a colleague / partner of mine who worked for AT&T, and we went to visit his old. He'd left AT&T earlier to go do his own company, and we went back to visit one of his old colleagues because we were seeking business. And all this guy could do was just praise and envy his old colleague for going out and doing what he was doing on his own.
Wow.
He was so envious. In other words, we didn't really talk any business at all. This guy was just enamored of his old colleague for going out and not working for AT&T anymore. Even though it was a good salaried position. In other words, he felt like what he was doing was a bunch of bullshit. Mm-hmm. And many people working at AT&T then were doing a bunch of bullshit. And they let go a lot. AT&T was the god of the phone company. I mean, this is after the breakup.
Yeah.
It was after the breakup. But they had such an infrastructure of so much inherent wealth. This is even after the breakup, AT&T itself. It was like they didn't have competition. That's why they got broken up.
Yeah.
But they still didn't have competition.
True enough, yes.
And what we were particularly, I guess, interested in and involved with, but not, I mean, it sounds like we're involved with, like we're moving and shaking the world. No, we weren't doing that. We were the involved with the, trying to get a little chunk of business. But basically, AT&T had invented the computer as, I'm not saying it invented the German computer, but it invented computer technology to manage the phone system.
Right.
In other words, your evolving phone system is evolving with technology that eventually evolves into a computer. And this became what was known as the Unix system.
Interesting.
Which was then, what's the word? Borrowed and appropriated to create, the systems we have today.
Ah, okay.
Because they had a much superior system to IBM, right, and the old DOS system with Bill Gates, which was just an abomination. The problem with AT&T, they had an efficient machine, but they didn't know how to market it. Mm-hmm. And Bill Gates was much smarter or calculating than, say, Apple or AT&T, because he let everybody license their software and create all sorts of software. So his operating system became the de facto operating system in the business world. And AT&T had a superior system, but there was no software for it, minimal software for it. It was an efficient system, but not that many people knew it, and they didn't know how to market it. With a phone, you don't have to market because everybody needs a damn phone.
Yes.
Everybody didn't need a computer. And with all the money, and they didn't know how to market. They knew how to market a phone because a phone is a phone. Hey, I need a phone. Okay. And for people who don't know this, when I was young, your parents would get a phone, and we had two phones, which was kind of a luxury.
That's true. Yes.
Because we had a phone in the kitchen, which was a wall phone. Yeah. And we had a phone in my father's bedroom because he was on 24-hour call. Yeah. He had to have a phone. Because he'd call up and say, we need you to report to, this Derek at such and such to, gauge for oil, It's a petroleum engineer. So he had to be on 24-hour call. When they needed him, they needed him. And so we had two phones. And sometimes it was nice to go, into my parents' bed and sit there and talk on the phone. If I wanted to lay down while I talked on the phone.
Cool.
It was, if I did, I don't remember doing it that much. But sometimes I did. I don't remember having long conversations on the phone. Yeah. So and then if you would have a choice to have a colored phone, that was a luxury. We did not have a colored phone because it would cost 50 cents extra. Or 25, whatever it was. I think 50 cents extra. Uh-huh. So, you get your bill for, $10 or whatever. Instead, it's going to be $10.75 or whatever. So my parents did not opt for the colored phone. Oh. But I think they also inherited the phones that were in the house, in the second house.
Interesting.
We might have had a colored phone I don't remember. And we might have had a colored phone in our last house, but what the hell? But it was like a colored phone was like a luxury. And then, of course, there was the Princess phone, which was its own thing. But you couldn't go out and buy a phone.
My mother loved those Princess phones. Go on.
Yeah, you could. A phone was a phone, but you had to go to AT&T and they would bring you the phone. And generally, they brought you the phone they wanted to bring. And I mean, you could ask for a phone and they would service your phone. They would take care of your phone. You didn't get repair bills. They maintain the phone. So, in other words,
what a
the
different
point
world.
was,
Go on.
yeah, they controlled this. They had a monopoly, and they didn't have competition. Then, so what they did was they wasted so much money on unsuccessfully marketing. They could have bought the company which is in digital equipment for all the money they wasted on marketing. And if they bought digital equipment, they would have had a computer company that actually was a computer company. They could have inserted their computers into it, and they would have just used the marketing channels there. But they didn't, because they didn't know any better, because you have this huge behemoth that never had to be, what's the word, entrepreneurial or innovative. Mm-hmm. And that was the, tragedy of a industrial giant not knowing what the hell it's doing. Then again, they could, make a sexy Merlin phone, which they used to have. It was a very sexy phone. It was the best phone. And we had an relatively early in the 80s, what was a cordless phone.
Yes.
But those cordless phones were expensive, convenient, but they didn't last very long.
That's right.
Because the batteries sucked.
Yes.
And nowadays, I have a cordless phone because I have a landline, a Uniden phone. And when the batteries go out on that, instead of buying a whole new phone, you go down to Target or something and you buy batteries, and you exchange the batteries, and the phone will last forever till the batteries run out in 10 years, 15 years. You replace the batteries again. But that's been taken care of. The other point I want to bring up before I depart,
yes,
is when we talk about this Montauk stuff and actually doing something, which I actually did, and it doesn't apply to just Montauk. I know Joe Matheny had this stuff happen with Ong's Hat. But when you create a scenario, and it can even be everybody wants to insert themselves into the theater, into the theater of what's been created. And of course, the Montauk Project is basically coming out of the mind of Preston Nichols. But because it's his story, but it taps into other people. It creates a scenario that took place that you can't document exactly,
right?
Because it's a meme, it's a story, and there's something that happened there, for sure. We've proven that. But people want to insert themselves into the theater of the meme. Yes. And I've said this about the crucifixion, is that if you counsel people, regress them, you'll find out that the great majority of them were there, and some of them were on the cross itself.
Yeah, of course.
Too many people. They insert themselves into a story.
Yes.
And I never understood this, because I think some people will say, well, okay, gee, maybe this makes me significant or important because I was there. I was Napoleon. I was Napoleon's adjutant. I was Napoleon and you were Josephine, or whatever. Cleopatra was a common one. And when you say this, it inflates your opinion of yourself. But to me, it's like it's such falsity that it's like, why would I do this?
Thank you.
Why would I do this? Because when I do this, it's like lying to yourself.
Of course.
You can entertain it and say, well, maybe I was because of this, Y, and Z. Or maybe, yeah. And it's like, it just shoots you out the window. And I've had so many people that will insert themselves into some of the scenarios that I've written about because it gives them a sense of identification.
Yes.
And it's like,
what's sad?
it's sad, but it's also like sort of parasiting.
Yes, of course.
It's parasitism. And there was this one individual I mentioned before who wrote to me and had the audacity to say, that he was a friend of Radu's and Radu Cinema. And I wrote to Radu actually and sent him I don't know if he sent him a copy of the letter. And I told him, he says, I don't know this person. That was when I had sort of a running dialogue with him to a certain extent. He went out of his way. And there was another person I asked him about, and he denied any connection with this person. And it's like, and this guy's like, why is he doing this? Actually, he had a go-between write to me, a go-between in Portugal, who was a very nice man, who was American living in Portugal. He had his own, he raised his own eyebrows about this young person. And then when I wrote to him and told him that Radu had, said, no, he does not know him, he had the audacity to tell me, he says, no, you're not in touch with the real Radu. I'm in touch with the real Radu. Well, why didn't the real Radu have you write his books instead of me? Or
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, how could somebody say that and be so stupid and then assert it and then wants me to publish their book?
Yeah, I mean, truly. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, and the whole kind of end phenomena of the book is to reveal, the what's revealed in Transylvania Sunrise. In other words, and basically all he's writing about is books he's read.
Right.
That's really what he's writing about, all these books that he's read. And that doesn't make an author. In other words, and then, I think he was going to, in the next book, reveal who he really was. Who cares who you really are? It's like this exaggerated idea of self-importance.
Thank you.
And it's like, we all need to be important. And, you have X amount of importance when you have a money in the bank and you can go take that money and you have an ID and you can extract money and you can go buy things. That is an importance. It doesn't matter if you're low salaried or high salaried. The fact is you can maintain your survival with that identification process of having an ID, having a bank account, having a car to drive around or enough money to get around if you don't drive a car. These things are very important for surviving in the way that we survive in the society. Yeah. That is importance. Some people have more, I guess what you'd say, wherewithal to buy more things. But we're now living in a society where there's a lot of people with a lot of purchasing power. And the purchasing power is very elusive because it doesn't necessarily buy health, although it might buy quote unquote medical care. It may or may not be good for you, depends on your situation. And this is all so a lot of money can lead to a lot of trouble. But we all need importance. We all have to have importance. Like when you report to a job and you do its task and you're appreciated or not appreciated, that's what your self-importance is about. Not whether you were, Napoleon or Julius Caesar.
Thank you.
And these tremendous ego trips that people can get into, and then it gets worse. And so a tremendous amount of people inserting themselves into something. And one of my friends from the Sea Organization in Scientology, who was very successful, she said to me once that environment enabled people to be something they could never be in regular life. It didn't. That was not her personality. I didn't even know she had high profile positions, because when I knew her, she didn't. But she had very high profile positions that I never knew about. Wow. I learned them later. In other words, she didn't have a big ego. But she learned what she learned and had a very close relationship with Hubbard. And but not a lot of ego. But she's saying, like, yeah, some people would go there and they could exhibit great importance that they never would in any other situation. And I could see that. I was the same way. I wasn't looking to be important. In fact, I thought importance in that organization was a liability. Mm-hmm. Because the more important you were, the more vulnerable you were.
Right.
Generally so. And I was there to learn. I was there to learn exactly what I did learn and needed to learn and wanted to learn. So, yeah, it's like, so, yeah, what is this stuff? Importance. And this is not like that guy who said, my father worked at the Presidio too.
Right.
He wasn't going down that rabbit hole. He was perhaps maybe going down a different rabbit hole.
Yeah, I was about to say, he certainly wasn't saying anything that made any sense.
Well, his father worked there, but so did a lot of people.
Yeah, and the senseless part was not that his father worked there, which is a clear enough message, which anyone is free to share and say, yeah, hey, my father worked there too. But there was nothing that ever came after that. And then it was like his insistence on speaking to me. But like I said, for what reason? It's like, all he came up with was stuff like, I think it was basically, I'm Chinese, I was born in Taiwan, and my father worked at the Presidio, and let's talk. And I would say, about what? And after that, there's just nothing.
Well, I think that, without going into his
neuroses or whatever it might be,
or his connections.
Yes.
I think any person, if two people met, that had been born in Taiwan and worked at the Presidio, it might be interesting if they were just regular people. If he also had the Letterman Army experiment and had been downloaded into a computer as a mind on a computer, then it might have been a lot more camaraderie involved.
Thank you. Thank you.
But he's just not in your league. And as they say, Joe Matheny talked about this with the Ong's hat. And then they'd say, yeah, this is so far out what you're doing. I know, well, this is great. I'm doing this too. And then, he'd find out the person was basically living in their mother's basement with a pair of rabbit ears and a TV, and he was trying to plug into white noise or something. It was really embarrassing.
Oh my God.
You know, when you get down to the, you know, you zoom in, you turn in on Zoom, and you see he's sitting there in the garage on a couple of orange crates.
You know, go on. Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to bring up what Lori Ann Fenton said about James Arthur Yanchik sitting in his garage. It was like she said, "Good God, you know, women are really good at this. They pick up details like that." She said, "Good God, this loser's sitting in his garage, and he'd put himself on camera, and everybody could tell he's in his garage." It was just one of these things that, you know, it's just presentation is important, and but then again, you said that too.
Backgrounds and all of this stuff, and it's. You know, the background can be distracting. It can be interesting. It can make you wonder about things. Yeah. But so be it. These, but yeah, people inserting themselves into some scenario. It's there's still some issues I have to deal with people like that.
Yes, I'm sure.
And it's, you know, you hear an incredible story and it becomes your story.
Yes. You're
going to make it your story.
Yes.
And in my case, I had two incredible stories, Preston Nichols and Radu Cinnabar.
Yes.
They're not my stories. And I don't make them my stories. I have, I guess what you'd say, coincided with the stories and had my own stories within the parameters or close to the parameters in Radu's case. Yes. I haven't been inside the earth in the context in which he writes about.
Yes. But certainly you've been in there in the caves, and that's important.
That's been you know, fun and exciting. And I could be wrong, but I feel all that's coming to a closure.
Okay.
I'm kind of done with it all, but yet I'm going to Romania this summer.
Yes.
For the Dream Workshop, and I think that's going to put a new texture on everything, because it's more about working dreams, and whether that, and I suppose the dreams, I have had a dream to perhaps access that stuff, but I feel disconnected from it. Like, in other words, okay, like I'm letting go of it. Same with David Anderson's technology. It's been so long that I'm letting go of it. Okay. And starting to focus more on, you know, my own life. Not that that's not a part of my life. And sometimes when you let go of something so utterly and completely, then it comes into you.
Yes.
And then it's like, okay, we'll do this. We'll do that. And right now I want to focus on this book.
Thank you.
Which I am focusing on, and because that it lights up things that their work so far either hasn't lightened up, or is not lighting up, or is not predisposed to lighten up. Doesn't mean it can or it won't.
Right.
But it's all, you know, David Anderson's all, what's the word? It's all in the censorship realm.
Yes.
Not to be accessed. The question becomes, well, then why was I allowed so much access to what I do have? Why was I gifted this? That's the question. It's not for no reason. It's great. It's been a great, wonderful download or sharing of knowledge. Yes. To the point where I, you know, went to his special cave, or it's not his cave.
What's the cave he had pointed out? Yes.
Yeah, and I've become a member of Choclavina tribe, and, you know, being part of that, and I'm going to be bringing other people there. Like, what is this all about? Why am I doing it? It just seemed as a natural evolution of my experience. It's interesting, but I begin to lose any attachment to it. because I have no attachment to it. I will find out what it is, what will present itself. I think it's going to be a very exciting year.
Yes, of course.
So anyway, with that, I will retire for the night.
Yes.
And I want to remind people to celebrate the new year and donate to Douglas. I've got, we celebrated my birthday. For those people who'd like to contribute to my birthday, I want you to donate to Douglas on behalf of me. If you want to give me a birthday gift, donate to Douglas because he needs it more than I do, and that would be a gift. It would be a gift. So have a good night, and I'll hopefully connect with you on Tuesday about the book.
Well, certainly. Let's dedicate Tuesday to that, in the sense that I will be trying to call you sometime during the day. Probably we'll get to it sooner rather than later. But what is the best time for calling you?
Who knows?
Okay.
Depends when I'm not sleeping.
Okay.
But you might tell me what your best time is because you're 3 hours behind me.
That's true. I'm 3 hours behind you. So I would think maybe about 3 p.m. my time, 6 p.m. yours, as an approximate, that where, I'll be trying to call you, hopefully. And, around that time,
It might work.
Yeah.
Try and notify me.
Yeah, of course.
But anyway, we'll do it, and I look forward to it.
And before you go, just want you to know that thanks to your encouragement, Todd Zayuski in Canada contributed $100 right at the beginning of the month, which was absolutely what I needed to bridge the 2 months between rent and going to my bank to retrieve my deposit. So wonderful people have been very helpful. A person who's contributed twice from Germany has been Andre Numerschiski or Numerschiski. That's even a challenge, even for me to pronounce. And Aaron Dugan in Australia contributed $14, said he wished it was more, but he was helping me to make rent. Stephen Myers, of course, contributed $75. Wonderful people. I'll give them more credit later, and just incredible people out there that have responded to your call. So thank you so much for your encouragement.
Okay, thanks, and good night to everybody. Bye-bye.
Yes, good night for now. Blessed be. Share our love with Paula. Okay, that's our man, Peter Moon. Don't forget, skybooks.usa.com. Let's give a call to some of these wonderful ladies, see if they're going to be available, and we'll try other people as well. And let's, do what we can here. Okay, give a nice short call to our dear lady, Brooke, and anything deep. It's actually ringing. That's a good sign. If she doesn't answer, I'll poke around. And let's take a look in the chat room again. See what's going on in the live stream. Oh, somebody took care of Triple X Fun for me. Thank God. They hit the sex bot. Thank you, George Knight. George Knight took care of that. Oh my God, I gotta reinstate Brooke as a moderator. And hopefully I can get some of the lads to talk for a bit, and then I'll take over. Says Brooke is unavailable. I'm not surprised. Let's try some of the others. Now, Amy Camus seems to be active. Okay, let's give her a kind of nice little try.
Hello?
Oh, dear lady, I saw that you were active. On Skype, it registers you as active. Maybe you need to learn to render yourself invisible or something of that. Is it okay to call you right now for a few minutes?
Yeah. I told you I could do like a half hour because I really don't have to get up early,
Okay.
but I am really tired.
Understood.
But the other thing is I know that you like to have somebody on the call all night. And
I don't have to really. Certainly not tonight. Tonight I'm just going to be monologuing. But I definitely wanted to, take some time to refresh myself. Most certainly. By the way, what is that a photograph of?
You really can't see, but I'm floating down the Clark Fork River in Montana.
Oh my God! No, we can't even tell. I don't know what that is. I thought it was a swan. But of course, you're that beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes.
This years ago too. My friend was pregnant and we were doing like the last float before she was going to be busy for a while, and she took that picture, and I never did that ever again. So
Wow.
I know, it was one of those times where I was like, this is something I'm probably never going to do ever again. But I love that.
Did you really? Wow.
Yeah, it's me in an inner tube on a rope swing.
Oh my God. It is impossible at that distance to even see what it is. It honestly, it's hard to identify that as even a human being. It's just...
this is why I'm contacting you. I need a new style.
Yes.
I need a new profile picture. I need somebody to help me with my makeup.
Oh my God. Okay. We'll certainly see what we can get inspired to do, and you're definitely I'm sure we can do something. But by the way, I'm making a call to about 5 other people, so we'll see if we can get half a dozen on. I highly doubt that. Anyone for you to bounce off. Yeah.
Awake.
What's that, honey?
We'll find out who's super awake.
Yes, we'll find out who's awake. Well, it's amazing how many people are awake at this time. And, in a worst case scenario, I'll try and give Brooke another call. I feel guilty about it, but nevertheless, I get over my guilt pretty quickly. And the real Ian West
Hey guys,
joined
what are y'all
us.
up to?
Oh, well, did you send me a message
Oh, shit.
earlier?
Hold on. Damn it. Oh, God damn it. You guys there?
Yeah, yes, we're here. We're here. And
George?
How are you doing?
yeah, us. And somebody entered something in chat. George Knight says he'll drop in 10 minutes. So we can hold on till then. And of course, what I'll do is just impishly, I can't help this, impishly I'll try and call Brooke Gibson again. I don't expect her to answer, but it's one of those things that, of course, it's like peanut butter and jelly. If you have Ian West on, without Brooke Gibson, you just don't have that chemistry. And
Saga stops right there.
I doubt she's going to come on, but maybe when she hears Ian's voice, she can't resist. We never know. People are motivated by strange things. And
Well, we had a good time. I'm on like a little 20-minute dinner break, so this is good.
a 20-minute dinner break. Are you at work, you said?
Yeah.
Are you working from home?
No. I'm at the theater.
Oh, and this has to do with construction or something like that? You're building the stage?
Yeah, we got another show coming in tomorrow in the morning, so we got to get rid of the ballet show.
Okay. Well, that's cute. And so that being said, our lovely Amy Como, Como. I'm speaking with Amy Como, and she has this photograph. What do you think that photograph is in her Skype? Take a look at her Skype photo. What do you make of that? What does that look like to you?
Oh, is that like a tree swing over a lake?
Well, better than what I thought. I thought it was a swan. Yes, it's incredible. Yes, she's definitely got this pose. I presume that's your arms over your head holding aloft a sword?
No, it's a
tree swing.
Oh my God. Let Amy.
I'm trying to keep the inner tube underneath me.
I'm sorry. What?
So I'm on a tire tube, like an inner tube.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to keep it underneath me because the Clark Fork is really fast.
Okay.
It's like it just swooshes you along. That's why people float it.
Okay.
But yeah, obviously you can't see it enough to know what it really is. And the big deal about it is it's such a you can see the mountains in the background. But I guess if you're not on Skype.
Yeah. So I mean, so she's like But you're somehow maintaining yourself on the inner tube. This long stick thing. How does it do that? How does it help you stay on the inner tube?
So there's a spot on the river
Okay.
where the trees hang over the river,
Okay.
and somebody went up there and tied a rope.
Oh, okay.
So we had to like paddle over to the side, grab the rope. She got set up on the side of the bank and took a picture of me while I was floating along, holding on to the rope so I didn't get out of the frame.
Okay. So
It was a day on the river.
right, then later you let go of the rope so you could be swished forward, right?
Right. We were just floating down the river. Like
Okay.
we were out there like 7 hours or something.
Got it.
And you know, we had like different things, like her baby daddy had a big old mattress, which was brilliant. I wish I had the air mattress while we were out there. But
wow. Yeah.
And then there was another, like she had this really fancy fishing one where like you could sit upright and you weren't really in the water.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I do need to ask this out of decency. Ian, if this is your dinner break, do you need to eat? Are we preventing you from eating?
No, I'm smoking a cigarette watching all these fucking idiots fucking kill themselves. I'm good.
Are you sure? So will you be able to bounce off with Amy for a few minutes while I refresh myself?
Yeah. I'll talk to Amy for a minute, but try to make it back in like less than 10. All right.
Okay, I'll try. But hopefully George Knight will drop in 10 minutes, and then hopefully George Knight will relieve Ian West, and then you have George Knight to talk to for a few minutes till I get back. I think it'll work out just fine. And my love to both of you for accommodating me, and thank you so much. And okay, so by the way, so Ian, you can tell Amy about whatever experience you might have with inner tubes. while I refresh myself.
All right. Yeah, go do your thing. Hurry back. Okay, cool. How are you doing, Miss Amy?
I'm pretty good. And
right.
I'm so glad you came on, Ian. I was cruising because I've been trying to sell this property that I'm in. And so I tend to like cruise for other properties that I might get into when I leave this property. So I was looking, and the guy who just put a new transmission in my truck, it turns out that this giant old manor house next to him is up for sale. And I was looking through the pictures, and I'm going to send you the picture, and you're going to love it. Did I do it? Did you get it? Is it in the thing?
No, I don't see it. Let me send you my, let me see if I can send you my email address.
No, it's in Douglas's. Son of a biscuit. Never you mind.
Yeah. But here, let me give you my email.
No, I want it to be so that it's just, wait, I just got to put it in the chat with everyone, not just Douglas. That was my problem. I was in the wrong. So this manor house is like notorious for being sketchy. Like it's a huge old Victorian house. It's up for sale every couple years. Nobody ever stays there. They try to have these businesses, and the businesses all fail. And then did you see what I was talking about?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you love it?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, that's a fucking a once in a lifetime find right there.
Isn't that crazy? Now, so because I saw, and for all the listeners out there, this giant manor house on the Highgate, next to the Highgate Falls in Highgate Springs, Vermont. It has a tunnel. There's a tunnel in the property. And of course, because I've been listening to Ian, I was like, I'm definitely going to bring this up. Ian's going to hear about this one. And so these are never going to load. I'm sending you maps that I made with the LiDAR tech.
Oh, nice.
Into this.
You know about LiDAR?
I have been crazy about it since Douglas was talking about yours.
I thought I was the only one.
No, I love mapping. I just think that stuff because he was talking about it and said you can't find any information on it. And I was sort of in that same realm where I was like looking and looking, and I couldn't, nobody really had anything to say that was useful in any way. But lately there's been like these new things popping up. I just found, there's a guy who has a Google Drive share with how to do modeling with radar data. But the drive share is based on data from England. So it's not like you can look at it, it's like a how-to, but it's basically telling you how to download the Scots or the areas of England. You can get that data, which is it's like not like a link that's going to help you try to look for Florida.
Yeah, no, I was trying to get the LiDAR readouts from Disney World, but they're anal about that. Just like super fucking anal.
How, like, you can't, like, how did you locate that they had, like, did you go to the state? Like, did you go to a mapping service?
No, I went to ArcGIS. ArcGIS, the software, the mapping software company. It's more for like it's more for archaeologists and shit like that.
Right.
But no, they're stingy with it. We'll put it like that.
So yeah, I know what you're saying. Like they don't like it's sometimes you think it's going to help. Like I signed up for this webinar to like learn how to use the LiDAR imaging for the state of Vermont. And of course I like make this big effort to join their webinar, and then like I can't log in. Like nobody sent me any information to get into the conference call. So all I got was like whatever came afterwards.
Hey, Amy, your signal is breaking up. It's getting real choppy.
You know, like,
I don't know if it's just my phone, but
after their conference, I can move the hotspot up into the window, but sometimes it does that here. We don't. That's the other reason that I don't usually.
Whatever you're doing now, it sounds good.
Better. I just moved the phone that collects the signal, so maybe that'll. Yeah, I'm looking for I'm sending you something to your email now.
Cool.
I don't know if I have all kinds of stuff, but I don't know. Oh, look, here's George. Hello, George. Are you there? This is Amy.
Hello, Amy. Good morning and good evening. Can you hear me now?
Hey, Chief. How are you doing?
Hello, Amy. Hello, Ian West. Very good to speak to you both.
Did you have fun the last episode? Was that a hoot or what?
It always is. Thank you, Lee.
That was a genius move of me. Whenever the Joe Ty's emergency signal was going off, and I was like, "It's Q. It's Q."
Oh, I just kept laughing my head off. That was so funny. But it's always comical to listen to you, Ian. You really are a treasure. I really appreciate having you on the show. It really is. It just brings out a lot of joy in joy myself, and I think a lot of viewers as well. But Amy, it's wonderful to have you on the show.
Yeah, did you hear we were going on about the LiDAR tech, and I found some instructions on how to download and 3D model LiDAR, but it's only in England.
Yeah,
it's it's like the data that you can get in England.
Oh, I see. Got you. I see. Did you want me to have a look it up or anything for you, Amy? Is there anything you want me to do?
It's only for people in England. Like, I'm really interested in finding out about what's underneath the ground over here.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
It
yeah.
wouldn't really. It's never gonna work. It's not great.
Yeah, Ian,
Yeah.
what was that you mentioned that you wanted me to? It was beginning with C, if I can remember. Was it beginning with the company name?
Are you talking about the oh shit, what was it? I just got another video for it. Serco.
It's Serco. Yeah, it's spelled with C, isn't it? Serco.
Yeah. Yeah, I found out that is it's shit. It was Winston Churchill's nephew is running it now. That's I mean, don't quote me on that, but that's what I think the last bit of
Not
Serco.
Leslie. His name's not Leslie, is it? Is that his nephew's name? I know he's got several nephews.
Let me look it up. But yeah, they're starting to fucking bid on government jobs and government practices over here in Florida, and it's fucking everything.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Ian. I do apologise. It's spelled with an S, S-E-R-C-O.
That is correct.
Serco UK in Europe. We deliver services on behalf of central government and range of public sector bodies across defence, justice, immigration, healthcare, and transport. Right, okay. Let me just go on the website itself and just see what it brings up with. Oh, I might apply to go, what's this? What the hell? It's just a gym. the front page is just a gym. Someone cleaning. Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah. I have come across them, Ian, actually. I have seen them around. I have seen the employees about, actually, around healthcare centres and, and hospitals and things like that, and health centres.
Yeah, they're like consolidating all the work, and this company is making a profit off of everyone they hire, and they just flat out ripped off they ripped off England. I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit about it.
It could be a massive contribution to why we are going through this this crisis at the moment, because all the investment is going into them, into this. Are they a subcontractor? Are they a contracted company on behalf of the government? I'm gonna just try and look into it a bit more. It just seems that way.
Basically, yeah. Basically, they're the favoritive over there in England for the government contract company.
Yeah,
sounds about right. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you
for
bringing that to my attention.
I do want to let everyone know I'm still refreshing myself. Thank God George came. Ian, I guess then you're free to leave whenever you have to, but you're welcome to stay as long as you wish.
Yeah, we're all going in. I'll be back in like 30 minutes or so.
Sure. You can check in. I might be monologuing at that point, but definitely check in. And certainly, George, I want you to know that I'm going to be concentrating quite a bit on England today, because I've been doing a lot more research into what happened with the economy over there since Brexit now, and I think a lot of people really haven't been aware just how bad it's been. So I'm going to be using that as an example for some things, basically. So I'll present that later. But in the meantime, like I said, a few more minutes to refresh myself. How many minutes do we have of your company, George, right now?
With myself, Douglas, definitely half an hour. But I'm hoping to go on a bit longer than that.
Okay. So by all means, get started on what you need to talk about now. I'll catch up. I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes, or so. So thank you, both of you, all of you. Now that Ian's gone, I want to thank him too, of course. And, definitely. Okay, Amy and George, take it away. I'll be right back. All right? Thank you.
Yeah, take your time, Douglas.
Bless you. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, and Ian's just dropped out. And Amy, so how have you been? Did you have a wonderful weekend this weekend just past?
Yeah, I'm not really I don't really go out and do things so much. Like, I know that you were talking about like going out to the bar, and like everybody was at the bar.
Yeah.
It's just like one of those where you're just, everybody had something to complain about. I really don't do that here, only because it's such a small community.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not worth it. It's the same people all the time. So
it's all the same everywhere. I think even in this country, it's all the same. It's the same people that, you know, that are frequent in these bars, and then they're all complaining about the same thing. You know, it's just just somewhere where they can all converse and they can all just complain and moan about everything in their lives and blame everyone else. So yeah, not really.
I think there's definite value to that, but when you make it like your go-to, it's just no good. Like it's easy to fall into that routine, and I'm really just not in a place where it's really like, I've been in places that are super fun and like you want to be out every night, you want to go see your friends perform music, or I don't know, when I was living in the Pacific Northwest, like there was all these outdoor recreational things that I didn't, like I didn't understand that, like I wasn't going to get to do that as much if I went back east where I am now in borderlands, Vermont. But no, I had a pretty good weekend. I went and met up with one of my friends when I was little, has a business with her brother now, and they do maple syrup, which is sort of like a tourist trap thing in Vermont. Maple syrup is a big thing, but
absolutely, yeah.
We're coming into that season where they'll be making new maple syrup. So I was trying to get some of the old maple syrup to give out as gifts.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen her in a long time, so I got to hang out with her, and it's so ridiculous that we don't see each other because we live on the same lake and there really isn't anybody else out here. Like it's winter, so like we're some of the winter people who are here. So that was kind of good. Other than that, I really I had a big drive. I drove all day Friday to New Hampshire.
Yeah.
And anytime you have to drive more than 6 hours, there's always like, okay, where am I going to stop? I'm going to go this way and stop here. And so I did some fun stuff too. It wasn't just like, stuff.
Just driving. It does throw you off. It does throw you off, and it puts you back as well when you have to do such a long drive as well. And I do appreciate you sharing that, actually, because as far as I used to be aware of, is maple syrup is seasonal, so that is why it's such a sought after and luxurious equity, because it's only available only certain times a year, because that's when the trees they produce what goes into maple syrup, so that's why it's so expensive. So thank you for sharing that. It's something I haven't come across for a long time.
It's really like a local thing, like it's just like they don't do this in other places.
No, absolutely no. There's nowhere else. That's why it's called Canadian maple.
Right. And like my grandmother had a sugar shack, and it was like a wood-fired evaporator. So like you have to maintain it like throughout a couple weeks, where the weather has to be a certain way for the trees to be giving their sap. Like it has to be cold at night, and then it starts to warm up. But as soon as the trees start to bud, the sap goes off, so you can't.
No, you've got a time frame. You've got to retrieve it. The sap that pours out.
So they stay in sugar shacks for weeks. They're just people who sugar. Of course now it's all automated, and that's the other thing about that kind of is such a drag to like be born at this time and to see like from my grandmother and her brothers and sisters who would make their maple syrup, and then they would have it for their families. Like it would just be like, oh, here's some maple syrup, Merry Christmas. Yeah. But then in the last 20 years, these companies, because the maple syrup itself happens to have like a lot of minerals in it. Yeah. Because it's a sugar, but it's got a lot of other things that actually help you absorb. Like if you're taking a medication and you add that medication to the maple syrup will absorb the medicine faster into your system.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Right?
yeah, I know people used to do that to their children. They used to add a bit of sugar or something to the actual medicine, or the cognitive cocktail, whatever they're going to give to their children.
Right.
And but yeah, as you said, it's that preservative, that sugar preservative that actually helps absorb it. So it's not because of the sweetness, because they can't take it. It's just because it helps the absorbent side of things. So for the medicine to actually react and go into effect. So no, I do appreciate that. Thank you, Amy.
They came up with that, right? Like the whatever doctors, somebody, natural medicine people, they came up with that. And then all these companies showed up in Vermont, bought up large tracts of maple stands, put all their equipment out in the woods. So like you can't just walk through the woods anymore. It's full of these pipelines.
Yes, it's disgusting, isn't it?
Well, and it's like it's mass produced maple syrup and nobody wants that. That doesn't taste good.
Processed. Yeah.
It's not good. And they kill the trees. They try to do it year round. Like they try to tap their trees when the trees aren't producing the sap, and then it drains free of their energy and it kills the tree.
No, thank you. It's just these companies just buy off and they just take advantage of and they monopolize off it. It's just part of that, capitalism, that side of things. So
it's
disgusting, but and then they do it, as you said, they mass production, mass process, and it doesn't taste the way it's supposed to. So it's a shame, isn't it, how it's evolved to that.
Well, and it creates this kind of social dynamic where like people who are from here don't want anything to do with anybody from outside.
Oh no, thank you. That's so true.
You're a tourist and we know it. It's so awful. I hate seeing myself in that place, and yet there's this wonderful thing that happens when you get to share your place with other people, like that's wonderful that somebody can come here from India and take their experience in Vermont back to India.
Exactly.
That's lovely.
Yes.
But I think it becomes like the only thing that is operating in your state when you're like tourist industry is more than 50% of all your business.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's just hard to watch, even it's hard to, I don't know why I'm so upset about it, except that I've lived 7 years and had only like really low end service jobs and no health insurance.
I'm sorry. Go on. Was this your husband? I'm sorry. I just got back. Is it what?
You think I have a husband?
You were talking about low-end service jobs and no health insurance or something like that. I'm sorry, I projected. I usually imagine. Were you trapped in some kind of economic circle like that?
We were talking about maple syrup, and I was talking about how there's a lot of companies that just came in the last like 10 or 20 years and just ruined it for everybody.
Yes.
Like it used to be like a really wonderful experience in the spring and mud season. You can't really go anywhere, so you just go to the sugar shack and you boil sap until it turns into maple syrup, and then it's over with in a couple weeks. And George was saying, "Yeah, I heard that." And then I just
and
I was just complaining.
so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Mark H onto the call. I thought I had dialed him earlier, but I guess not. Let's see, and this will be to just balance things out for a few minutes while I try to stabilize my situation. It's like one of those things like you have a spill or something and you're just trying to take care of this. Mark H, why isn't he in my favorites? I know he's in my favorites, so I'll have to look him up, make certain to get him up here. And in terms of maple syrup, how did you... it says creating your shiny new conversation, updating, weird shit. Invite Skypes. Now, hopefully this doesn't hang us up. If so, I'll just reestablish the call. It threw me back on add people, and then, it's just Skype's acting weird. They must have just recently, upgraded it, quote unquote, and it's a new program. But in terms of, for some reason, Mark, who told us he's available, I guess that's why I didn't add him on, he's not showing up. whatever happened to him? This is very bizarre. So if I look up H, see if he comes up. But we certainly want to Mark H. Now, okay, Mark, call in and I can merge you into the call. So let's try this. Call in so I can merge you into the call. Call in so I can merge you into our call. Please. And aside from that, so obviously this is like a something that you did with, because it's the industry of your area, and somehow it's changed radically. It's changed radically from what it used to be. This is what you're telling us, yes?
I just think like everything, it was sort of pushed into this realm of commercialism where like if
fuck you. Okay, this is like fuck you, god damn this thing. Okay, so I just clicked the merge call. It's not working. Okay, call again, Mark. For some reason it's just not working. Keep calling. Or did he join us?
You did.
Okay, good. So it did work. Jesus Christ, that was frustrating. I have no idea what's going on with Skype, but somehow you are in my list of contacts, but you are knocked out of my favorites somehow, which I did not do. And somehow I can't contact you through that. And yet you're still up there among my favorites on the list, but somehow you're not showing up on the call thing. So it's all very confusing, and hopefully this settles with whatever Skype is doing. Other than that, glad to have you with us, because we certainly need it, because, I'm just trying to take care of some things in the background. George Knight seems to have some time with us, and that's good. We want Amy to go to bed as soon as she feels the need to. So now that these two gentlemen are here, honey, just do me a favor. Anytime you want to drop off, just drop off. The call should maintain between these two gentlemen. That's if I'm not back yet. But otherwise, maybe I'll be here. It depends on the situation as it develops, which is just too mundane to even describe to people. It would just be kind of like it would degrade the conversation. What is the what are these pictures you're sending us, honey? So these pictures you're sending us, Amy?
Those were Ian, because
No,
Ian
it's you.
has
It's you, honey.
No. The picture is of this house that I found that has a freaking tunnel in it. And then the maps are around that that's for sale.
Oh, so you were showing this to Ian. Did he see it?
Yeah. I hope so. I tried. I totally was looking at it just for him, because it had I was scrolling through the photos, because it's this beautiful Victorian mansion house that nobody's ever in. It goes up for sale every couple of years. Uh-huh. And then I was scrolling through the pictures, and I never heard that it had a tunnel underneath it. And there it is in the picture. There's the tunnel in the thing.
This is definitely.
And so I wanted LiDAR.
Yeah.
So I was looking with the mapping service, the LiDAR mapping service that's provided through the state of Vermont. And I was kind of playing with it to get some information as far as like what can I tweak up in the contours, and with there's just so many different options with the imaging.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm surprised you're that sophisticated with the, this may sound stupid, but I mean, I wouldn't be doing that. I mean, if I saw something like that, I wouldn't be able to like go around tweaking images, kind of like, getting them at higher resolution and all that stuff. It's just not something I normally do. So I'm impressed. So you seem pretty handy with the computer. And aside from that, let's welcome Mark H. and introduce him. Now, I can't remember whether or not I formally introduced George Knight to Amy Como, but I do believe they seem to get along. So apparently, did I do that, George?
Yes, you did, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Mark H., this is the lovely Amy Como, who lives up in your neck of the woods, in the extreme northeast, kind of your neck of the woods. And she has a history of relocating a lot, but she seems to have found her kind of stable space right now, and is now trying to get rid of this lake where people are constantly ice fishing and falling into the thin ice, and and kind of like in that movie, Stephen King's, Johnny Scorn was the character. I can't remember the novel name, but the kid falls under the ice and he's swimming under the ice and nobody can rescue him. Can't remember. But anyhow, reminded me of that. She's always worried that that'll happen. So Mark H., this is Amy. And Amy, this is Mark.
Thanks, Douglas. Hey, Amy. Amy, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually pretty familiar with your area because I have family down there and I was born down there.
That's awesome.
That's
I was listening to your. No, I was just listening to your going off about the Vermont maple syrup, and yeah, we've had some experiences with the maple syrup here as well. It's very important. Your syrup over there is very important to us.
You're just in such a congested area. I don't even know like how many places you would even have left with maple trees, but we have plenty of barren space up here still. We still have lots of rural areas that are untouched. So
that's incredible. And you're so fortunate. And it's amazing that since that was one of the first places that was obviously colonized, how much they left untouched. So that's remarkable. That being said, now our man George, we hope to have some time with him. What about yourself, Mark? How much time do we potentially have with you? How are things going for you time-wise?
Going well, Douglas. I can stick around for a while.
Okay.
I don't have anything right away. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So, so with George, when it comes to Brexit, certainly, like I said, I'll go raving off on this later, and I'll get to the point where I'm shouting about it because the situation I feel is just so extreme that I can't understand. I think the most offensive thing of all, of course, is Rishi Sunak, and I don't even know if I'm getting his name right, but just the maddening aspect of that personality is his constant grin, and the situation is so dire. Just so people know, one of the things I'll be pointing out is that the National Health Service, which I looked into because of course, Sarah's own background in that, it's just been so devastated since the drop in the economy by 10%, which is, I'll explain the significance of that. It may not sound like much, but it's astronomical, and the end result has really impacted response. And so when it comes to emergent response to people calling ambulances, it's gotten to the point where they have officially stated that, as approximated, that basically they can't respond anymore. The ambulances are simply not responding. So the end result is many people are simply calling ambulances and they don't come. And so the people are just dying. And what they've calculated as approximated it is 500,000 people are dying every day simply because the ambulance cannot pick them up. Okay, this is 500,000 people dying a day because the ambulance doesn't arrive. Britain at this point is in a state of something approaching anarchy. It's very bad. So I'll try and push that through to people as just to how bad that is. But the worst of it all is, and I'll explain it, is that Rishi Sunak is just smiling through all of this because he's basically was educated in Harvard as an MBA, and he feels that this is all like cutting the deadwood. This is cutting the deadwood. He truly believes this. A lot of people don't understand that this man is a fanatic, that he truly believes in a certain libertarian, capitalist libertarian. This is the idea that the Americans had if the true libertarian reactionaries, the ultra-right, got in power. This is what they wanted in America, but that's what he's able to realize in England, because so he's not even really an Englishman because he's educated in America. So, but now he's imposing American dreams on England, and this is the result. And these people should be taking him out and skinning him alive. And he's just beyond evil. So this is what we're dealing with. It's just horrific. But that being said, please, by all means, the three of you get back into speaking for several minutes, and I'll just listen for a while and keep an eye on the situation with the leak that I'm dealing with, and I think altogether it'll all work out fine. Other than that, yes, wherever you were at. I mean, we haven't heard from you in a long time, Mark, of course. So just a brief catch up on how things have been going for you, please.
No, things have been going great, Douglas, and thanks for asking me that. Just kind of getting acclimated into, the new job, new position, and that's pretty much it. Really, just trying to get myself stabilized, and trying to start a couple new things, and maybe a side gig or something like that. But also trying to, I'd like to start a couple new hobbies. I'd like to learn a couple new instruments, and I'd like to try to learn the piano because I've always wanted to learn that for a very long time. So that's pretty much all that's going on. Nothing much else.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that's I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it's news, but it's not, shocking news or necessarily significant in terms of too life-changing, but definitely a new job is always life-changing. I mean, is there any aspect of your job that you feel would be interesting enough or to relate, or is it just something you'd rather not talk about?
No, it's like I would talk about it. It's just so I took a position where, it's a little different, and I definitely took a financial cut, and it was sort of a risk. Considering it is a casino anyway, you might as well take a risk.
Of course.
So it's pretty much really just kind of banking on the fact that of the opportunity that I could possibly have with we got our area is legalized sports betting, so we're really kind of thinking that's probably going to take off. So we're actually and then where I'm at is actually going to be merging into that department. So I'm kind of just really hoping this is an opportunity to grow even more with where I'm at right now.
Wow, I mean, definitely appreciate it. And so aside from that, so everyone knows, Dear Brooke is just we're trying to get her used to a new schedule because we definitely don't want to impact her health, and we want her to go to bed earlier, and then hopefully she's going to be looking for a job. Not that that I'm trying to admonish her in some way, but she said so herself, and that way things will stabilize. And ever since, she definitely stopped her last job in sales simply because it was killing her, and I can understand that. But so all of that aside, back to all three of you. George, you were going to say something, of course, when I came in. You were talking to Amy about the maple syrup, and that led to... I'm sorry. Oh, yes, you were talking about the taxes, the low-end service jobs. I mean, so how did that relate, Amy?
Yeah, I think I was just griping about, being in this area and having history here, having, generations of my family being from here and watching just people come in and take over, and it's sad seeing people that I know are also from here also have their families who have been here forever, and having the same situation where there's tourist industry jobs, they're part-time, they're seasonal, you don't get health insurance, and we just do it. It's, the people who never left, never had another experience living outside of this area, they're just not in any great shape. It's this economy. It's just terrible. I would like to hear from George, about what it must be like. He's Indian, isn't he? Your prime minister is Indian.
Ethnically.
No?
Yes, Amy. I'm glad you brought him up because I just wanted to say a few things about him, actually, because he has actually pledged that he's going to ban all illegal immigrants from entering, either crossing the channel, or he's going to just deport them all. And I just wanted to express the extent of the situation, the dire straits situation in the UK. That they are now, this has been going on for several years now, but the fire brigade services are trained as first responders because the ambulance services aren't reaching the patients or the people who are needing health assistance. They're not responding to them quick enough. So the fire brigade services are actually trained as first responders because they'll get to them quicker than the ambulance service. So most people, they don't call the ambulance services, they actually call the fire brigade instead, because they'll get to them quicker. Because inside every town centre there is a fire brigade. There is a fire brigade station where fire brigade trained personnel are actually trained in first aid or first responders, and they can actually get to the person, the patient, before the ambulance service does. Because a lot of these ambulance services, they're just they're stationed out in the outskirts of towns in industrial outputs, industrialized states. So you know, if they're not at our hospital, which are in other towns. So this is the extent of the situation in the UK, and that was something that my wife explained to me, because she has a friend who's in the fire service, emergency services, and he is trained in first responding to patients. So yeah, Douglas, I just wanted to relay that. That's very important for people to understand. And yeah, there's a video actually on YouTube. It was presented by one of either the Guardian or the Times, of Rishi Sunak at a homeless shelter, giving out food to the homeless. And one young man was talking to him, saying about he used to study in business. And Rishi Sunak asked a question, "Oh, are you in business?" And the homeless man responded with, "No, I'm homeless." And what an idiot.
Thank you.
And then this is just like, they just ridiculed Rishi Sunak for that. It just shows you, he is, like Douglas said, he is literally out. As he presented in this first interview when he was a young man, when he just post-graduated from Harvard University, he said that he has no poor friends. Yeah. He has no working class friends. Yeah. Everyone he knows is rich. And so this man is pure diabolical evil. Yeah. I can go on and on, Douglas, actually, if you want me to carry on, but I can go on
as much as you like. And all of you, feel free to join in. I mean, this is a person who deserves to at least be virtually assaulted. If we can't do it physically, we can at least do it virtually here. And
during the pandemic, you know, what I'm talking about is the lockdown side of things, because, of course, we are still technically in a pandemic. And just so people are aware, the American Army Navy flu, what people know as the Spanish influenza pandemic, lasted for decades. Yeah. It lasted for decades, which is why the fascisti, the Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, trained every one of their people to perform the ad occlusio, so they didn't press the palms and they didn't contract germs and diseases by pressing against the flesh. Yeah. So it lasted for decades. And it's the same with COVID. It's still extending, it's still thriving out there in the world right now. And people are contracting it every single day in the thousands. People don't even realize it. And this is what I remember, the maddening comments I was hearing from people around me when they activated the furlough scheme in the UK. This is February 2020. They activated Rishi Sunak, who was the Chancellor of the Conservative Party ministry. He was, and he activated this, and they were copying the Dutch. People were saying he should be prime minister. This man should be prime minister because he activated the furlough scheme. They said, this is a wonderful scheme. You get 80% of your salary without going to work, and the 20% is the taxes. And I was like, this is just ridiculous. They're just copying everyone else. Yeah. They're copying all the Scandinavian countries. The people, you know, what they do is they used to copy everything. The Scottish would do first, and then the British would do second. But the Scottish were getting it from the Europeans, and then the Scottish will implement it, and then the British would do it last. And they say, oh, this is a wonderful idea. And it's like, no, they're just copying everyone else, because it is it's a scheme that actually works. Yes. And they were just copying every ingenious proposition that the Europeans were doing. The Scotch would then implement it, and then the British would copy last. And so people were saying this man should be prime minister. He's so wonderful. And that was back 2 years ago in 2020. And that was just so maddening, because I understood the extent of the situation back there. It was absolutely, it was maddening. I just wanted to share that. That was just a personal experience.
Thank you.
Going back 2020, 2 years ago. Well, 3 years ago now. Beg your pardon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these people have been with us for so long, and they just do damage. This is all they do, and so when it comes to something like, and I'll get into this later too. The say, for instance, that idiot who is actually a British citizen or was for a long time, that Andrew Tate. I mean, one of the things that I noticed he was doing really alarmed me was that I learned most of this from Brendan Zogit in a long talk with him. And Brendan Zogit, sadly enough, I mean, very important and helped me out a lot. But at the same time, Brendan Zogit was almost seduced by this individual, just kind of like, he made fun to a degree of Hustler University, which this Andrew Tate started, but it's almost as if Brandon had gone through the course. He knew so much about what this guy was saying and everything, that the way this guy is teaching young men to approach life. And one of the things that this Andy Tate kept saying was, don't own a home, don't get into real estate, just rent, and you're free to leave anytime you want. And that real estate is dead. And I said, look, the guy just knows for a fact that all the older people are dying. The young people are going to inherit the homes, and because they won't have enough money to maybe upkeep or maintain them, they might listen to this idiot and just let the property go, and vultures like him are just going to swoop in and buy it all up. That's what he's basically telling them, to all rent apartments so he can go in and just do that. So it's just incredible to me, the predatory nature of these people out there, taking advantage of all of these the chaos in society right now caused by people like Rishi Sunak. I mean, by the way, am I getting that fucker's name right?
Yes, it is Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I keep trying to forget. Yeah, but anyhow, everyone, do go on. What else does come to mind? I don't know if this brings up anything to something you might be seeing, Amy, and just let us know. Not that I'm trying to get rid of you at all. I'd be happy to have you the rest of the night, but just let us know when you feel that it's time for you to go.
Yeah, pop in and say, it's screwing up I'm fostering this cat, and she thinks that it's time to go outside now. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Good night. Thank you for entertaining me all this time, Douglas. I've been watching you forever. Thank you. I will listen during the daylight hours, which is when I usually do.
Yes. And by the way, honey, I hope you don't mind my calling you again on Wednesday at opening hour time. Do you?
You can call. I'm in a transition place, so I don't know when I'm going to be available. It's all interesting how things work out, but if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I'll catch you another time when I have service.
Yes, I'll try and call you privately sometime as well. Now, okay. You say you're in a transition place or space or both? Like a transition period in life or a transition location?
I mean, all those things. Okay. The phone that I'm using to get on my phone is actually somebody else's phone he's going to take it back. Okay. And I don't know when that's going to happen. So, I mean, right now it works, but otherwise I'm going to have to go somewhere to use a phone at night.
Wow. Okay.
To get the Wi-Fi. Do you know what I mean?
I hear you. My God. Well, definitely, you're in my prayers, and best wishes to your cat.
It's not mine. Again, the phone and the cat go to the same person.
Jesus.
But thank you for having me on, and it is nice to hear of what is really happening, boots on the ground in England, and what the general sentiment is over some of the nastiness that you can't really ignore. You can't ignore it.
Thank you. And it's all connected. So, love you dearly beyond expression. You have a blessed night. Okay, if she hangs up and the phone call ends, I'll reestablish it between us three. Blessed be, dear Amy. Everybody solid good night. Okay.
I think she's dropped.
Okay, there we are. Bless her heart. So that means it's let me see. It looks like she's still there. Oh no, she's gone. There we are. So with all of us here, the three of us for now. So go on, George. You said you had some things to talk about. Of course, by all means, go on. And anything else that comes to your mind? The situation, of course, being as dire as it is, I presume that there's other things to bring up as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you. I did actually mention to my colleague on Friday, Eric, my work colleague friend. I mentioned, I said, "What's your impressions of Andrew Tate? Have you heard of him?" And he had to stop and think for a second. Then he goes, "Oh yeah, I did watch an interview with him actually." And I said, "Yeah, what's your impressions of him?" And he expressed it like this. He goes, "He's one of these people that tell you the sky is blue, but the clouds, they're purple." And I was like, "Thank you. That's a great analogy." Actually, I said that's exactly what that's the impression I have concluded. I said, "What wonderful analysis." And I said to my like I said on the last transmission, I said with what he said about when people back in our grandparents' day, going back 50, 60, 70 years ago, they could buy a property for a year's salary, and which Andrew Tate said it was £70,000, and I was like, no, it wasn't. So,
Right.
yeah, and that's exactly. And Eric goes, yes, exactly what he's saying is he's telling you something which is half true, but then he what it does is it tracks. It definitely it attracts a lot of young people and misleads them, and so they take it on board what he's saying is completely seriously and completely literally. And this is where they conflate things. So it's very easily to fall into this predatory scheme. This is what he's got going. He's trying to recruit in his and I said it just as we did, Douglas, in the last transmission. It's the Hustler University.
Yeah, he actually, by the way, to people who think
he does call it that.
Yeah, thank you. For people who think we're
actually
simply
call it
being
that,
clever, yeah, this is his actual fucking name for what he's doing, Hustlers University, and something that'll attract young men with its raunchy title. But when it comes to another aspect of him, what is so in common with himself and so many of these other horrible people, whether it's Jordan Peterson, Alex Jones, is the pro-Russian aspect. They're pushing Russia, as I said, the constant promotion of Russia. It gives them away as what they are. Truly, this is truly the Russian fifth column. I mean, the Russian people are the most online people in the world. These are people who spend all day hacking at the keyboard because they're so impoverished there's nothing to do but stay, and there's no employment, so there's nothing to do but stay at home and be on the computers all day. And this is how they serve their state, is just by constantly promoting this hatred and bigotry and propaganda in the rest of the Western world to bring us down to their level. It's a nightmare. But go on. Yes, take it from there. What else that might bring to mind?
Oh, yeah, there are so many things. And it's just a recruitment of these involuntary celibates, these young men. And I'm not trying to, like when you mentioned with Brandon Zogert, it's very easy and I used to work with a young man at my former employment, my former profession. He was very easily influenced by these Jordan Peterson type archetypes. He was very, very influenced by these men, and he was actually regurgitating a lot of the things he said. And like whenever I presented like the Christian side of things, he would always dismiss it completely. And he would just say it's a load of fallacy. It's just a load of disingenuous bullshit. And that's what he would just call it. And, and I'll just be like, well, what date do you, whenever you mark the date on the calendar, what do you mark it as? And he goes, well, whatever the date is. And I said, well, do you know why it's Anno Domini and why BC is BC? What does it stand for? It gives it the titles in its name before Christ. I said, he goes, I don't believe in Christ. I said, well, how come you're marking the date as today's date? You have to remember that this is what is legally recognized. You live in a country which recognizes the existence of Christ.
Yes.
These people would just throw it out there like that. There's no such thing, or they don't believe, and yet they're doing the contrary. They're doing the opposite, and it's an inversion. And so it's disgusting, really.
They're pathetic. It's
people,
pathetic.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, and there's this very famous clip, actually. It's come across because he mentions the term Nazi. Jordan Peterson, he goes, I hate Nazis, at a university campus, because it's it's a little organization in the university campus, which were people, talking about pronouns, and this is the LGBTQT community at this university campus approaching Jordan Peterson and confronting him. And Jordan Peterson's first initial reaction was, I hate Nazis. And you could hear him say, I hate Nazis. And so everything he promotes is anti-Nazi, just like Vladimir Putin always promotes anti-Nazi propaganda. So this is the pro-Russian stance.
He and Vladimir Putin, both he and Vlad Putin equate basically alternative lifestyles with Nazism. Yes. That is what it is so bizarre about these people, and the world that they live in. So in terms of that insanity, it's indicative of what we're dealing with that's loose on the internet, and again, why the internet has failed in terms of being a medium of any information discourse. It's simply a purveyor of propaganda is what that is, and a recruiting instrument for the enemy, basically, is what it's become. So this is go on.
Yes, Mark.
If I might interject a little bit, I actually agree with that, and it's interesting. A couple of my friends, I was into computer science after college, and I was into programming just very lightly. Never really got extremely into it. My friends did, and they're still into it. One of the guys we came across was a guy named Mudge, who is...
Jeez, is that his real name? Go on.
Yeah. No, that's his handle. But he's a famous hacker. If you look him up, he actually went before Congress. He went before, and explained all of these things when the internet was actually taken off. I think this was like the early 90s or mid 90s. And he explained all these sort of, things he had issues with. And actually, even recently, he became an informant on Twitter. And he basically outed, some people and said, there's a lot of problems at Twitter. And not only that, you guys have a known Chinese spy working for you.
Interesting.
And I guess they knew about it. They weren't really concerned. But that's one of the things that Mudge actually was really touching on when he was speaking, was that how vulnerable the internet is. And that was his sort of warning back then. I mean, this is like, obviously it's far away, but that was one of his main warnings, is how vulnerable it would be to just basically, hack the internet, but shut down power grids, do things like that. And you can only imagine, like you said, if these people that, in Russia, they're just literally nothing else to do, and they master this stuff.
Yes.
This is their job. Most people go to work. These guys, this is what they do.
Thank you.
So 100%, I think that, everybody's sort of been lulled into this wonderful convenience. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. You can everything at the touch of your fingertips. But unfortunately, I think it's going this route. That's what it seems like.
Thank you. I mean, it definitely needs to be completely restructured, and people need to really be educated. And it's and so by all means, Mark, that was wonderful, very important. Thank you so much. I want you to aggressively insert yourself whenever anything like that comes to mind. It's important. And thank you. And and of course, I'm so sorry. Go on.
No, sorry, Douglas, me interjecting now. I do apologize. Yeah, it was one of these things. It was a conversation we were having, me and Eric, last week. We were talking about, I said about the internet, it needs, it needs laws reinstate, to be input and implemented to have people at a certain age, like it is to drive, to learn to drive and then to pass the driving test and then have a license.
Thank you.
The internet needs that. And he was saying, I can't remember the name of the people that created the internet. And I was like, oh, did they study at Stanford University? He goes, yes. And I said, I couldn't remember the names at the time. And I was like, oh, but it's Larry Page and Sergey Brin. And
and Sergey Brin is Russian.
He's Russian. It's so funny. I think he was expressing, one of them, I think it might have been Larry. I'm not sure. Yeah. But he's saying that he said that what the internet requires is a driving license, is a driving test, so you can get a driving license at the end of it. And this is the problem with the internet. And I was expressing to Eric that where it started from, it was a DARPA program. I was expressing what DARPA is, because we actually worked with a customer who used to work with ARPA technology, and I said it stands for Advanced Research Projects Agency, but I said, but the D comes from defense. And he was talking about this, and I said, well, this is where it started from. It's a DARPA program when it was first implemented, and it was only within military circles initially before it was released to the public. And I said, with today's, with social media, with all the platforms out there, children today need an extensive course in order to operate on the internet and to understand it, because they'll just come across so many of these. This is the problem. Men like Jordan Peterson, who have these platform and voices, they're able to express all this, this detrimental.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. And the thing is, it's like, you have so many young men and obviously young women as well, but you have so many disillusioned young men, and they, everything now is, the people are sort of, these young guys really don't even know who to look to at this point, because, toxic masculinity, negative femininity, everyone is so stuck in this dichotomy and, in extremes. So it's really kind of hard for people to understand things. People are in a really weird situation at this point. And then you have these guys like Tate that really sort of manipulate and really kind of take advantage of these men that really, most of them probably haven't had a father figure, and haven't really had anyone to explain what it's like to be a man. And then you have this guy who's the master, genius, supposedly. He knows everything. He knows everything it needs to be the ultimate masculine man, and that's extremely attractive to a young male, and so that's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
Thank you. And the word that you're looking for is not so much attractive as seductive. They're being seduced by an uber faggot. They've got some uber faggot that's, seducing them into this lifestyle. This is what he's doing, is introducing them to a lifestyle. And by the way, just for the sake of morbid entertainment here, while we're on the subject, I didn't get a chance to bring it up with Brooke, though I had started talking about it in the opening hour. But like I said, there's some things that people say that just knock me for a loop and leave me speechless. And she brought up, of course, what George Knight had said. And I don't know if you heard the opening hour, but of course she was very good about this. She was saying that one time when you came on, and it was the last thing she expected from you, because of course she has this stereotype of you as being very prim and proper. But the bartender in you came out, and or at least that's what Amy said very astutely, was that it was your bartender training enabled you to come back with basically vocalize a comeback that threw her off balance. But she had said something, the running joke about the haggis. Have you been eating your haggis? And then you said to her, well, you and I both like to eat the same thing. And that threw her for a loop, because she had no response to that. She wasn't expecting that from you. And so that was... I do remember that. Yeah, so she brought that up, and, and I was talking about something Ian had said that had thrown me off. And it was, it's just one of those things. It's like, when you're in an emergent situation, like in combat, and there's no time to think about it, when somebody says something that throws you off, you just have to finish whatever you're doing. Just survive the moment, finish whatever you're doing, and just then later on maybe stop to think about it if it's worthwhile. What was it that he might have meant by that, or she might have meant by that, or something. But then there's other times when you're in a more stable space and somebody says something that does kind of just throw you off, and it's like, even if they're deranged enemies, sometimes what people say might bear some pondering. There was this one individual who was just obviously some kind of toxic male, I guess, just kind of like this average looking white guy, looked kind of like a football player, buzz cut. And one of the comments he left on one of my videos was, "Your father is not proud." And it was like, why would he say that? It was just like such a bizarre thing to say. I didn't take offense. It's like, okay, he might think my father, being an American, might think that what I'm saying is anti-American. It's not something I'm going to overdwell on, of course, but it's like one of those things where you wonder, where is this guy coming from? And it's not like because it's necessary to wonder about that, because in the end it's almost doesn't matter. But it's just one of those things where every once in a while somebody will say something where you just stop and think no matter what. When it came to the Ian West, then he said the other day, he said something that threw me way off, and I had no way to respond to it that night. It was the latest episode, as a matter of fact, before tonight's. He said, "Oh yeah, I noticed most of these guys coming out of the Marine Corps, so many of them become cross-dressers." And I was like, that's the weirdest thing I ever heard. Was like, why would he say that? And now, of course, I'm in no position to argue, obviously, though, and I'm not going to argue with it, but it made me think, because I did remember basically that I remember that there was this one former Marine I knew who was gay and had a gay, basically a wife he married. I knew another former Marine who was a cross-dresser. It was one of these things where I had never thought about it, but it may simply be because, as I've mentioned before, because they do tend to produce gay porn and have like a lock on it. It's kind of like their own little cottage industry. It really, in a sense, makes sense. I just never thought of it. But it was like, when he said that, it was this odd thing that just threw me off. And I was, and of course, Brooke didn't make anything of it. And we just carried on to the end of the night. Now, for everybody who's wondering, again, it was a very popular episode. A lot of people liked it. Obviously, we can't keep doing things like that because essentially it's just untenable. But other than that, going back to both of you, when it comes to the horrors of the situation where we're at now, obviously, whatever George wants to talk about, he's welcome to talk about. Yeah. But if there's any one of you, and you don't need to go in this direction at all, if you have any predictions for 2020 or any overview of 2022, if you have any overview of 2022 and any predictions for 2023, don't be afraid to share them now.
Did you want to speak, Mark, at all before I have to shoot?
No, George, please go first.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to share very quickly, Douglas, about throwing people off. I'll share just one of my experiences where I've thrown a couple people off at the gym, actually. And this is just a story to share. It was a little debate I went on with one of my friends I was training with. His name was Simon, and he said, "Oh, I undercooked the chicken, and I was really worried I was going to get food poisoning." And I said, "Well, did you don't have to cook it properly? Did you sear the outside of it?" And he goes, "Yeah, I cooked the outside, but inside it was raw." And I said, "Well, you'll be fine then. You're not going to get food poisoning from the inside of a piece of chicken or chicken breast. You're going to get food poisoning because the germs are on the outside of it. So as long as you've seared it, you're going to be fine." I said, "This is why we can eat raw sushi, because it is essentially it's fine. It's safe to eat. It's fresh. As long as the meat's fresh and it's not gone off, and you've seared the outside, you're not going to get food poisoning." He goes, no, that's not true. He goes, "I could get food poisoning from it because there's this obviously this consensus that people believe that anything that's raw, you will get food poisoning from if it's not cooked properly. And what people don't understand is the germs and the bacteria on the outside of all meat." And so I'm trying to explain this to him, because I said, I have gone on food and safety courses. I said, things like salmonella and staphylococcus is only on the outside of meat, but as long as it's not gone off, it's safe to eat. And then this went on to, he went to a personal trainer and said, "Can you eat, is it safe to eat raw chicken?" And she said adamantly, "No, categorically, you cannot eat raw chicken." Right. And then I went, this is where I threw him off. This is my expression, my response to him. I said, "Have you ever had food poisoning from licking a girl out? From going down on a girl? Have you ever had food poisoning? Have you ever heard a story of a man getting food poisoning by licking a girl out?" I said, "That's raw meat." And he goes, "No." I said, "Well, there you go. Then there's your answer." And then it went to, this old man in the gym. He was like a businessman. He's like a local entrepreneur or something. He was, he keeps going on about his business and that. And he came up and he joined the debate. And he goes, yeah, you can't. You'll get food poisoning if you eat raw meat. And I said to him, I threw this guy off. And I said the same thing. I said, have you ever got food poisoning by going down on a girl? He goes, no. I said, well, there you go. I said, there's more bacteria and germs down there than there is on a piece of chicken.
Yes.
As long as it's fresh, you will not get food poisoning from eating it. I said, look at all the animals in the animal kingdom. They eat raw meat all the time, and you don't see them eat. And he was trying to say, oh, yeah, but they got different stomachs to us. They're different. And I was like,
but by the way, that's the way.
Yeah.
That's pretty. How would I call that? Egocentric of a species to imagine that. Yes, go on. Yes.
Douglas, yeah, thank you. And do you know what I said to him? This is where I threw this man off because he responded. Because whereas when my friend Simon, he just went silent. He went quiet when I asked him, "Have you ever had food poisoning from going down on a girl?" And you got an upset stomach after licking her out. No, he didn't say anything. But this bloke, this older man, I said to him, do you know what? I can bite your nose off right now. I can eat it, and I will not get food poisoning from it. And he goes, well, I'll ring the police on you. But I said to him, I can bite your nose off, and I'm not going to get food poisoning because I said that nose is fresh. Yes. I said it's exactly the same with that chicken. Yeah. Oh my God. And it's just like people don't understand it. I said, look at I said to him, I used the example of raw sushi. I said it's raw fish. I said even they put raw chicken. The Japanese put raw chicken in their sushi. Yes. And it's not, as long as it's fresh, you can eat it. Right. People of this misconception. Yeah. It's this whole time.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, go on, Mark.
Not talk about, yeah.
No, just to piggyback on what he's saying is, it's surprising that the gentleman that was older was still taking that stance because, these people have seen, well, I know at least in the United States, the Great Depression, these people would eat anything. My grandmother would pull stuff out of the trash. I mean, they had no fear at all. When you're hungry, you'll eat about anything. And the human stomach will destroy most about everything as well. So I don't know. That's bizarre.
Yeah, thank you. The difference is because it's very, very common for people to eat, blue steak or raw beef. So it's very, very common. But the difference between chicken and beef is just the texture. People can't stomach, chewing or digesting chicken. That's the only difference. But as long as it's fresh, you can eat it. And that's just two examples where I threw someone off by just responding to him. Like I told this one man, I was going to bite his nose. If I bit your nose off, I would not get food poisoning. He took it to the point it was like a threat. I was going to bite his nose off.
Oh my God, that is so pathetic.
Because he said to me he was going to ring the police. He was going to call the police. And I said, oh my God. And I just said,
what I feel about you, George, I think people, as well as myself, I experience that. I think people take your kindness for weakness a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And your politeness for weakness, because and then you're forced to switch, and that's it's unfortunate. But
and I can do that, and that's what I did at that point. In that, yes, thank you, Mark. And that time I did do that. I just switched like that. Like I said to my friend, I said, have you ever had food poisoning by going down on a girl? You'll never hear a man admit they got food poisoning, but yet they'll go to a restaurant, they'll come out, oh, I've got a stomach bug, I can't move. Oh my God, they'll act really pathetic. And then it's like, well, you get more germs. There are far more germs going down on a girl. Down there I can mention there is all sorts of things going down there. And there is all
you can come up with some yeast on your face and a couple biscuits. You never know.
That's just something people can use that. I thought I'd share that on air because people use it if they ever come across that situation.
But was the guy who was threatening to call the police, who took what you said as a threat, was that the same old business guy or someone else?
Yeah, it was the same old business guy. He was just a very funny, eccentric old man. He was just like, he was just, I don't know. He was just, what would you want to call him? Yeah, there was just, he was definitely eccentric because like he was just bizarre. He was very odd but what would you call him? Geriatric. He was just a geriatric.
But working out in the gym, that's
that's what they
Did he have one
trying
of
to
those?
work out?
Did he have one of those old medicine balls and the little thing that like the?
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because that was just my memory that just popped into my head. He used to use the medicine ball to do sit-ups with, and that was why I called him eccentric, because he was just very bizarre the way he would do things. Yeah, just very. I won't even go into it, but he used to try to do. You know, when people go on a bench and they do bench presses with barbells, he would do it on a medicine ball as opposed to on a bench, what you're supposed to do. So it was just very bizarre. It was the way he used to train was very odd. But anyway, I just wanted to share that.
That
Douglas.
must be
Thank
how
you
they
for
did
having
it
me
back
on.
in the day. Yeah, that's do you have to leave now? When you say thanks for having me?
I do, I've just got to tend to some duties, before I shoot off to work. I do apologise, but thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure. And I just wanted to say, Douglas, happy Eastern Orthodox Christmas to you as well.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it, and profoundly so. And so we'll catch up soon again, and I will hold the stage with Mark for a little bit, and then go into monologue soon enough. But okay, you take care and have a blessed day at work, okay?
Yeah, you look after yourself, Douglas. I'll speak to you soon. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Mark, for speaking as well. You've been wonderful. Also,
thank you.
Yes.
Have a great rest.
And look after yourselves. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye for now. And so, Mark, just you and I for now, and do me a favor, stay with me for a little bit. And with that going on, tell us a little bit about. So when you heard Amy talking about the maple syrup, tell us what you understand about this situation. Like she said, she was born apparently in Salem or near where you're at. My impression was that she was insinuating that she was born in Salem, Massachusetts. I don't know if that's how you read it. Did you read it that way, or did you read it?
Well, there is a Salem, New Hampshire, so I'm wondering if she meant that as well.
Oh,
she could have.
Okay. And
because she didn't. So.
And so in terms of yourself with the gambling, what have you seen now that you're kind of involved with taking bets? Is that what you're doing? Taking bets, kind of?
Yeah, well, they're just starting to start up now, so it's just becoming big. You can do it online, but this will be actually in person. You'll be able to go anywhere on the property and basically make betting on sports, any type of sports at all. So it makes it really easy for someone to come in and just bet on anything, really. It's at your fingertips. You could be in any location of the property. So it's just going to really open up the avenue for, definitely more revenue, but also an opportunity for people that love sports betting. It's probably going to piss off a lot of bookies in the area because we got a lot of those.
Okay.
But other than that, it's just, I think it's something for me personally. I don't even really care much about sports. I like playing sports. I like to, the aspect of that. But as far as following it and stuff like that, I don't. But what I'm interested in is to see how this works, the betting situation, as far as like, how does it work with that, ratios, odds and things like that. That's something I've always kind of wanted to learn. So I don't mind learning about that. I just, the sports aspect kind of bores me a little bit, but learning something that could possibly generate money is always a good thing in my eyes.
Very important, yes, and that will help you to develop quite the affinity for sports, I would argue. Yes, you'll begin to know something about it. Believe me, out of necessity, and it won't be that bad. It's not that hard. I think you'll catch on. It's funny that you say that. So, what when you went to school, was there any sport that you may have enjoyed? Any physical activity you might have participated in with some level of enjoyment?
Yeah, I mean, I loved, track, and I loved running and football. But as far as, I guess, you know what it is? I think just from a very young age, I never just understood. I never got the bug of sitting around a TV and watching people play sports. And there's nothing against it, but also from this area in New England where everybody's literally jerking off all day long. Like Tom Brady around here is like Jesus Christ. And it's just like everyone is so obsessed, and I don't know. I just kind of find it annoying. I don't know. I don't really find it very exciting. I feel like it's kind of low tier, low level, just easy entertainment where, I don't know, I just feel like people could be doing so much other things. I understand why they do it, and, and things like that, but I just never got it, man. I never got that bug.
Yeah.
So,
No, I get it. It's yeah, no, I understand. It's kind of odd. It is at the same time. I could understand more of a fascination with it when I was younger, just from a conceptual sense, in terms of like, when I saw these like little, they tried to make these little kinds of make pretend baseball games or something. It was like in miniature. Every once in a while, they never did this very much, but they would try every once in a while to make like a miniature board game that would emulate a baseball game or a football game or something. I always thought those were the neatest things. Of course, I could never really get into it enough to really understand it. Maybe if I had, my parents had the money to purchase something like that for me, I might have. I'm not speaking with any sense of bitterness, mind you, but it's looking back on it, it's just a cute thing as opposed to anything that I can't imagine anything really coming of that. But
oh, I mean, here it's an absolute religion here. I mean, I've literally had I've had girls tell me they won't date me because I don't watch sport. I mean, it's
You're
crazy.
Kidding. You're kidding.
Oh no, dead serious. It's so serious in Massachusetts that I can't explain to most of the time I keep my mouth shut just because I don't want to oust myself in front of these people. I mean, it feels like you can get stoned to death.
Yes. Yeah. No. I hear you. No. I can imagine what you're saying is. I get it. I totally get it. What is bizarre to me is that you would think the ladies would appreciate you're not being into it because the majority of men that they had all their lives or had to deal with all their lives are so slave circuited to that shit. You'd think they'd find you refreshing. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. I mean, really, I'm left in shock.
Well, I think it was a minority. As far as like experiencing that, but what I think I attribute that is really someone really not having much to say.
Yeah.
Going out with somebody and really just like conversation is just going to go on the toilet unless you start talking about Tom Brady, throwing a freaking pass or whatever it is. And yeah. Or whatever. It's not something like that. It's almost like an opiate. It feels like it's kind of like an opiate for this area. It's really something so people can have something. And to be honest, I will try to like hear some things just so I can be like a normal person, and try to say something so people will think I'm somewhat normal.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of like the old spy movies where the spy, in order to oust the spy, this started, of course, with the Americans trying to oust the Germans dressed in American uniform, was to ask them about sports. And this sounds like the old spy movies where you're kind of like having to pick up on the local sports just so you can get by in case you're stopped and questioned. And this is like...
That's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because the first thing... I mean, the thing is like, you can make conversation... I can start a conversation with anybody. I mean, that's not the problem. It's never a problem anyway. But in order to really get the flavor of the local, you got to have something in your pocket as far as something what's going on. Just like, with politics. But honestly, like in Massachusetts, sports are way more important than politics in my eyes. So just to have something in your back pocket so you can have some kind of conversation, a drive, that makes all the world of a difference. And especially in like a job interview or, meeting somebody new or whatever,
Yeah. And as for those girls that responded the way they did, I would say that it's like a woman who grew up with an abusive father. Like it was like the time, of course, my gang brother Beavers, always responding with this kind of droll sarcasm. And but when there was this Chinese girl at the Walgreens pharmacy who was just madly in love with me, and I was relaying that to my gang brother, and he said, yeah, her father must have beat the shit out of her when she was a kid. And in other words, that she's just so used to abuse that this is what she's attracted towards is someone who appears to be abusive. That's his insinuation. Of course, it's just being snide. But when it comes to what ultimately talked me out of a relationship with her was exactly what he pointed out was, she's going to want kids. She's going to want to send them to college and shit. And that was basically, I told her I was gay. It's just, I couldn't handle that. No, I mean, it's serious. It was just, she was looking for someone that I could not give her what she wanted. And, but when it came to just these kinds of girls, it's like, this is probably, it's kind of like there was this guy I knew. I don't know if I could call him a friend, but he was certainly somebody I knew. He, what the fuck was his name? It was a funny kind of name. Just the name alone was intrinsically almost funny. But anyhow, Floyd Buckland was his name. And he said, oh yeah, so he had met a couple at a party. And the woman said, oh yeah, he asked, how did you two meet? And the woman said, the moment I found him passed out in a bathtub, I knew he was my man. And when he related that to me, I was like, that's so fucking weird. And I said, where does that come from? And then he said, well, it probably, and I'm sure he was actually quite astute about this, she probably grew up with her dad falling drop dead drunk in the bathtub, so when he puked it'd be easy to clean up. This is what really drunk alcoholics do, is they'll go to the bathtub and fall asleep there so they can puke all over themselves, and it's easier to just wash down. And she probably grew up with that image of man, and that was her idea of man, what a man is, right? The guy drunk in the bathtub is like her definition of man at that point, if you grow up looking at dad doing that. So, and I thought that was a
made her feel close to home.
Yeah. So when some girl is talking like that about sports, she's just grown up with that. And then it's like, you're not her definition of a man when you're not just rattling off about sports, because this is what she's grown up with men doing. That's where that problem comes from.
No, absolutely. And it's funny. It's funny because when I was very younger, and I think this is probably the reason why I even hated it more, is that I would spend a lot of time with my grandparents, and my grandparents the same way, just adored sports. And I'm part French Canadian, so we had hockey, we had every type of sport. And my grandparents, especially my grandmother, who the French Canadian one, she knew everything. She knew the players' names. Wow. So, I mean, I think I was a little disappointment for her, but she would joke with me and mess around with me, and she'd say, are you gay or something? What's wrong with you?
Oh my
and
God! I mean, what a thing to say!
I know she was. Well, that's what any normal person would say to someone that's a man in this area if you don't like sports. Oh that's honestly what it is. They got a question like, are you serious? You don't like sports? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? So I know she was joking. It's not, but that's the sentiment. People are serious about it. They'll be dead serious about it. So it's ingrained. It's definitely ingrained, and it's definitely part of being masculine, so to speak.
Or their interpretation thereof. And
exactly. Yes.
Oh God, thank God that times are changing. I mean, oh my God. And what's so weird about it is that, as my father would say, he outgrew sports as he got older, and by that I mean like in his 60s. By the time he was in his 60s, 70s was when, 60s really, he began to outgrow sports. And basically one of the things he would say was that they've all become prima donnas. The sports. Yeah, the sports men, the baseball stars and all that shit, they were all becoming prima donnas, as he called them, just very spoiled and acting like bitches. So, so where this masculine bullshit comes from is beyond me. By the way, we've just been rejoined for a second there by George Knight. It was weird. He came in for just a second and then disappeared. Did you see that? Or
I didn't see it, actually.
Oh, okay.
I missed that one.
Okay. That's why there was an echo. Did you hear the echo?
I did not. I did not.
Okay. There was an echo there for a second. It could be he was just checking in, but I got it on my end. Yeah. And there's the echo again. It's like somebody's turning on a background. I don't know if you're hearing that at all. If not, don't dwell on it. Could be the voices in my head. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to basically I just finished this Coke, and of course everybody knows my fetish about this. Have to rinse my mouth afterwards, or it feels like it's peeling the porcelain off my teeth. You know, our lady Amy Como was saying that I was repeating myself all the time with that, but then again, got to tell people what I'm doing. At least they deserve to know that. So what I'm wondering is. While I do this, can you handle
Of course.
talking for a few minutes on your own? Catch your breath.
Absolutely. Go take care of that. Absolutely.
Oh, okay,
My pleasure.
great. So let me take care of that. I'll be back in a few minutes. Mark has got this, and all right, I'll be right back. Let me go mute. Thank you so much.
Sounds good, Doug. While Doug is refreshing, couple things I was going to mention to him, and I might mention it later. The video that came up on my YouTube called "The Seven Towers of Satan," I believe, and it actually depicts most of, not all, everything that Douglas has been saying, and it's pretty, it definitely illustrates it. There's a video on it too as well, which is extremely interesting. They speak about. Let's see, H.P. Lovecraft as well, which I found extremely fascinating. I actually today was trying to connect all of these things, everything, but it's really kind of, I'm still missing a few different pieces as far as Lovecraft and Henry Ford's connection, and a couple others as well. But the story is fascinating because. Truth seems to be always stranger than fiction. And some of the stuff, and this is one of the reasons why I really started listening to Douglas after listening to Max Spears and everyone else, is because what Douglas explains, it's just, I don't understand how anybody could make something like this up or make anything that he says up. It just doesn't, it's not logical. So, just researching it and looking it up and see if this stuff has backings. And really, I haven't really seen anything that is not true or truthful. So, ongoing, it's one of those things where you're just gonna, keep seeing what else Douglas has to offer. Because clearly it's a lot. And definitely would like to read the book, the Roswell Deception. That's going to be on my target list as well. And if anyone hasn't listened to Douglas's interview with, I believe his name was Andrew Barthes, suggest it, because in that interview, Douglas goes off, completely explains the Gaul and the Yazidi people of Iraq, and it goes on from there. I mean, I took notes of some of the interview just because he has such a vast knowledge of all of this, and it just breaks off in so many different directions. It's just extremely fascinating. Talking about the Unterlanders and the Duro is what I remember him speaking about in the Dwegar, who are like these 3 to 4 foot tall beings. I mean, stuff like this, this is the stuff that nightmares are made of, but also for someone like me, it's extremely fascinating to hear about these. And his experience also with the Gaul in the desert is also something that's just beyond bizarre and interesting. And to hear about anybody who has any kind of experience with the Gaul is just incredible.
Okay.
And then breaking it down from.
Go on. No, please. I mean, I just got back, and so you're speaking about my experience with the Ghoul. By all means, go on, or whatever else you want to, bring up. Thank you. Bless you.
Yeah, there was a video, Douglas, that I don't know, it's suggested on YouTube, the Seven Towers of Satan. Have you seen that?
No, I have not. If you want to give me a link, I'll be happy to review it.
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you because everything that they spoke about is stuff that we've you have spoken about, and that actually you've experienced it. So I was going to have you take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, just I was speaking about that and how that the Dero, the Dwegar, and the under earth as well. It's just like above, so below, that most people don't realize is that these things could happen. They are happening. To even conceptualize these things for most people probably is just. It'll probably. You could show people the truth right in front of their face, and they still won't believe it. Just like George spoke earlier. With the people he's dealing with at the gym, trying to explain something to people logically, and you could show them the truth, and they still will not accept it. So, I was just going off about that being, the truth is stranger than fiction, and all the stuff that you've been explaining is it's extremely fascinating.
Bless you. Thank you. That's so deeply appreciated. By the way, so it's your choice. George says he'll check in about an hour. I'm going to start monologue. Do you want to kind of hang out and interject whenever you feel that you have something to interject while I start into monologue, and then just kind of drop off whenever you wish? Or do you want to just kind of drop off? I'm happy to have you, as a backup, believe me. So it's always good to have that, but however you feel about it. What's is it convenient for you to do that at all, or up to you.
I'll probably it's been a pleasure tonight. I probably would just rather drop off because I'd rather just kind of like listen to what you have to say.
Okay.
Yeah. At that point, yeah.
So thank you so much, and I want you to know how much of a blessing it is to have you back. Believe me, I missed you. Personally, I missed you while you were gone. I mean, you were gone for about a few weeks at least, adjusting to your new job, right? I think?
Yes. And I always still listen to it because, it's one of the best part of two of the best parts of my week.
Oh, bless you.
To listen to you and your show and to be able to speak is just fantastic. So yeah, I do appreciate that so much.
Thank you so much, and blessings to you. All our love for you, and stay safe and be well. Okay.
God bless, Douglas. Have a good night.
Happy New Year. Okay.
Happy New Year.
Bye for now. And that was, of course, our good man Mark H. And what we're going to do is basically. With George Knight, if he wishes to drop in later, he just needs to send me a message in Skype. So here's what I'll tell him is, let's look up George Knight, and where is his Skype? Here we are. Okay, whenever you want to come on tonight. Okay, whenever you wish to drop to in on bandwidth tonight. Okay, right. Text me here on Skype. Okay, here we are, all uppercase. All right, so okay, so let me put that there for him, and also put that into wherever he left the message. I guess the draft call. So that thing was that was so frustrating when Mark H was trying to call in. It was just then we got that going. So then there was a. There's still a draft there. Thank God got rid of that draft. When you enter half a text and then you don't enter it, then it has it sitting there as a draft, and that can get irritating. Okay, so I think that takes care of it for now. Let's check into the chat before I begin monologuing. And okay, so We got Entertainment Hub in there. Trillion Phoenix says, beautiful cover art, are curiously heterosexual. Must be the year of the rabbit. And Amor Fadi was saying, hello and good night, Douglas and Team Dietrich. Douglas, could you explain to us how and why you converted to the Serbian Orthodox Christian Church? Oh, yes, it was serving as a mercenary in the Balkan conflict. And during the secession wars, I was contracted on the side of the Serbs. At that period of time, the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, who are in exile in England, living in London, have been since World War II. As a matter of fact, the Prince of Yugoslavia was born in London. Now, they've never been coronated as king and queen. Therefore, they retain the title of Prince and Princess until, they die, if necessary. And then their children also inherit that title. And hopefully someday, with a recoronation, a reestablishment of the throne in at least Serbia, then they get coronated as king or queen, or their children do. But they could not abide by a non-Christian, by their standards of Christianity, Eastern Orthodox, serving in their ranks. So they had me go through a baptism. And that way, there was at least a satisfaction that if I was willing to do that, then I wasn't automatically suspect. So that's an important distinction for them. That's how I got baptized as Serbian Orthodox Christian. I, of course, see no conflict in that with any of my other beliefs, though I am what you would call lapsed in terms of practice. I certainly feel sympathy with the Orthodox Byzantine Church, but I also have admiration for the Roman Catholic Church for its historicity. And these are very important institutions. And so aside from all of that, I think that that pretty much explains it. As for, so thank you for that question and your patience in waiting for an answer. As for PayPal, we've had contributions on December 2nd from Andrei Numerzhiski. I'm going to risk that. Andrei Numerzhiski in United Germany on both December 2nd and December 20th. Half $100 United States dollars each time. So my gratitude to Andrei Numerzhiski in United Germany for sending half $100 United States dollars, effectively $100 United States dollars in the same month. My gratitude to Aaron Dugan in Australia, who said, it's not more, meaning sorry, it's not more. Hope you make rent. He sent 14 United States dollars. My gratitude to Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother in the heart of Manhattan Island, New York, a small island full of warring tribes. He sent $750 of United States dollars, 75 US dollars. And Todd Zayuski of Canada contributed 100 United States dollars, which got me through the transition between the paying rent and when my check deposits on the 3rd. So altogether, a fantastic group of men, and my gratitude to all of them. And I've got to send a little private email to Aaron Dugan, because, of course, that was very touching what he did. And I'll try and send one to Andrei Numerzhiski, because it took me so long to really give him credit. It was one of these things that some of these contributions, they're hard to find when I look them up on PayPal. Because the notifications come up differently. It's really bizarre. Some of the notifications will simply say, you've got money, and that's easy to find. Others will say, notification of contribution. And I think that you've got money is like people who are in the States, and then outside of the States, it'll say something like, for the Canadian and the German, they'll say something along the lines of notification of contribution. So it becomes, even though they're in the same account, it becomes difficult to identify or find some of these foreign contributions. They don't come up clearly. And so, again, with that, I'll start monologue. God bless you, gentlemen, and God bless you, married gentlemen, and, may happiness find you. We're going to be going through another new year with all of its challenges that we will hopefully come out of this, not only alive, but prosperous and stable, and or at least helping to reconstruct a world that is spiraling. Because the January 6th Capitol riot that Peter Moon was alluding to, impossible to escape reviewing that and its implications, because Friday was its anniversary of, let me try and explain what charges and convictions and trials present us 3 years on. More than 950 people are charged with federal crimes, some already convicted of the serious charge of sedition for trying to overthrow our legally elected United States government. 3 years ago, on January 6th of 2021, a crowd of thousands attacked the United States Capitol in an effort to stop the certification of the 2020 election results. Spurred on by false claims, the election had been rigged against Republican incumbent Donald Trump. Now, the United States is kicking off 2023 with another dangerous winter storm. Rains have brought California, my golden state of deep blue politics, to its knees. An atmospheric river pummeled Northern California with rain and snow these last few weeks, certainly last weekend, and then again into this week, ending a drought-ridden 2022 with dangerous floods, levee breaches, power outages, and evacuations. Northern California took the brunt of it over last weekend, and new storms were heading for the state later this week too. Tomorrow, which we're already into on the East Coast, tomorrow's just minutes away here in California, that's going to be another very wet day. We've got record rains and fallout. Oakland had its wettest day since 1970 on Saturday last, with 4.75 inches of rain. A mudslide east of our city blocked part of Highway 580 in the core of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. San Francisco, my Golden Gated city, the city in capital letters, 5.46 inches of rain fell, making last Saturday the city's second wettest day in more than 170 years, as reported by the National Weather Service. Now, according to the Los Angeles Times reporters, flash flooding south of Sacramento, our state capital, submerged dozens of cars near Wilton, California, where the water poured over the levees. Search and rescue crews in boats and helicopters scrambled to pick up trapped motorists. At least one person was found dead in a submerged car near Dillard Road and Highway 99, according to local media reports. And speaking from, by phone, from a stretch of Highway 99 that he described as a vast lake, Sacramento County spokesman Matt Robinson told the press, "I don't want to use the term apocalyptic, but it's ugly. We have a lot of stuck cars." In the city of Hollywood, Los Angeles, where heavy rain fell on Sunday and Monday, forecasters expected a strong Pacific storm with heavy rain and strong winds late Wednesday and Thursday, and we've got another one headed our way tomorrow. This is something to make everyone aware of. I'll go a bit into safety tonight simply because I feel it's necessary. Now, right now, the temperature is 54 degrees in San Francisco. We've got high wind warnings. Of course, we've had flood warnings throughout the week. Many mudslides in San Francisco, but I'm on a hill, Russian Hill, of solid rock, thank the gods of my ancestors. But snow levels in the Sierra have also been outrageously high, with over 30 inches falling Saturday, last Saturday on top of an already prolific snow season. And, of course, this is all due to atmospheric rivers. Now, I brought this up with my medical cosmetologist, V. She did not know what an atmospheric river is. When I began to even bring up the term, I could feel this roll of her eyes at the other end of the phone. She probably thought I was speaking about something that is the product of some kind of dismal conspiracist imagination. And so, as I once explained a couple of years ago, an atmospheric river is a long path of moisture that flows through the lower atmosphere like a river in the sky. Obstacles, like a coastline, force rivers to shed their moisture and produce heavy rain and snow. Now, according to Marty Ralph, an expert on atmospheric rivers at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, atmospheric rivers can be roughly 1,000 miles wide and transport water at a rate equivalent to 25 Mississippi rivers, or 2.5 Amazon rivers. Well, with that amount of water contribution, the California drought still isn't over. But this helps. The wet weather that closed 2022 has enabled at least a few of our Golden State's major reservoirs to exceed their historical average water supply. But the drought is far from over. Richard Heim, a meteorologist with the National Centers for Environmental Information and one of the authors of the United States Drought Monitor, told a reporter, and here I quote his T verbatim, "The moisture that we're getting now is a big help, but we need more, a lot more, to really put a major dent in the drought." Well, be that as it may, the Bay Area saw some of its largest waves ever recorded on Thursday. That was right after my latest transmission with Ian West and Brooke Gibson taking up the night. Now, that powerful storm and its surges that pummeled the California coast on Thursday were part of a swell that has kicked up some of the largest waves on record for the Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Readings from ocean buoys collated by the University of California at San Diego's Coastal Data Information Program, which has been gathering data on waves and swells since 1996, showed waves heights spiking all along the coast, often higher than what had been forecast. A 31.5-foot high wave was recorded off Point Sur in Monterey County, the second highest on record for that area. A wave just shy of 30 feet materialized off of Point Reyes, the fifth highest on record, in the vicinity of Stinson Beach, which was inundated in a tidal surge. At Point Santa Cruz, about 10 miles north of destruction that befell Capitola Wharf, a 19-foot wave was recorded, but days agone. I think on Wednesday, the night of my transmission, the highest on record. Now, winter is the season when the Pacific sends its largest swells to California, but the abnormally high waves that we've been experiencing recorded throughout this week were charged by the historic bomb cyclone-driven storm battering our Golden State. Now, forecasts extending into early next week show waves heights along the coast returning to a more normal range between 15 and 20 feet, just below the threshold for a high surf advisory. But the National Weather Service anticipates the waves could rise higher than 20 feet starting today, Monday, opening this work week, late in the day, in parallel with this new storm cycle expected to pass through our region. So we've got a storm emergency in an already sodden state. Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency Wednesday, the day of my latest transmission, when I was partying throughout the night with Ian West and Brooke Gibson, as yet another powerful storm was already battering our state then. Northern California bore the brunt of that onslaught with evacuations, power outages, and heightened fears of flooding and debris flow. Californians are unfortunately no stranger to brutal weather, but this last week's moisture-rich atmospheric river had been preceded by particularly dire warnings, and we're going to have more of those because tomorrow's going to be just as wet. San Francisco mayoress, our first Black African-American mayoress, female, London breed, said the city was preparing for war, her words. And Nancy Ward, directoress of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, said she anticipated that this may be one of the most challenging and impactful series of storms to touch down in California in the last 5 years. Now, the issue is not just the strength of these particular storms, but the fact that they come after a deluge of several successive storms, meaning much of our state is already water saturated, exacerbating flooding concerns. Wednesday's storm was the third atmospheric river to hit California in the last 12 weeks. The last 14 nights, 12 weeks worth of saturation. Years of drought, which theoretically would make the water welcome, have also heightened the dangers of heavy rains. Prolonged drought conditions have weakened our state's soil and left trees brittle. Worsening wildfires have left large swaths of burn scars that are highly vulnerable to landslides and increased stream flows. Now, officials throughout our state were rushing to bring some of the tens of thousands of unhoused residents living on streets and along waterways into shelter. Now, by 5:45 p.m. midweek, while I was 45 minutes into transmission, still fixing my throne of pillows, San Francisco had run out of sandbags. Sacramento, that's our state capital, the mayor of our state capital, Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg, urged residents, if at all possible, to stay home. An electronic freeway sign was looming over Highway 99 north of Fresno, warning drivers to avoid travel amid severe weather. I saw a photograph of that impressed me. What comes next with today's rain? Well, we've had a brief respite. It wasn't for long. In fact, Friday into this weekend, which was, of course, January 6th, while they were holding a ceremony in the capital of the United States, that was our break day. Storm activity decreased in our region by Thursday night, with Friday being dry, but we've got more storms expected through mid-January. Now, for those of you in my Golden State looking to get through the last of this storm and prepare for what's ahead, prepare for surviving heavy rains. So for most people, rain means an excuse to cancel plans, rest, preserve energy, and do household chores. I'm sure you all have your own rain traditions. I'm sure mostly for the elderly, it would be moping and gazing forlornly out a window. But heavy rain can put people at risk. Be aware of flood hazards wherever you live, but especially if your home is in a low-lying area near water or near a recently burned hillside. with all of California's wildfires taking out so much of our landscape. 1. Check the flood risk in your area. 2. Make a plan for flood emergencies. 3. Listen to county officials and first responders. And 4. Did you just get a flood warning? Here's how to check your flood risk. As many Southern Californians were braving storms throughout this week, certainly up till the time I was transmitting midweek, to cast their ballots, smartphones buzzed with an emergency alert from the National Weather Service. A flash flood warning for the east central part of Los Angeles County in particular. Said warning stated, "This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order." Now that warning, which was aimed at Duarte residents, was set to expire at 4:45 p.m. on Tuesday of this week last. That was the day just prior my transmission, but it's not likely to be the only one we hear during what passes for a rainy season in Southern California. Now, according to the California Department of Water Resources, the state experiences many types of flooding, including alluvial fan, riverine, coastal, flash, and localized floods, as well as debris flows and tsunamis. As their name suggests, flash floods can develop quickly, sometimes in just a few minutes, and without any visible signs of rain. Now, be aware of flood hazards wherever you live, but especially if your home is in a low-lying area near water or near a recently burned hillside. Check the flood risk in your area. Use a flood map to understand the flood risk in your community and whether your home is in a flood zone. Now, a flood zone means the area has a potential for flooding during heavy rains or a water disaster, a weather disaster, really. There's 12 government agencies. The FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services that provide information online about flood risks and other hazards across California. All you have to do is plug your address into the search tool to see what issues your home faces. On the FEMA map, moderate to low risk flood areas are labeled with the letters B, C, and X. In these areas, the risk of being flooded is reduced but not eliminated. High-risk flood areas are labeled with the areas A and V. Now, a community's flood risk changes over time. So the National Food Insurance Program and the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, continuously works with communities across the country to identify and map flood risks. But prepare for flooding. Now, preparing for a flood, or any kind of emergency situation for that matter, starts with you making a plan with your immediate family and neighbors. Part of that plan includes packing a go bag that should have important documents in a Ziploc or another type of waterproof bag, medication, an extra set of glasses or contacts, a comfortable pair of shoes, a change of clothes, small bills like a number of $1 and $5 bills, a phone charger, flashlight, water, and non-perishable food. If you have pets, pack food, treats, and an extra leash if you have one. Keep in mind every family member's needs when creating your go bag. You should try to create a small community of close neighbors to check in with when disaster strikes. Consider creating an emergency contact list on paper in the event your phone stops working or the battery dies and you can't check the contacts there. And whatever you do, follow emergency orders. If an evacuation is ordered or advised in your community, evacuate immediately. When it comes to safety, listen to first responders. To quote Emily Montañez, Associate Directoress for Los Angeles County's Office of Emergency Management. If anyone receives a knock at their front door from someone in law enforcement or from the fire department, we definitely support taking the safest approach and evacuate your home. Stay in the know about warnings and alerts by signing up with your local emergency mass notification system. Sign up for emergency alerts in Southern California. Los Angeles County residents can sign up with Alert LA County, Notify LA, and Nixle to receive notifications via text message or email. Stay updated on weather forecasts by tuning into your local news broadcast station and checking the National Weather Service in Los Angeles office website. National Weather Service. If a flood warning or watch is issued for your community and you have some time before evacuating, relocate valuables, particularly water-sensitive ones, such as laptops, tablets, and smart kitchen devices, from the lower to upper floors. You should also disconnect all electrical appliances or turn off electric circuits at the fuse box or circuit breaker panel. If you have been evacuated, wait until authorities give the all clear to return to your home. And remember, it is never a good idea to drive through standing water, especially at night. If there's a big pool of water between you and your destination, the safest thing to do is turn around and take a detour. I cannot overemphasize that enough. Now, with that being said, let's talk a little bit about what 2023 might bring. Okay. And, by the way, what else comes to my mind? I would take all important documents, your birth certificate, marriage certificate, all that shit, citizenship records, put them in a plastic waterproof Ziploc inside of a metal container. The metal box, a metal lockbox, something you may have to purchase specifically for this, small, flat, that's to keep them fireproof as you can get. And of course, the Ziploc will protect them from water. Of course, the problem is mold. Plastic is really not good for preserving things. You really need to continually check on them and air them out. Don't leave them in a safe forever. This is something that you really need to keep your papers aired out to prevent them from molding in environments like San Francisco. Now, in terms of what 2023 might bring, don't forget that New Year's doesn't start for me until Asian Lunar New Year is over. New Year really doesn't begin for me, or really for any of you, until February, after the Asian Lunar New Year is over this year. Now, New Year's predictions are a fool's game, certain to be undone by events unexpected in January, like Putin's invasion of Ukraine the next month thereafter, but I'll play the fool and take a stab. I'd say there's a few points that come to mind to emphasize. I don't know if I can count them on one hand, but, I probably can. Let's do 5 fingers with this. Pinky, Mr. Market has it wrong. The idea that interest rates are near their peak defies history. There be no precedent or theory supporting the notion that you can conquer inflation with interest rates below the rate of inflation. And Jay Powell won't cave. Now, there's a man named Greg Ip. I won't tell you how I know this, but he puts it, every central banker wants to be the next Paul Volcker. No central banker wants to be the next Arthur Burns. I won't be surprised if the Fed funds rate passes 6% this year, and that portends a tougher economy than most expect. In fact, I'd warn you all to expect a big crunch in 2023. That might be the name for the year in history books. The year of the big crunch. That on another episode. Now, ring finger. When it comes to battle against climate change, I'm actually an optimist. That's not because of regulatory schemes, but because of the magic that cometh from adding, as Abraham Lincoln once put it, and no matter what we think of the son of a bitch, he had quite a way with words, the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. Many of the best business minds that I've spracketh with through my son's husband within the last year are clearly focused on this problem. And self-enrichment is now driving their efforts as much as salvation of the planet. That's a recipe for success. Look for important climate technology breakthroughs this year. As for Abraham Lincoln, he was speaking in the old days. These days we'd phrase it by adding a single word, the fuel of self-interest to the fire of genius. And the fuck you finger. Here's the point to be made there. With the big middle finger, the Chinese century may end before it begins. At least the communist Chinese century. Red China's ascendance has been widely predicted since the turn of the millennium, and some have cited the Fortune Global 500 list to argue it has already arrived. There are now more commu-Chinese firms on that list than American firms, but precious few of those are world class, and some that are have been hobbled. Think Alibaba and Tencent, reined in by Xi Jinping's regulatory policies, or Huawei and ByteDance, crimped by fears of Xi Jinping's geopolitical ambitions. Add to that the communist Chinese empire's mismanagement of COVID, lurching from overregulation to a frightening experiment in herd immunity, and the myth of Chinese ascendancy under the communists gets punctured. By the way, given yesteryear's remarkable breakthroughs by OpenAI, or artificial intelligence, will anyone still argue that Red China leads in that technology? One footnote to that particular story. A stagnant superpower may be more dangerous on the world stage than an ascendant one, as Vladimir Putin has demonstrated. Now, we come to the pointer finger. Technology has taken a turn. We all began yesteryear thinking the value of AI, artificial intelligence, was to create prediction machines, as author A.J. Agrawal so called it, and that crypto technology would power a new version of the web. But in the final months, crypto imploded, and we were awakened to the amazing power of generative AI to create art, text, and computer code. That means business visionaries need to return to the drawing board and rethink their view of the future. One clear takeaway: instead of more people who can write computer code, we need more people with the wisdom to ask the right questions and scrutinize the results. That's where, again, I'm the closest thing on this earth to the only art-elect whisperer you fucking got. And once again, it's only I that can guide you through this uncanny valley. And finally, the thumb. The opposable thumb that works against all the other fingers. I have a hope, if not quite yet a prediction. I think there's a chance a badly broken American political system could begin a slow, stumbling turn for the better. It's always darkest before the dawn. I'm encouraged by things like Alaska's ranked choice of voting experiment, Nevada's embrace of the same, and New York's court-ordered redistricting, all suggesting a path toward a system that re-engages the sensible center, the majority of American citizens, in the election process. It's with that in mind that I can say, in retrospect, 2022 could have been worse. Much, much worse. For Biden and a crisis-battered empire, an oddly optimistic end to an objectively bad year has transitioned. 12 months ago, a little beyond that by now, by a few days, on December 29th, 2021, Joe Biden closed out the first year of his presidency with an abysmal approval ratings, the lowest at that point for any president, except Donald Trump, since modern polling began. According to the website 538, he had a 43.1% approval rating and a 51.8% disapproval rating. Coverage of his leadership and future prospects was brutal. Biden had seemingly turned Republican predictions of his failure into a self-fulfilling prophecy. A year later, Biden's numbers are all but unchanged. His approval rating stands at a meager 43.2%, an increase of 0.1%, and his disapproval rating is 51.4%. America's oldest president, at the age of 80, Biden is poised to announce a re-election bid soon, with a large majority of voters, including Democrats, hoping that he will not run again. A year that began in crises. 2022 is hardly concluding with peace and goodwill. The biggest armed conflict in Europe since the Second World War rages on as Russia, with barbaric intensity and kamikaze drones, seeks to eviscerate its neighbor, Ukraine. Inflation, having hit 40-year highs, is running at more than 7% annually. Republicans, many still in the thrall of Trump and his lies about his 2020 electoral defeat, reclaimed the House of Representatives. And Trump himself is campaigning for president yet again, a frontrunner, if a tarnished one, for the Republican nomination. Thanks to a Supreme Court remade by the radicalized right during Trump's presidency, Roe v. Wade, with its guarantee of women's reproductive freedom, stands no more. COVID, diminished but not destroyed, continues to kill, on average, several hundred people in these United States every day. The nation, understandably, remains in a sour mood. It's hardly good news that 76% of Americans in the most recent Gallup survey think the country is on the wrong track, down from a high of 87% last summer. But expectations are everything in politics. And the one truly good thing you can say about 2022 is this: it could have been worse. much, much worse. Russia could have won. A Republican red wave, predicted by both history and the polls, might have swept radical Trump cultic election deniers into control of both houses of Congress and key state election offices. Inflation might have kept going up. The economy could have entered a full-fledged recession. No wonder then that Biden and his crisis-battered administration are ending the year on a strikingly positive note. Now, last week, CNN reported Biden and his team feeling vindicated by a 2022 turnaround. New York Magazine called 2022 Joe Biden's actually not at all bad year. Over at The Atlantic magazine, a fellow pessimist named Tom Nichols was cheered enough by Russia's battlefield reverses and the defeat of anti-democracy Republicans to make the case for a certain amount of optimism in 2023. Legislatively, Biden managed to secure passage of a long list of bills in his first 12 years, including measures to spend billions on infrastructure, climate change mitigation, and healthcare, as well as a CHIPS Act that seeks to shift manufacturing of critical technology components back to the United States. Now, in terms of the CHIPS Act itself, in terms of its acronym, which is extraordinarily clever, I'd be the first to say. Let me see if I can look that up, because I honestly don't remember what it stood for. But, so let's take a look. Acronym. Damn this thing. Okay, CHIPS acronym. And that's, now, of course, I get the fucking police. Now, when it comes to all the CHIPS Act acronym, basically, it stands for Creating Helpful Incentives to Produce Semiconductors. There we are. And that's important, of course. Obviously, this is not going to happen overnight, and Taiwan still dominates your world. But, hey, it's common sense. Now, some of these bills, even cleared with bipartisan support, despite a 50-50 Senate and a narrow House majority. Politically, Democrats overcame Biden's unpopularity to register the best midterm results in 20 years for a party in power, keeping hold of the Senate as voters rebuffed the most extreme Trump-backed Republican candidates in battleground states. On the world stage, Biden has rallied the West to Ukraine's defense, secured large bipartisan majorities in Congress to send billions in military assistance, impose sweeping sanctions on the Russian economy, and negotiate the accession of previously neutral Finland and Sweden into NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which John Miranda, the man who lives in a sleeping bag out in the snow, claims will disintegrate under Russian assault. With all this unprecedented American aid, Ukraine has managed to fight Russia to a standoff. Kiev, the capital thereof, predicted by experts in the Pentagon and elsewhere to fall within days, still stands. Of course, I'm the only one who predicted that. In a buoyant thank you speech to a joint session of Congress this month, Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said, "Against all odds and doom and gloom scenarios, Ukraine did not fall. Ukraine is alive and kicking." He called this our first joint victory. Now, Biden's rebound is a marker not only of a president whose great skill is persistence in the face of adversity, but of a leader whose foes have underestimated him and the fractious empire he heads at great cost to themselves. Both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump have made the mistake of believing their own propaganda. They did not see Biden as the formidable opponent he has proved to be. The American president, aided by the catastrophic overreach of their attacks on democracies at home and abroad, brought something that turned out to be incalculably valuable to the fight: clarity. For several years, Biden had warned of a new era of conflict between rising autocracies and our world's democracies. When Putin tragically proved him right, he did not back away, as his predecessors in both parties had so often done when confronted by the Russian dictator's outrages throughout 2 decades. On February 24th, the day of Russia's invasion, Biden said, "This aggression cannot go unanswered." And it did not. As for Trump, the existential threat he posed to American democracy brought Biden into the 2020 presidential contest in the first. And Biden closed out the 2022 midterm campaign by warning as well about the high stakes. Biden warned voters, "Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic." And many, it seems, actually listened. I'm not ready to go all in on optimism just yet, nor, I'm sorry to say, should you. The American empire remains perilously divided, a 50-50 country where candidates of a rogue Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgency as manifestly unqualified as Herschel Walker in Georgia and as viciously untruthful as Kerry Lake in Arizona can receive 48.6 and 49.7% of the vote, respectively. Donald Trump, despite the sudden outbreak of Republicans blaming him for all the losing, has not yet been decisively repudiated by the party that inflicted him on the rest of us, nor has he been held to account in a court of law for his growing list of offenses against the Constitution and the democratic order. Exiled to Mar-a-Lago and reduced to hawking virtual playing cards of himself as a would-be superhero, he is a punchline, but also a malign, ongoing threat. The state of the economy, meanwhile, remains uncertain, as does the health, mental, physical, environmental, and spiritual, of the empire. Mass gun deaths, a uniquely American phenomenon, continue and included the murder of 19 children and 12 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, one of but hundreds of shootings this year alone. Against such a backdrop, all too much of what passes for politics is profoundly unserious, performative bullshit. Whether it's the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, making war on Walt Disney World, or Elon Musk spending $44 billion on Twitter in the name of free speech, only, self-evidently, to destroy it, and billions of dollars of shareholder value in his Tesla car company while he was at it. But a glimmer of hope has been purchased at great cost at the end of a long and awful 2022. In the unmarked graves of Ukrainian suburbs and the terrified clandestine abortions of America's red states. I'll still save pessimism for another episode. Asian Lunar New Year awaits, and that's when 2023 truly begins for most of planet Earth's population, the overwhelming majority of which reside in East Asia. But I've just spent my weekend celebrating Byzantine Orthodox Julian calendrical Christmas in wartime. During the holidays, many of us look close to home as we remember the least fortunate among us. But don't forget that millions of people around the world, including in Ukraine, are living not only with poverty and deprivation, but under wartime conditions. Through a violent winter. This time of year, many of us dip some cash into a bell ringer's kettle or donate canned goods. We increase our giving to religious organizations or community associations. The better folks among us commit the most valuable commodity of all, time, to volunteer work. And so we should. America is a wealthy empire, and many of our pets have better health care than millions of human beings here and around the world. We should take a moment to remember that millions of people will not be wrapping presents or checking with the family to decide what to serve for dinner. Instead, they will be trying to stay alive. For many people around the world, survival is endangered by exposure or hunger or disease. The citizens of Ukraine will struggle with all of these challenges while also enduring a steady rain of Russian missiles whose sole purpose is mass murder. Ukrainians are going to sleep in shelters, worried that they will find their children hungry or cold in the morning, or perhaps even blasted to pieces by criminals acting on the orders of a cowardly dictator. This last weekend, the New York Times published a detailed examination of the Russian war against Ukraine. It is a rebuke to every self-described realist and harumphing geostrategist engaged in long chin pulls about the weight of history, NATO expansion, the culpability of the West, and all of the other over-intellectualized excuses for Russia's campaign of brutality. This war is the product of a small circle of conspirators led by one man who is seized by nostalgia for the old Soviet Union, by the belief that he is the savior of a new Russian empire, and by the conviction that he is a great historical figure. Paranoid about COVID-19 and bunkered in his palace, Vladimir Putin hatched his plans for an invasion. The New York Times reported, Mr. Putin's isolation deepened his radicalization. People who know him say he went 16 months without meeting a single Western leader in person, and the few people allowed into his presence have continuously fed his grandiosity and detachment from reality. To quote the Times, if everyone around you is telling you for 22 years that you are a super genius, then you will start to believe that this is who you are, said Oleg Tinkov, a former Russian banking tycoon who turned against Mr. Putin this year. Russian business people, Russian officials, the Russian people, they saw a czar in him. He just went nuts. Instead of trying to talk Putin out of plunging into disaster, the Russian dictator's circle of sycophants decided to indulge him. In the words of that Times report, they had an incentive to cater to the boss's rising self-regard and to magnify the external threats and historical injustices that Mr. Putin saw himself as fighting against. We all know what happened next. Perhaps Putin thought his troops would plant the Imperial Russian Eagle in Kiev, maybe even in a ceremony drenched in the strains of the Russian national anthem, whose music Putin nostalgically recycled from the old Soviets' national anthem. Instead, years of corruption and lies and decadence created a Russian army that couldn't sprint a few hundred miles from Russia and Belarus to capture Kiev, much less subjugate an entire nation of 44 million people spread out over an area larger than France. As the humiliations mounted in the field for Russia's hapless military, they raped and tortured and murdered civilians. In Moscow, a bewildered and enraged Putin decided on a new strategy. The Ukrainians would be punished for their insolence, broken as a nation, starved and frozen, until they begged the new emperor for mercy. The Ukrainians, of course, have not been broken, and they have not surrendered. But the campaign of atrocities continues. Over the weekend following the Ides of Yestermansis, the midst of last month, Russia launched a barrage at crucial infrastructure in cities across Ukraine, including Kiev, Kharkiv, and Zaporizhzhia. The holidays this year were marked not only by shortages of power, heat, water, food, and medical care, but by the constant fear that every night could end in carnage. Russians who know Putin told the Times that the Kremlin dictator is willing to take untold numbers of casualties, rather than ever abandon this war. According to Pentagon estimates, his butcher's bill has already surpassed 100,000 Russian soldiers killed or critically injured. There will likely be another offensive in the east and perhaps another attempt to take Kiev itself. There is not much we can do in the short term to alleviate the individual suffering of Ukrainian families, but the West must continue to help Ukraine defend itself. Indeed, it's possible that this latest missile salvo that I remember most distinctly was in response to America's decision to send a Patriot anti-missile battery to Ukraine, showing yet again that no one makes a better case for aiding the fight against the Russians than Putin himself. One thing we can all do is remember the Ukrainians who are celebrating Christmas and Hanukkah and the coming New Year this weekend under the guns and missile batteries of their Slavic brothers. We must not forget them. Putin certainly won't. Putin the Desperate, to whom Russia's Ukraine war truce was always a lie. The Ukraine war goes on. Russian Security Council Deputy Chairman Dmitry Medvedev had harsh words for Ukraine's leaders and the Western governments that support Kiev, stating, "Pigs have no faith," after Ukraine made clear it would not honor Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's 36-hour unilateral ceasefire, which was set to begin on Friday into this weekend for the Orthodox Christmas I've just returned from celebrating. Ukraine rejected it, saying Moscow would use the truce as an opportunity to reinforce troop positions. The fighting has continued, and officials on both sides have accused the other of opening fire in several areas in the eastern Donbas region, even as Russia's Ministry of Defense insisted it was observing a truce along the entire line of contact that began at 12 o'clock Moscow time. That would have been 9 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time on Friday, or 9 a.m. in the morning. It was midnight Moscow time, I believe. 9 a.m. Greenwich Mean. Friday into this weekend. Now, Moscow blamed Kiev for continuing to shell Russian positions as well as settlements in occupied Ukraine, breaking the ceasefire. Ukraine is simply not having it, because Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said the truce was simply an attempt by the Russian Empire to stop his country's military advances in the east of the country and was a ploy to allow the Kremlin to bring in more men and equipment. Late Thursday, Zelensky said, "Now they want to use Christmas as a cover to stop the advance of our guys in the Donbas for a while and bring equipment, ammunition, and mobilize people closer to our positions. Everyone in the world knows how the Kremlin uses lulls in the war to continue the war with new force." And Washington was skeptical as well. President Joe Biden also told reporters on Thursday Putin had been willing to bomb hospitals, nurseries, and churches on December 25th, and again on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Biden suggested, "I think he's trying to find some oxygen," which is one of the funnier things that Biden has said. On Thursday, the State Department spokesman Ned Price told a press briefing, "We believe this is a cynical ploy so that the Russians can use a bit of time to regroup and ultimately reattack with potentially even more vengeance, even more brutality, even more lethality if they had their way. Then there was the Russian response. Though Putin never responded to the failed attempts at an Orthodox Christmas truce, Medvedev went on a verbal offensive for him. On Friday, the Russian politician and former president wrote on his Telegram channel, "A hand of Christian mercy was extended to the Ukrainians on the great holiday. Kiev's leaders rejected it. I think most of our servicemen participating in the special military operation breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the main Ukrainian clown's refusal to cease fire for Christmas. Less trouble and deceit." Now, Medvedev further suggested that still he felt sorry for the Ukrainian people who may have been deprived of the opportunity to attend church on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. He then stated, "But pigs have no faith and no innate sense of gratitude. They understand only brute force and squealingly demand grub from the owners." Medvedev also slung insults at European politicians who did not appreciate Putin's Ukraine proposal. So, there was no Christmas truce in Ukraine this weekend. Now, Orthodox Christmas is celebrated on January 7th. Now, that's according to the Julian calendar. And many Ukrainians have opted to follow the Gregorian calendar and mark the occasion on December 25th. And while both days are public holidays in the country, for the first time, the Orthodox Church of Ukraine said it would allow its congregations to celebrate Christmas on the earlier date. Even though Ukraine did not honor an Orthodox Christmas truce this year, Washington has provided Kiev with a much-needed present, namely 500 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. Now, on the other side of the Iron Curtain, into Russia itself, we have depraved decadence on display. Over the preceding holiday weekend of Western Gregorian calendrical New Year's, the Russians fired a wave of missiles at Ukraine, all of which Ukraine claimed to have stopped in the first complete defeat of such an attack in this war. Meanwhile, a Ukrainian strike killed scores of Russians, probably hundreds, at a makeshift military headquarters set up inside of a school. Now, the Russians, according to the Ukrainian government, fired more than 80 weapons, mostly, it seems, Iranian-made drones, at Ukraine since the start of the new year, at least until the last time I checked, which was probably last weekend. And the Ukrainians claimed they intercepted every one of them. But that attack was but more evidence that Russia's war on Ukraine is, at this point, no aught but an attempt to murder civilians and torment the survivors enough to press their government to capitulate. The Russians, of course, have misjudged their enemy. The Ukrainians have no intention of surrendering and are fighting back with great effectiveness. The Russian High Command learned this yet again over both holiday weekends, when the Ukrainians scored a direct hit on makeshift Russian barracks, killing at least 89 soldiers. I say at least 89 because that is the number the Russians admit were killed, and therefore it is almost certainly a lie meant to hide much larger casualties. Igor Grikin, once a separatist commander in eastern Ukraine, has become a constant critic of Vladimir Putin's war effort. He claims that the soldiers were bunked in the same building as ammunition, and that the ensuing conflagration killed and wounded hundreds, which is certainly much closer to the truth. Most certainly so. Dara Masakot, an analyst at the RAND, that's Research and Development, the acronym RAND, Research and Development Corporation, told the Fourth Estate thereafter that, given the nature of the destruction at that facility, the official Russian numbers are likely significantly undercounting casualties. and that reports from Russian social media channels, often more reliable than official communications, evidence that 300 men had been lost in a single strike. The successful Ukrainian defense and the Russian losses are good news for Ukraine. Every bit of optimism, however, must be tempered by two realities. First, Ukraine remains outnumbered and potentially outgunned by a much larger Russian federative empire. The Ukrainians have survived this far through a combination of excellent strategy, the resilience of its people and their leaders, and an infusion of highly lethal Western weapons, the courage of the men and women on the front lines, and a mind-boggling amount of Russian incompetence and stupidity. The second reality, however, is that the Russians don't really care about their losses. They are willing to sacrifice their own men by the truckload. We are all rightly appalled by the damage the Kremlin is willing to inflict on Ukraine and its people in its unprovoked aggression. But Putin's cruelty extends to his fellow citizens. He is sending untrained, under-provisioned, and poorly armed men to their death, literally to try to plug the holes in his front lines with human meat, which is what one of their own commanders has reportedly called them. The Russian dictator hates Ukrainians, but he and his senior officers, by all evidence, hate their own men nearly as much. Meanwhile, on New Year's Eve, with so many Russian soldiers only hours from being killed in their bunks, Putin's minions hosted a televised party that defied description. I was able to review it only this Byzantine Orthodox Christmas. But this was on Gregorian calendrical New Year's that they did this. Performers put on cheesy song and dance numbers seemingly lifted from 1970s Soviet pop culture, while Russian officers, with gaudy dress uniforms, looked like they were stolen from the palace guards of a James Bond villain, looked on with forced smiles. Parts of the telecast looked as if they had been shot elsewhere, and then chroma keyed into the production, adding a shiny gloss of unreality to the whole mess. One of the hosts, decked out in a red velvet tux, even chortled a cartoonishly evil threat into the camera. "Like it or not, Russia is enlarging!" That's a pretty daring claim to make, while Russian forces are on the defensive and men are being buried in the rubble of their own base. The whole event, like so much of what's broadcast on Russian television now, seemed like a mashup of a Soviet's variety show, the dystopian news and TV ads from RoboCop, and the galas for the rich elites from the Hunger Games, with hosts as creepy as, if less polished than, Caesar Flickerman and Effie Trinket. This tacky, over-the-top Russian decadence is all the more striking when we think back to Putin's ostensible reasons for launching this war. He and his lieutenants promised to save the Ukrainians from Nazis, and then from the immoral West and its rich overlords and sexual deviants. He would gather his fellow Slavs under the protective wings of the Russian eagle. Instead, Putin and his Kremlin toadies are blowing those same Slavs to pieces, while they themselves swan around wearing fantastically expensive designer clothes and jewelry, dancing and laughing it up while they send Russian boys to their doom. I still do not know how all this ends. Putin's barbarism means that it is impossible, even once the war is over, for Russia to re-enter the ranks of the civilized world. Russia is now a nuclear-armed rogue state with a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. I agreed with President Joe Biden's gaffe back in March about how Putin cannot remain in power, because I understood the frustration that led to Biden's outburst. Even if Putin is somehow removed, however, why would anyone give a new Russian regime the benefit of the doubt at least without war crimes trials of the leaders who launched this blood-soaked misadventure. Ukraine will survive, recover, and be rebuilt with aid from around the world. But Russia, willing to watch its own men burn in their bunkers for the sake of a dictator's ego, will have a long way to go before it can again lay claim to being part of a community of nations. Now, there's an uneasy truce festering, as Russia asserts a peace treaty with the Empire of Japan is impossible. Russia's war against Ukraine has prompted people across the Indo-Pacific to ask if festering problems there, from the South China Sea to the Korean Peninsula, could erupt into war. Le Grand Madame Governoress Yuriko Koike of Tokyo, a city so large, it's the only metropolis in the world that is too big for any mere mayor. It can only have a governor. Governoress Yuriko Koike has proposed that regional leaders must build a structure of peace to prevent war from happening. I think she's a dove surrounded by crows and vultures and eagles and hawks. The Ritsumeikan University president, Kuni Miyake, warns a Taiwan contingency could be but years away. If Taipei, the capital of my island China, wants to secure unfettered support from the United States in any crisis, he insists that it should heed lessons from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's recent Washington trip. Now, partly spurred into action by Russia's war, the Empire of Japan, yestermensis, the last month of last year, announced a $320 billion United States dollar defense plan that will make it the world's third largest military spender. Moscow responded by accusing Tokyo of embracing unbridled militarization. Now, Tokyo and Moscow have yet to sign any treaty formally ending World War II hostilities due to a territorial row over islands seized by the Soviet Union at the end of the last conflict, or towards the end of proactive prosecution of hostilities. Although a deal was struck in 1956 for Moscow to hand over Twa Islands as part of any treaty, recently declassified papers show how the Soviets refused to reference that deal in a 1991 joint statement. Moscow withdrew from treaty talks after the Empire of Japan's imposed sanctions over the Ukraine invasion. Yestermensis, last month, the Russian Empire announced the deployment of mobile coastal defense missile systems north of the disputed islands. Now, second to this first phase of Asian news, the Empire of Japan had to step in to keep the gas flowing. Because complicating matters is the fact that the Empire of Japan continues to rely on Russia for 9% of its liquefied natural gas imports. Japanese interests retain major stakes in the Sakhalin-1 and Sakhalin-2 oil and gas projects, even as Western companies have withdrawn. Fearing a halt in supply, the Empire of Japan's government was forced to step in last month and ask 3 non-life insurers, that's non-life insurers, to continue providing marine war insurance for LNG or liquid natural gas shippers in Russian waters. The Japanese firms had warned ship owners coverage would end January 1st, after foreign reinsurers balked at taking on the risk. That's how close we are to a new Russo-Japanese war. A stopgap is now in place to keep the gas moving. Meanwhile, the scramble to diversify away from Russian gas continues. In addition to big LNG or liquid natural gas deals struck last month with American and Womani firms, a unit of Tokyo Gas is in talks to buy American natural gas producer Rockcliffe Energy for $4.6 billion US. Facing its most severe energy crisis in decades, the Empire of Japan would love to speed up the reboot of its fleet of nuclear plants that will take us some time. Even dirty coal is getting a fresh look as its price surges. Although oil refiner Idemitsu Kosan said last month it plans to sell its stake in an Australian mine in line with an earlier pledge. But on energy, Putin's back is against the wall. Before 2022 came as to a close, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin signed a decree that effectively barred the export of oil and petroleum products to countries and companies that cooperate with the G7's price cap on Russian crude. The price cap scheme, enacted after months of internal debate between the American empire, the European Union, and partner nations, aims to accomplish two objectives at once: reduce the Kremlin's revenues, thereby complicating its financing of the war in Ukraine, and keep adequate supply on the market to ensure prices remain steady for the consumer. Buyers wishing to use Western tanker insurance to transport Russian oil will have to attest that the cargo is priced at or below the 60 United States dollar a barrel limit. Coming on top of the European Union's December 5th ban on the purchase of Russian seaborne oil that was enacted the day of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron's, my mother's birthday, the cap will, in theory, complicate Moscow's ability to transport its crude to buyers around the world. The Russians are unsurprisingly angry at this intrusion in what is their most valuable money-making enterprise. Putin himself has lambasted the price cap scheme as stupid, whilst Alexander Novak, the deputy prime minister, stated that the Russian Empire could respond by cutting oil production by up to 700,000 barrels a day. Such an action would tighten supply, and it's highly unlikely the American Empire would be able to rely on oil producers in the Gulf to offset the shortfall. This is a threat Washington and its European allies need to take seriously, if only so they are not caught unprepared. Oil, after all, is a global commodity with a global price. The fact that Europe is drastically reducing its purchase of Russian oil, the United States stopped importing Russian oil in March, doesn't mean they will be insulated from higher prices. The United States, for instance, has cut imports of Saudi crude by 74% over the last 20 years. Yet the Biden administration was still highly upset when OPEC Plus, or the oil production exportation cartel in Russia, slashed oil output by 2 million barrels a day in October. Just because you choose to diversify your energy suppliers doesn't mean you won't be impacted by the market. Presumably, the Russian Empire could retaliate to the G7 price cap by slashing production levels in an attempt to boost prices at a time when the West is still dealing with naggingly high inflation rates. Putin's 12-page decree serves as the legalistic foundation for a future production cut. Such a policy would be right out of the Putin playbook. It was only 4 short months ago when he stopped delivering natural gas supplies to Europe through the Nord Stream pipeline, a ploy to penalize European governments for sanctioning the Russian economy and supporting Ukraine's defense. That maneuver, however, backfired royally on the Russian dictator. Putin, who was frequently lauded in the past as a strategic genius who calmly weighed all of his options and could see 8 moves ahead of him, has exposed himself to be a gambler with a limited hand. And he is apparently incapable of conducting an accurate cost-benefit analysis. The Russian dictator assumed cutting off gas to Europe would, over time, bring European leaders back to their senses, or at the very least, inject division in what has been a surprisingly unified European Union. All it really did, however, was burn bridges with the West and push Europe to search the world for alternative suppliers. With a single stroke of the pen, Putin managed to jeopardize Russian access to its biggest and most profitable customer. Russia's entire natural gas infrastructure, designed to service Europe over the long term, will now have to be rebuilt to service alternate markets in Asia, which will cost time, money, and Western-sourced technology that is in short supply. According to the International Energy Agency, it will take East Russia at least a decade to bring its Asia-bound gas exports to comparable levels in Europe. In the meantime, Putin is increasingly dependent on Red China as a main buyer of its gas, a country that is not only keen to exploit this dependency for better terms, but one extremely wary of relying too much on a single nation for energy resources. Oil, of course, is different than natural gas. With crude, the Russians don't have to worry about finding investors or to build new expensive pipelines. Oil can be loaded onto ships with relative ease, and transporting the commodity doesn't require the kind of special liquefaction technology that gas does. To date, Moscow has had considerable success diverting Europe-bound cargoes to the east. India, which barely imported any Russian crude before the war in Ukraine, is now importing close to 1 million barrels a day. Russian oil exports to Red China have increased by more than 9% year over year. If Rosneft CEO Igor Sechin's calculations are accurate. But all of these barrels are being sold at a significant discount to the global benchmark, costing the Kremlin $4 billion a month in lost revenue. Russia needs to sell more just to keep pace with its previous returns. Given the turbulence of the oil market, including unresolved questions about the extent of Red China's emergence from its zero-COVID policy, the Kremlin may have a tough time doing so. So with his latest order, Putin wants you to believe he can turn off the oil taps like he did with natural gas. The question, as ever, is whether he will run the risk of throwing a hand grenade into the global oil market at a time when Moscow needs all of the oil receipts it can get. Amidst this sea of gas and petrol, the United States sailed a warship through the Black Strait of Taiwan as Red China watched sternly on. The U.S. Navy sailed a warship through the Black Strait of Taiwan following a recent close call between United States and Communist Chinese military planes in region, reminders of the military tensions that underlie the bilateral relationship. The USS Chung Hoon, named after an American battle against the Communist Chinese, simply to raise their ire even more. How do we say this? Basically, well, when it sailed through those waters separating my Taiwan and Red China on Thursday, after my latest transmission, in what the Navy's 7th Fleet said was a routine transit, it was the first such sailing announced by the U.S. Navy in 2023, and it follows 9 sailings made public last year. That's according to one private sector tally. Beijing protested each and every time. The U.S. military says it asserts rights to transit international waters and airspace. The 7th Fleet said Thursday's transit took place through a corridor in the strait that is beyond the territorial sea of any coastal state. Now, a spokesman for the People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, Colonel Shi Yi, said Red China's military dispatched forces to follow and monitor the Chonghun on its journey, according to the Xinhua news agency on Friday that I was able to review. According to Xinhua, Colonel Shi dismissed the activity as big hype and assured that everything is under control. Now, the political future of my Taiwan stands as the biggest potential flashpoint between Washington and Beijing, and their militaries regularly come into contact in ways that analysts warn are increasingly dangerous. Beijing claims my democratically run island China as its sovereign territory. It conducted major exercises in the Strait following last summer's visit to my island China by former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Washington says it opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan is sure to figure highly on the agenda when U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visits Beijing in coming weeks to follow up on efforts by President Biden and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping to steady the bilateral relationship. Red China will also be watching as Taipei, the capital of my island China, and Washington are scheduled next week, well, this week by now perhaps, to conduct a second round of face-to-face talks over tighter digital and agricultural trade. Now, the United States military presence near Red China's shores, like naval Taiwan Strait patrols, particularly angers Beijing. Red China claims the roughly 100-mile-wide strait variously as its internal waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, and exclusive economic zone, its EEZ. It has called the American claim of international waters a pretext for manipulating issues related to Taiwan. Beijing also rejects American freedom of navigation patrols through sections of the South China Sea where Red China claims sovereignty and has constructed military installations on small atolls. So naval sailings through the Taiwan Strait are taking on an increasingly outsized symbolism as Beijing has sought to extend its territorial claims. According to Gregory Pauling, a senior fellow at Washington think tank Center for Strategic and International Studies who runs its Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative. Such sailings, along with other naval patrols, are part of the broader U.S. public relations effort to demonstrate its credibility and commitments in region, and sometimes appear to be made public by the American empire in response to communist Chinese protests of these activities. To quote Sndy, these have gone from normal activities to being symbolic of United States defense of freedom of the seas. Now, last year's 9 sailings through the Black Strait of Taiwan compare with a recent high of 15 in 2020. That's according to a tally kept by Colin Koswi Lian at S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at Singapore's Nanyang Technological University. The latest sailings follow the release of video late last month by the U.S. military that it said showed a communist Chinese jet fighter conducting an unsafe maneuver while intercepting an unarmed United States Air Force spy plane in international aerospace over the South China Sea. The U.S. Indo-Pacific Command has confirmed that the J-11 fighter, operated by a Chinese Navy pilot, flew in front of and within 20 feet of the nose of the RC-135, forcing the reconnaissance plane to take evasive maneuvers to avoid a collision. The Communist Chinese military, which released its own video of the aerial encounter, claimed that the United States pilot was the one that made the dangerous maneuver and said the flight itself violated its national sovereignty. Now, the naval vessel that patrolled the strait this week, the Chonghun, is an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer named for a late naval admiral who was part Chinese. In 2019, the Navy said the Chonghoon sailed along with another ship around the Spratly Island chain in the South China Sea, claimed by China, and in 2006, when Sino-American relations were stronger, the destroyer practiced communications with Twa Communist, or CHICOM, Chinese Communist naval ships during their goodwill visit to Hawaii. Now, the important thing to remember is that Japan matters most if China invades Taiwan. Nikkei Asia recently interviewed the retired Marine General and Assistant Secretary of Defense, Wallace Chip Gregson, on the subject of how the Empire of Japan can best contribute during a cross-strait war between Red China and My Taiwan. And Chip held forth about the need for the Japan self-defense forces to fight jointly to buttress their ability to move among the Empire of Japan's nearly 7,000 islands to repel invaders and to acquire counter-strike arms. Tokyo, in other words, per this man's estimate, basically he's emphasizing the obvious and basically obviating the self-evident by saying, gee, you should shrug off your post-1945 passive approach to national defense and assume a posture befitting the Empire of Japan standing as a beneficent great power. Understand, of course, again, Japan's military has always been quite fat, meaning very large, very well equipped, very well financed, but it has generally a passive approach to world affairs. And he's saying, basically, assert yourselves. Now, the money quote from the interview was simply, the biggest contribution Japan can make to a Taiwan contingency is the rock-solid protection of Japanese territory, while the United States does some of the other things. Okay, that's, Americans have lauded this as incisive. I think it's just like saying shit stinks, or you can't breathe without oxygen. It's like self-fucking evident. It doesn't even need to be said. Of course a nation defends itself. That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. Indeed. If Japan possesses armaments and warriors adequate to protect itself, the American Empire's armed forces wouldn't need to. They could provide goods the Empire of Japan cannot, such as extended nuclear deterrence. The Japanese already have immediate nuclear response, but extended nuclear deterrence the Americans have got. Or sea lane security far from Japanese shores, while concentrating on other endeavors that advance Allied interests, such as safeguarding My Taiwan. In fact, you could go further and make this a general rule. The Pentagon slogan governing outreach to allies and coalition partners would go something like this. To help the alliance, help yourself. Corollary, the United States should do its utmost to make its allies self-sufficient in national defense. By empowering them, it helps both its interests and the common cause, setting in motion a virtuous cycle. Think about it. Allies and partners able to defend themselves without relying overmuch on American military muscle would liberate American forces for expeditionary duty. Unencumbered by the need to guard the host nation's territory, American forces could apply themselves to beating back denizens of the wretched hive of scum and villainy, the Red Chinas and Russias of the world. So rather than content itself with fellowships it can dominate, Washington must emancipate allies from subservience to the American empire. In so doing, it would transmute the post-1945 system of hegemonic alliances into alliances of equals. Strategic debates among mutually deferential peers are healthier and more fruitful than one-sided debates between a hegemon and lesser allies. Furthermore, equal partnerships in which host nations were chiefly responsible for defending themselves, would engage self-interest, the most elemental force in international relations. It's easy to have skin in the game of self-preservation. But back to the Empire of Japan, which is essentially a completely different subject because it's already had this for quite some time. It won the Second World War, after all. But from the American perspective, if General Gregson gets his way, if the Empire of Japan shoulders most of the burden of its defense, again, a no-brainer that is already in effect, and really stupid to emphasize as something that someone should do. Kind of like saying protect yourself if you're attacked, if you're an individual. I shake my head. And they pay these guys. Well, America provides the alliance's striking arm. Then American forces will enjoy a sanctuary from which to prosecute combat operations in Taiwan's vicinity. That, of course, was always the intent. That's the whole point of leasing bases to the Americans. That's why the Americans pay for the privilege of not defending Japan, but of basically having sanctuary to conduct operations in theater. Sanctuary is oftentimes a pivotal ingredient of victory in a hard-run conflict. You try to create it for yourself while denying it to antagonists. Sanctuary means having secure bases from which to operate, or to fall back upon to repair battle damage, or to replenish stores, fuel, and ammunition. Expeditionary forces bereft of such refuges find it hard to prevail in wartime, which is why Red China has sluiced such resources into its anti-access and area denial defenses. Shore-based cruise, ballistic, and now hypersonic missiles, backed up by aero, surface, and subsurface forces over the past quarter century. Fortress China now overshadows all potential United States military sanctuaries in the Western Pacific. Even the American redoubt of Guam would probably comest under fire from PLA or People's Liberation Army ballistic missiles or missile-armed combat aerocraft. Lest anyone miss the point, CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Weaponeers, displaying their customary subtlety and guile, have dubbed the PLA, People's Liberation Army Rocket Force's DF-26 ballistic missile a Guam killer. The logic behind such weaponry is irrefutable. Deny American forces sanctuary, and you deny them logistical support. Deny them logistical support, and they soon go away or find themselves idled. Red China wins either way. So Gregson still has it right. More muscle-bound Japan self-defense forces capable of defending the home islands on their own can restore some semblance of sanctuary in the Western Pacific, bolstering the alliance's ability to vanquish cross-strait aggression. The Empire of Japan guards the base, while American forces go abroad. Sounds like an excellent division of labor. In recent weeks, Tokyo has vowed to double defense spending in the coming years, acquiring the wherewithal to assert itself on behalf of regional peace and security. It cannot happen fast enough. At the other apex of Asia, from the Empire of Japan, in terms of both geography and morality, Israel's illiberal rightward turn is a warning to us all. Benjamin Netanyahu is back in power, leading an extreme right government that leaves both Israel and America's left in an impossible bind. The American left's relationship with Israel has inevitably deteriorated. Many decades ago, there was a liberal, even socialist strain to Zionism. The Labour Party, the establishment left of Israel, was dominant in the late 1960s and 70s, elevating multiple prime ministers and controlling the country's parliament. Even as Israel's conservative forces gained in the late 20th century, Labour was an inarguable counterweight, If the two-state solution was flawed and Palestinian suffering would never be fully accounted for, there was an effort at least to seek a future that would be tenable in some form for both peoples. Now, with Benjamin Netanyahu's return to the post of Prime Minister, the influence of the left in both the United States and Israel will only diminish further. Netanyahu, who has been Prime Minister twice before, has lorded over Israeli politics like a mad fusion of Donald Trump and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The worst of democracy and republicanism combined, embodying a rightward swerve that appears permanent. Netanyahu's new government is the most right-wing in Israeli history, a coalition of Likud, the conservative power center, and a variety of far-right and ultra-Orthodox factions. There be no moderating presence, not even an illusion of an opposition. For American liberals, it's the equivalent of the Republicans governing with more than 60 senators and an enormous House majority, many of them either Trump cultic or hardline evangelicals. Netanyahu's comeback is the outcome of 5 elections in 4 years and the collapse of a more centrist coalition that included, for a time, an Arab political party. The new government is far more ideologically cohesive and seems to promise, for defenders of liberal democracy and the oppressed Palestinians, a darker future. In part, Netanyahu himself has less leverage over his most radical governing partners. He remains on trial for corruption and does not currently enjoy the degree of immunity an American president would. The far-right politicians require a political figure of Netanyahu's stature to impose their will on government. They would have no clear path to power otherwise. But Netanyahu could not have another turn as prime minister without doing what they say. Already, there have been proposals that would allow the parliament to override Supreme Court decisions and give more weight to politicians in the selection of judges. One legal amendment would allow Bezalel Smotrich, the leader of the religious Zionism party, to serve as a second minister in the Ministry of Defense. Smotrich's party ultimately seeks to annex the occupied West Bank. He has been promised authority over the agencies dealing with Jewish settlements and Palestinian and Israeli civilian life in the occupied West Bank. Another amendment would enormously expand the powers of the incoming Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who oversees the police. Ben-Gvir leads the ultra-nationalist Jewish Power Party and would have the authority to set policy for the police, politicizing the force's operations. Israel's Arab minority could face much more police harassment as a result. Yet another amendment may ultimately save Netanyahu himself, should he ever be convicted. Aryeh Deri, the leader of the ultra-Orthodox Shas party, could serve as a minister despite a recent conviction and a suspended prison sentence for tax fraud. That amendment could apply to Netanyahu if he doesn't have to serve a prison sentence. Even if all of these amendments don't become as law, it's readily apparent that the illiberal right is set to dominate Israel for the foreseeable future. It's the kind of outcome that is an equal rebuke to the mainstream liberals in the Democratic Party who offer repeated paeans to the two-state solution, and American leftists, many of them members of the Democratic Socialists of America, who either embrace the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement or support the creation of a single multinational state that grants equal citizenship to Israelis and Palestinians. The latter ambition was always viewed as the more far-fetched because it could lead to Arabs outvoting Jews, ending the very idea of a Jewish nation that took shape in 1948. This was one of the fundamental and enduring contradictions of Israel's founding. Could the nation simultaneously be a parliamentary democracy and an enforced ethno-state? The two-state solution offered one tentative answer, granting Palestinians their own territory to live in and govern. Over the decades, ultra-Orthodox factions have gained tremendous ground, aiming to seize as much land as possible that was supposed to be allocated for the theoretical Palestinian nation. Now the two-state proposition, under the new Netanyahu government, seems as impossible as the goal of BDS. Every time I think of boycott, divestment, and sanctions, of course, it's so sad. Leftists in the foreign policy arena lack tangible power in these United States. Rashida Tlaib may support BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, but almost all 435 members of Congress outright reject it as Judeophobic. Yet it's unclear the nonviolent boycott movement, popular among young progressives, will ever work. Israel merely turns inward. More mainstream center-left Democrats have attempted to alter the American government's posture toward Israel, only to be beaten down by wealthy Israel hawks on the right. Andy Levine, a liberal Jewish congressman from Michigan, proposed legislation that would bar American military aid from being used in the occupied territories. Forced into a redistricting fight against another Democrat this year, Levine was defeated, facing an onslaught of cash from bundlers affiliated with the powerful pro-Israel lobby AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Along with Democratic Majority for Israel, which was launched to crush progressives in Democratic primaries and shove conventional liberals rightward on the question, the AIPAC lobby has been able to keep most Democrats from leaning too far left. The Republican Party largely parrots AIPAC talking points. Even the Trump cultic wing, isolationist on other matters, remains deeply hawkish because Donald Trump himself was so close to Netanyahu. If Israel is ever going to guarantee any further rights to the Palestinians, let alone honor the two-state solution, the American empire will have to be the outside actor that forces change. American military aid and soft power guarantee Israel's survival. No administration, Democratic or Republican, has so far been willing to exercise any of this leverage over Israel. Now the far right is on the march there, unafraid of any resistance from the American government. When Trump was president, Netanyahu knew he could take advantage, and Joe Biden has not proved to be any kind of deterrent. The notion of democracy in Israel, if Netanyahu's coalition has its way, will soon prove to be theoretical at best. Antithetically to Israel, the ethnically Jewish Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky recalled us to ourselves. So much in the world depends on you. Of all the many moving words in President Zelensky's speech to a joint meeting of the United States Congress, those 8 words may have been the most urgent and important. Zelensky came to Washington to speak for his nation. He came to Washington to ask for assistance. But above all, he came to Washington to recall Americans to themselves. He came to say, "My embattled people believe in you." Embedded in his words of trust was a challenge. If we believe in you, perhaps you can again believe in yourselves. Political scientists have dubbed the past 20 years an age of democratic recession, coeval with the rise of the internet. There are fewer democracies on the planet. Anti-democratic predators have gained in wealth and strength. Even within the surviving democracies, extremist forces have undermined citizens' confidence in their own system of government. The ideal of partnership among democracies has declined as well, and perhaps even more than confidence within individual democracies. Narrow and selfish nationalism has displaced international cooperation and collective security. The slogan, "America First," seemingly discredited forever along with its Bolshevism-friendly promoters of the late 1930s and early 40s, is revived. Unsurprisingly, America First summoned forth reciprocal chauvinism from countries on the receiving end of American tariffs and American disrespect. This mood of democratic recession enabled Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's aggression against Ukraine. He regarded the Ukraine as weak and vulnerable, and Ukraine's allies as divided and ineffectual. When he ordered the invasion, 12 months agone by now, or 11 months going on 12, Putin obviously expected to roll into Kiev within days. He certainly expected the rest of the world to grumble, then cometh to terms. Russian energy, Russian cash, those were, in Putin's mind, the hard realities. Everything else to him was just so much vapor. What a mistake. The Ukrainians fought. Their ferocious and successful resistance surprised Putin. Perhaps it surprised the Ukrainians themselves. Certainly, it surprised the rest of the world, democratic and non-democratic alike. A surge of sympathy rapidly translated into the greatest joint military assistance effort since 1945. Weapons, money, intelligence, economic support, humanitarian assistance, all flowed into Ukraine by the tens of billions of dollars, pounds, and euros. Collective security was suddenly upgraded from an antique slogan to an organizing principle. And the assistance worked. The invasion was stopped, then reversed. The intended victim began to win. And as the Ukrainians began to win, all the rest of us, all the other intended victims of Putin's aggression, began to consider that maybe we might not be such losers ourselves. Maybe our ideals were not so out of date. Maybe our institutions were not so broken. Maybe the people the Ukrainians needed us to be, maybe those were the people we could be again. Zelensky spoke. Well, he spraketh of bicameral and bipartisan support in Congress for his cause. That sounded a surprising note, because an important faction in Congress and in conservative media has aligned with Putin against Ukraine. But Zelensky was using words not to describe reality. He was using words to change reality. Casting a spell. That's why it's called spelling. His praise strengthened Republican friends of Ukraine such as Senator Mitch McConnell, and the reverberating applause for his praise left the friends of Putin in Congress and in conservative media more aware than ever of their ideological extremism and political isolation. Zelensky argued that assistance to Ukraine is not charity. It is an investment. That statement is obviously true by the material metrics of national security. At a comparatively small cost in American and Allied assistance, the Russian military has been given a mauling it will not soon care to repeat. Ukraine's resistance has helped secure Taiwan, South Korea, and the Empire of Japan as well, because the lesson inflicted on Moscow will surely reverberate in Beijing. But the investment not charity argument is even more powerful when measured less materially. What the Western world is getting in return for its aid is a powerful recommitment to its own best self. We didn't believe the Ukrainians could do it, in part because we didn't believe we could do it. But they did, and so did we. And we look now at both Ukraine and ourselves in new ways. The extremists and conspiracists and populists, the authoritarians and kleptocrats and theocrats who have all gained so much ascendancy in recent years via the internet, they do not speak for us. That small man in the olive green jersey at the rostrum of the House of Representatives, he spracketh for us. And the reception given to him on the day of my midweek winter solstice transmission, as dated the 21st of yestermenses, by the President and by Congress, told the world that his words had been heard and received and understood by the great democracy-minded majority of Americans. So much in the world depends on you. Sometimes Americans forget that. Zelensky reminded us. He came as to say thank you. It's a little embarrassing to hear that thanks, because what Americans gave, fundamentally, was just money. Zelensky's people have given blood, home, comfort, and security, every precious thing that human beings can sacrifice. The answer we owe Zelensky, the answer Zelensky should hear from this country, this empire, revived by his visit, his cause, and his country's heroic fight is, no. Thank you. Because in our case, the January 6th attack is not over. On the second anniversary of the January 6th insurrection, Joe Biden decorated Americans for courage during the unrest, while on Capitol Hill, the House of Representatives remained in limbo as many of the same people who tried to overturn our 2020 election bickered over electing a speaker. All this is part of the latest political humiliation for Donald Trump. The decision by the January 6th committee to recommend criminal prosecution for the former president is unprecedented in American history. The committee's public hearings may have already tarnished Trump politically, particularly among independents and moderate Republicans. The House Select Committee investigating the attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, formally recommended to the Justice Department on Monday that former President Donald Trump be criminally prosecuted. The committee accused him of violating 4 federal laws: inciting insurrection, obstructing an act of Congress, conspiring to defraud these United States, and conspiring to make a false statement. The committee's action is unprecedented. No president in American history has ever before been referred by Congress for criminal prosecution. In a 154-page executive summary of its findings, the committee said that Donald Trump, more than any other individual, was responsible for the storming of the Capitol by a violent mob that tried to disrupt the certification of his defeat in the 2020 election. That report so states, the central cause of January 6th was one man, former President Donald John Trump, who many others followed. None of the events of January 6th would have happened without him. The committee also identified 5 Trump allies for potential prosecution for their roles in aiding his effort to overturn the 2020 election. The former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and 4 attorneys, Rudolph W. Giuliani, Jeffrey Clark, John Eastman, and Kenneth Chesebro. Among other findings, the committee concluded that the attempt by Eastman, a Trump legal advisor, to submit slates of fake pro-Trump electors to Congress and the National Archives constituted making materially false statements to the federal government. In November, Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed a special counsel Jack Smith, to take over the Justice Department's own investigations of Trump's actions on January 6th and of his alleged mishandling of classified documents. The House Select Committee has no formal prosecutorial authority, so the referrals have only symbolic power. Law enforcement officials, however, concur that the most important contribution that the committee can make to the ongoing Trump investigations is to immediately give prosecutors access to the more than 1,000 witness interviews the committee conducted over the past year. The committee has also gathered more than 1 million documents related to the January 6th attack. One law enforcement official testified, "We have been very clear in saying that we want everything. We still don't have all of them." The report contains new information that could aid prosecutors. It describes a text sent by the Trump advisor Hope Hicks to a campaign aide in which she stated that, before the riot, aides had repeatedly pressed the president to urge his supporters to remain peaceful. Hicks wrote, "I suggested it several times Monday and Tuesday, and he refused." She said that another senior advisor, Eric Hirschman, told her that he had made the same recommendation to Trump, but the president had refused to speak out against the violence. In a conversation with his advisor, Kellyanne Conway, which took place the day after the riot, Trump downplayed the significance of the attack. Conway said that after she had described the situation as terrible and crazy, Trump deflected. He said, "No, these people are upset. They're very upset." The executive committee also includes new evidence demonstrating that Donald Trump knew his claims about the 2020 election were false. Robert C. O'Brien, who served as Trump's last national security advisor, or shall I say national security advisor of any rationality, said that he dismissed the theory that voting machines had been hacked during a December 18th call to the Oval Office. O'Brien said, "Somebody asked me, did I have any evidence of election fraud in the voting machines or foreign interference in our voting machines? And I said, no, we've looked into that and there's no evidence of it." The White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, said that she tried to dissuade Trump as well by waving him off the theory, but Trump subsequently tweeted about it anyway. Legal experts have said that such evidence would bolster prosecutors' chances of convincing a jury that Trump was intentionally defrauding these United States when he tried to block the certification of the results. The referrals, depending on their exact content, will be reviewed by the Office of the Special Counsel or by the U.S. Attorney's Office for Washington, D.C., which has prosecuted hundreds of rioters who entered the Capitol. Ilya Somin, a law professor at George Mason University, has stated that he believes the committee's referral has increased the odds that Trump will face prosecution, himself so saying, "While it's still not completely certain that Trump will be prosecuted, I think the referral and the appointment of the special counsel make it more likely that it will happen." For the purposes of the committee, whether its referrals result in actual prosecutions may not matter. A congressional committee has very different goals from a criminal prosecutor. Investigations by Congress are, by their nature, designed to unearth facts that sway public opinion. Some of the January 6th committee's methods, including its effective use of snippets of testimony and videos produced for public airing, have prompted complaints about selective editing. But any committee's ends are inherently political. A criminal prosecutor faces far more restrictions and must convince a jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that a defendant committed a crime. The poor performance of Trump-backed candidates in the midterms suggests that the committee's public hearings have already tarnished Trump politically, particularly among independents and whatever moderate Republicans still survive. And now, with its criminal referrals, the committee has placed Trump in a position of political ignominy, occupied by no other American president. All of this is indicative of a slow democratic recovery. On Friday into this weekend, President Joseph Biden decorated 14 Americans with the Presidential Citizens Medal, an honor established by President Richard Mulhouse Nixon in 1969 to recognize any citizen of these United States who has performed exemplary deeds or services for his or her country or fellow citizens. There are, I am sure, people on the right who will roll their eyes at honoring a Democrat such as Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, or a Republican such as the former Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers, whose long political career ended with censure and a primary defeat from his own party. Likewise, the Capitol police officers and the election officials who will have been honored have already been the target of harassment and death threats, threats to their families, even the lives of their pets. Their medals cannot make them whole now. Nor can such a posthumous honor restore Officer Brian Sicknick to life. Sicknick's family, into this weekend, filed a wrongful death suit against former President Donald Trump and 2 of the January 6th rioters. These American citizens are all, in fact, heroes. They took risks, not only politically, but also by enduring physical threats from unhinged conspiracists to protect our democracy. It's easy to forget just how much danger these people were in, and how narrowly we escaped even greater chaos. Imagine what America would look like today if some of the people being honored by Biden had been intimidated or defeated, or if they'd just lost their nerve. Rosa Brooks is one of the scholars who convened a group of experts and partisan operatives in late 2020 to game out the worst thing that could happen to our country during the presidential elections. She and her colleagues attracted a lot of snippy criticism at the time, but the events of January 6th, 2021 proved their prescience. When asked about her view of the worst that could have happened on that day, her scenario was chilling. She believes that had the rioters caught Vice President Mike Pence, or perhaps some members of Congress, such as the Democrats trapped in the House gallery at the time, they would most certainly have all been beaten and killed. Brooks has attested that from there more violence would have erupted, with many more deaths. With Pence perhaps missing or incommunicado, there would have been no way to certify Biden's victory, and Trump would then have imposed martial law. Brooks's most disheartening conclusion was that we escaped this disastrous, probable outcome only by sheer luck. To quote as she, "We know what happened to the police officers caught by the mob. Imagine if the mob had caught members of Congress. I don't think some sort of resilience in our system prevented that. It wasn't the supposed guardrails of democracy that kept things from getting that bad. It was chance. Plain and simple." I cannot but agree. We might be glad Pence stood firm at a key moment, but Pence had to be free, indeed alive, to act at all. We might also comfort ourselves knowing that the clowns and opportunists who tried to overthrow our constitutional order have been outed by a thorough investigation in Congress. We can hope that justice is served, with prison sentences for some of the most dangerous seditionists and violent rioters. But is it enough? As the Capitol police officer Harry Dunn tweeted into this weekend, 730 days later, we're still waiting on accountability. Too many of the most important figures in the January 6th plot, and as we know from the House investigation, it was indeed a plot and not some random outbreak of violence, have escaped true accountability. From Donald Trump himself on down to the group that the Washington Post writer Greg Sargent called the coup lawyers, including John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, we know their names. But severe consequences for such people have been rare. Meanwhile, most of the Republicans who voted to overturn our election are still in Congress, or would be if the House could get organized enough to swear them in. At the ceremony at the Capitol Friday into the weekend marking the anniversary of the insurrection, only one Republican, by all evidence, even bothered to show up. The White House event to honor those who defended democracy took place at the same time that Representative Kevin McCarthy, just down the street at the Capitol, submitted himself for another few rounds of political bastonado, as the House, for the 12th and 13th times, failed to elect a speaker that day. The anniversary of January 6th should remind us that the crisis of American democracy is not over, and that we should continue to take seriously what a close call we had in January 2021. Exhibit A. Twitter's new boss, the deeply unserious Elon Musk, trollishly chose that day, Friday into this weekend, to reinstate the account of the disgraced Trump National Security Advisor, Michael Flynn. The American general turned traitor to serve Russia, who wanted our military to seize voting machines a la Joseph Stalin. Quoting Stalin, no less. It doesn't matter who votes, but who counts the vote. Regardless, I myself have been somewhat optimistic about America's democratic recovery in the aftermath of the 2022 midterm elections. Even as Republicans damage control the contest over the speaker's job as an example of democracy in action. But we should not lose sight of the ugly reality that the people opposing McCarthy did not do so out of principle or because of policy differences. The rebels are members of a caucus of extremists who will be part of the new majority and whose serial humiliations of the gentleman from California grant them concessions in the House that will continue to endanger the stability of our system of government. Or, as the Atlantic magazine columnist David Frum put it, McCarthy was on the verge of selling out the country to a nihilist faction so he can briefly occupy a now powerless office, then cash in whatever he can get after this fiasco. This is the tyranny of the minority. The struggle to elect a House Speaker this week last was emblematic of a recent trend in American politics in which small groups have obstructed, delayed, or defeated the will of the people. The most powerful people on Capitol Hill last week weren't party leaders and Hill veterans. It wasn't Representative Kevin McCarthy, who suffered through vote after failed vote to become Speaker of the House, a role he has awaited for decades. It wasn't even the Republican caucus, which as the incoming ruling party overwhelmingly cast their ballots for McCarthy to be leader of the House and second in line to the presidency itself. All the power yester septimania last week was held by a small group of rogue Republicans, many of whom are best known for their denial of the 2020 election or legal troubles, if they are known to the public at large at all, by continually refusing McCarthy the speakership, and without another Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgent candidate with broad support to take his place, the group left the House unsettled ungoverned, and unable to do the basic work of democracy and legislating. On its face, it sounds like a denial of the underlying tenets of democracy, where phrases like the will of the people and majority rule are considered the fairest way to resolve differences. But in reality, the impasse on the House floor reflected the new state of American politics, one in which the minority rules. Donald John Trump won the presidency in 2016 even while losing the national popular vote. In the Senate, where the very makeup of the chamber gives disproportionate power to smaller states of overwhelmingly white populations, which get the same number of senators as large states, increasingly commonplace threats of filibusters have meant that a minority can, and often has, held up legislation that had majority support. And because Democrats hold such a narrow majority in the chamber, a single Democrat has sometimes exercised outsized influence on legislation, aware his or her vote was critical to final passage. The House has historically been less subject to mischief-making by a minority, be it the minority party or a faction of the majority party. But McCarthy's battle exposed a new House, one in which a small and unrepresentative group can makest the rules. And in the case of McCarthy, or whomever was to take us the gavel when the drama was over, the minority influence is likely to continue. In a desperate effort to win over a few more votes, McCarthy agreed to a rules change that would allow a single member to make a call to vacate the chair. In other words, oust the speaker. That threat alone was likely to make any speaker more cautious in bringing certain matters to the floor. Representative Pete Sessions, a Texas Republican who, like Crenshaw, backed McCarthy, lamented, "What they want is a non-powerful speaker. That is not exactly the idea I think everybody has. Be for whomever you want to be for, but be for a powerful speaker. Be for a strong majority. But that's not where we're headed." Former Representative Justin Amash, a Michigan Republican turned libertarian, from bad to worse, rejects the idea that a small group is holding up the selection of a speaker and with it a functioning House of Representatives, proposing on Twitter that he be elected speaker. Oh, no surprise. To quote his T, "This is not a minority stopping Kevin McCarthy from becoming speaker. This is not a situation where some small group is stopping the working of government. Rather, there aren't enough votes for Kevin McCarthy." But no other contenders had broad support in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency for the top job that week. And the situation left McCarthy, or anyone who emerged as a serious candidate for Speaker, in an untenable position. The Speaker was to be, on paper, in a position of tremendous authority and influence, negotiating with the White House for setting the agenda of the party. But with a cranky minority constantly threatening to upend even run-of-the-mill legislation, the role is far less powerful. And the problem has been brewing in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent caucus for years, largely because the cultic party has allowed its minority factions to run a little too wild, as all lawmakers and experts concur. In 2015, former Speaker John Boehner, Ohio Republican, quit his post after an often tumultuous era handling the Tea Party caucus, which did not like the fact that Boehner, a consummate dealmaker, was negotiating legislation with then-President Barack Obama, Boehner's successor, former Representative Paul Ryan of Wisconsin, practically had to be dragged into taking the job. Now, it's some members of the Freedom Caucus that are making trouble for fellow Republicans in the House. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency needed those lawmakers to get a majority. But the caucus is problematic when it comes to governing, voting against essential matters such as raising the debt ceiling or keeping the government running at all. Without a speaker, the House was at a standstill. Newly elected members, even incumbents, had not been sworn into office. Committees couldn't be created, and those who had been on the Intelligence Committee couldn't get classified briefings. Legislation can't be debated or voted on, and even basic rules of the House, such as yelling at each other across the room, as some members did this week last, aren't technically against the rules anymore, because technically there be no rules. Representative Jerry Connolly attested that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency created this problem by enabling that wing of the party. And now the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency wouldn't rein them in. You don't do it by caving into them and whittling away consensus positions in rules, in legislation, and even in leadership. It just gives them more fuel. This is a moment that, predictably of course, will be squandered by so-called moderate Republicans. They are at maximum leverage right now. They could go and say, to the anti-McCarthy crowd, "This is your last hope. If you don't come to some kind of accommodation, we're going to cut a deal with the other side," meaning the Democrats. By the way, I'm still messing with this old microphone. I haven't even opened the new one yet. Sammy Romero sent me with all the holiday social obligations ongoing till now. I hope everyone can still hear me. Let me know. Do verify that I am heard, please. Very important that I know that, of course. And I think everything's functioning all right, judging by what I see electronically, but always getting feedback is of primary importance. Thank you for maintaining my numbers. Glad you're all here helping me do that. And certainly, as I said, well worth the celebration and returning therefrom just to be able to deliver my message. Okay, waiting for input. Still saying excellent connection. Still hearing myself, I believe. Still live. Streaming, of course, still ongoing. And waiting for input on people being able to hear me. We have 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Only 4 hours left. Hopefully we can get something done in that time. Now, the prospect of some kind of deal with Democrats was not unprecedented. State legislators in both Pennsylvania and Ohio recently did just that, working together to name someone who was acceptable to the mainstream elements of both parties. In Pennsylvania, where a few temporarily open seats put the Democrats' narrow majority win in November in flux, lawmakers made Democrat Mark Rossi the speaker, and Rossi immediately declared himself an independent. That's a tougher task in the U.S. House, where the two parties are disinclined to help each other out politically. Democrats look at the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent speaker vote debacle and see a toxic homemade brew the Republicans are fated to stew in. Unrescued! Republicans, having just wrested the majority status from Democrats in November and eager to start investigating the Biden administration, aren't inclined to make the sorts of concessions that would likely be demanded by Democrats for any help electing a Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent speaker. And, after all, Democrats note gleefully their candidate, Democratic leader Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, has consistently earned more votes than McCarthy in each vote, albeit not enough to take the speakership. And as the House embarked on yet another series of speaker votes on Thursday morning, Jeffries said, "All we are asking is for Republicans to get along with each other so we can get about the business of the American people. This Congress needs to organize, and Republicans need to get their act together." Now, per Representative Dan Crenshaw, Texas Republican, he concluded, "It's like governing with a gun to your head. When it's all said and done, it's going to be like Reconstruction after the Civil War. We're going to have to come together." Well, with such a muscular minority in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Caucus refusing to deal, it will be a lengthy battle. It is under such precedent that it be fitting that we remember the heroes of January 6th, including the many people who were not at the White House that day, but who stayed at their posts and did their jobs as election officials, volunteers, observers, and many other of the tasks that allow the millions of citizens of a giant federal democracy to govern themselves. But the events today, or rather Friday into this weekend, which feels like yesterday to me on Capitol Hill, and the ceremony at the White House, be reminders that the threats to our constitutional order have not vanished, and that we cannot magically wish them away. The case against Trump is American monopoly libertarianism. There were 3 ways the impeachment trials revealed how broken American politics and society really are. When we all buckled down to watch Donald Trump's second impeachment trial, I myself couldn't help but have mixed emotions. I concluded it revealed 3 truths about American politics, none of which are good. You and I both know that Senate Republicans were never going to convict Donald Trump. But let's review the magnitude of the offense. Inciting a coup d'etat attempt, not a riot, that left 7 people immediately dead. This is among the gravest possible high crimes in a democracy, if not the gravest and highest. If Republicans were never going to convict Trump for such a thing, then what does it tell us? That the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is now Trump's party. They would never convict him for a very simple reason. They believe in the way that he pioneered, abusing hate and brutality and violence to achieve political ends. Why do they believe in that? They know that enough of America rejects them that they cannot win a fair political fight. But they also know that enough of America backs Trump that they cannot reject the way of violence either. How many Americans think the election was stolen? 75% of Republicans. How many think Trump's coup d'etat was justified? 45% of Republicans. That's millions upon millions of people. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is made of 3 kinds of people, all of whom add up to being Trump sympathizers, sycophants, enablers, even if he's not president anymore. 1, true believers, like Josh Hawley, the white male supremacy fist pump, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, QAnon's very own congressional voice, who thinks the Jews shot space lasers at my Golden State nation of deep blue California. 2, the ones who back Trump's political project of bringing libertarian monopolism to America, but are smart enough to say, quote, Bible verses to cover it up, like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio. And 3, the ones who put forth a conflicted public image, but have never really opposed Trump cultism's goals when it mattered. Here I think of people like Rand Paul and Mitt Romney. All that adds up to one terrible, awful truth. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is now Donald Trump's instrument and vehicle. It is Trumpism's party. Just because Trump isn't president doesn't mean he's gone. His specter looms like a phantasm over these proceedings. And it doesn't mean Trumpism is gone either. Trumpism is growing more violent and brutal and stupid before our very eyes. What does it stand for as a movement? Ethnic cleansing, hatred, white male supremacy. When those things cannot be had consensually, politically, hard coups d'etat are attempted, which leaves people dead at the Capitol. That brings us to our second terrible truth. What is really on trial here is Trump cultism, and it's about to be acquitted by the Senate, or certainly was already with the second impeachment. It was only recently he's been recommended for criminal prosecution, but in the second refusal to convict Donald Trump, the Senate also said Trumpisms, Trump as an ideology's aspirations, objectives, methods, and aims are perfectly legitimate in their eyes. Trump's defense is as ridiculous as the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's other defense. Trump's argument is that it was all just free speech. Let's remember all that free speech then. Trumpism as an ideology began with scapegoating minorities for the woes of real Americans. Now the woes of Americans are very real, but they're not the fault of minorities. Real Americans finally plunged into poverty, despair, and downwards mobility thanks to themselves. They were the ones who voted in every election since the end of the last World War against things like healthcare, education, retirement, any form of public goods, safety nets, equality. Scapegoating quickly escalated to real government policy. Minorities were hunted down in the streets and then banned and then thrown into concentration camps. Children were tortured. That's what a lack of food, water, medicine, sanitation, and even having to sleep on a cold floor is called. Would you want your kid to suffer all that? Families were separated. An American euphemism for what the last living Nuremberg prosecutor called a crime against humanity. The last living Nuremberg prosecutor has called Trump's ICE, their immigration customs enforcement tactics, an attempt at genocide. What should already be clear is this. Free speech is not just something that can be engaged in lightly, especially for a head of state. It has real consequences. Not only does it become government policy, it sets the tone for a culture, a society, an atmosphere, a moment in history. What was happening here was the classic textbook sequence of Bolshevism. Hate, scapegoating, demonization, mass internment gulaggery, commissariats. Where does this sequence end? At bloody coups d'etat. This is an escalating pattern of abuse of power that begins with free speech and ends over and over again in terrible atrocities, crimes against humanity, real violence and brutality, lasting damage to democracy, people, and society, not in the abstract, but to their bodies, their livelihoods, their families. It's for exactly this reason that most other rich countries have laws against hate speech. Not just for the sake of the speech itself, but what it inevitably leads to and culminates in. The very idea that free speech justifies what Trump does is such a poor defense because free speech itself damns what Trump did. The rules of free speech do not apply to a head of state. A head of state cannot simply say whatever he or she likes. They are held to different standards for a very good reason, and those standards are what high crimes are there to judge. Imagine if a head of state said, every nigger in this country is a criminal. Every brown one is a parasite. Do you think that this is something that can happen without consequences? Of course not. The head of state has unparalleled power. And so to simply say something is, more often than not, to begin making it real. When a head of state begins to engage in hate and demonization and scapegoating, it's not nearly the same thing as, say, a dumb high school bully. It leads to social, cultural, political, and economic ruin on a vast scale. Words are magic. They cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. That's why magical books of spells and spell casting are called grimoires, or grammars. You make real your wish by saying it aloud. It has so much more power than mere thought. It is the ideology of monopolism for a head of state to engage in free speech. That is, in fact, hate speech, which then obviously all goeth on to become things much more real than mere speech. Government policy, cultural values, and social norms. All of this brings us to the toxic masculinity industrial complex. Or how to get rich and famous by being an abusive creep on the internet. And why that needs to change. In case you haven't heard by now the story that took the internet by storm, it goest, deep breath, like this. An online influencer and noted violent misogynist decided to make fun, for no reason, just out of the blue, because, well, misogynists will be misogynists, of Greta Thunberg. To which she replied with the third most searched tweet in history, which the internet celebrated as a hilariously accurate takedown. It went viral, and said guy, the mocha monkey who calls himself a manfluencer, responded with a bizarre video in a bathrobe and a cigar. Next to him was a pizza box. And what happened next? The Romanian authorities swiftly detained him on charges of organized crime and rape. Now, that's justice. By the way, Amor Fadi says, we can hear you, Douglas, loud and clear. Thank you, sir. Hugs. Deeply appreciate it. Blessings to your ancestors and descendants. To which meaning to wit the Romanian arrest of Andy Tate and his brother. To which Greta responded, Greta Thunberg, "This is what happens when you don't recycle your pizza boxes." Funny? Savage? Ludicrous, as in laughably ridiculous? All of the above. But also deadly serious. Said guy runs a camgirl business. It's a human trafficking trade. And he's more or less out of the closet as a human child trafficker because the majority of girls are under age 18. Don't take it from me. Take it from him. Normal guys don't exactly make remarks like, and trigger warning here for violent misogyny, "It's bang out the machete, boom in her face, and grip her by the neck. Shut up, bitch!" Or, for example, in one video explaining his reasons for the move, he suggested it was because it would be easier to evade rape charges. In one video, he says this is probably 40% of the reason he moved there, adding, "I'm not a rapist, but I like the idea of just being able to do what I want. I like being free." This sordid, gross manfluencer is just one tip of a far larger iceberg comprised of frozen fruit pits. The toxic masculinity industrial complex. What do I mean by that? There are a lot of guys like him, and for some reason, being that kind of guy, misogynistic, violent, bigoted, because of course, hating women is a form of bigotry, loud and proud of it, it's become a veritable career path. Say this kind of stuff out loud and you can get rich and famous. That's because, in turn, manfluencers are created. Let me give you a simple example, and you'll know what I'm talking about because odds are it's happened to you too. All I watch on YouTube, from which I'm talking at you right now, other than incidentally informative videos, I catch collateral to my baseline viewing habits, which is a consistently chronic quest for bubblegum for the brain, are A, hot chicks making videos about whatever it is they're doing, literally fishing, carpentry, yoga, pole dancing, knitting, darning, all with the added ingredient of tits and ass, of course. Or B, various music videos, which, often as not, is but another meat market what provides me background noise for my primary search habit. And if you don't believe me, just take a look at my subscriptions. So why is it that, regardless of that, I'm on YouTube for the ass, I get recommended videos from this grotesque cast of characters over and over again? Why would I possibly be interested in hating women and minorities and violently attacking them while building my muscles up to absurd proportions and becoming a caricature of a man when all I clearly want to do is numb my mind on eye candy and popcorn music? Because, of course, the answer goest, the algorithm recommends them. But the algorithm isn't some kind of abstract, preordained, divine creation. It's entirely the preferences of the guys who wrote it, made it into a machine, churning away in perpetuity. Those guys, like these guys, the tech bros who coded the algorithm, have a cultic fondness for manfluencers. And so the algorithm, which is really the tech bros' choices, will just recommend the sordid manfluencers to you over and over again. Forever. No matter what. That's the famous part. Join this vulgar way of thinking. Say it out loud. And before you know it, you're getting recommended. Not just on YouTube, but TikTok, Facebook, everywhere. The one notable exception was Twitter, until the dweeb, whose anagram is Noel Scum, kind of like Elon Musk, spelled backwards or upside down, just as the demons do it, and Elon Musk becomes Noel Scum, purchased it, and reinstated accounts like the violent misogynist aforecited, who promptly, instead of, say, holding back, began to harass Greta Thunberg. Sure, it ended with him being arrested, but along the way, well, he got rich and famous. And those riches and that fame were a choice. Not his choice alone, but one made to make him a made man by platforms and tech and capital and bros for the rest of us. So what do these guys have to say? Well, you probably know by now, their game is basically psychological abuse as a way to get girls. The basic idea is that you have to be an alpha or a Chad, aka also known as a muscle-bound moron, who flaunt his indifference and cruelty above all the indifference and cruelty, toxicity. What women really like is being insulted, harassed, mocked, negged, they call it. They call it negged, put down, and even physically abused. That's because women are inferior, like, say, minorities. But the only difference, and this goes unstated, is that straight men still have a desperate desire to be with women, unlike minorities, who they try to avoid. So how do you end up attracting someone you hate so much that you think they're subhuman? Well, you put them down, according to this theory, violently, because that's what you do with subhumans and to subhumans. And if you do that, they'll thank you for it. Now, anyone who actually has the remotest shred of success with women knows this is all hot garbage. Me? I am a damnfire. 1/4 a real-life vampire. Enough sunlight will truly, ultimately kill me. And that's always given me a certain kind of romantic edge. Girls like it. People like it. Because it givest me a certain kind of depth, I suppose. It makes me interesting. I'm the furthest thing from the cliche of the dumb asshole you can get. And you know what? I can tell you for a fact that women are people. And if you like one, well, try talking to them like a human being. And see what happens. In case that's not epically clear, let me give you a counterexample. Let's imagine that I made my own video. In it, I tell the story of how I access escorts on holidays. Today, through the long-agone investment of having purchased the young girl off the streets, who was ultimately to become my son, who just so happens to be, and this is true, not only a salonist and a model in your own right, but a model photographer who shot fashion weeks in London and New York and so forth. What happened? Did I impress her, when she was a her, with my bulging muscles? Was I on roids? Was it my huge bank account, which is now perpetually empty, And my collection of sports cars? Laugh out loud, no! I was, of course, a criminal. I made a deal with a criminal. And I purchased a young girl off the streets. But hey, unlike this pig shit piece of garbage, another half-breed like myself, but downbred, this young girl I purchased, I gave control of her life to. I really tried to find her a home, but she didn't have any papers. They suspected she was an immigrant from Armenia because she spoke the language. Therefore, they were going to deport her. So my gang and I took her in, but we allowed her to keep the majority of her profits. She voluntarily prostituted herself and saved up for a sex change. I would have married her had it not been for her gender dysphoria and her ultimate need to become a man. Once she became a young man, then I married her off to someone of means. I helped her live a life to become herself, what she wanted to be. In return, now I get escorts every holiday, access to the blood I need. It's not just that she was the best investment I ever made in my life. That investment was something that I cared for, enriched, and honored in respect to her own wishes and desires. She wanted to marry me when she became a man, but I couldn't abide by becoming something I was not, which is gay. As a result, she married someone who enabled me to have access to heterosexual sex with escorts on holidays. All of this sounds like a dream to most of you guys, but how did I get it? I got it by treating a woman to the honor of her wishes. She ultimately wanted to become a man, and I respected that. Even to that extreme. If you can honor things, well, if I can honor things to that extreme, you can honor things that are much more conventional than that in a woman, and have your way by seeking their happiness. Crazy, right? So if I made a video about this, well, I'd end that video with a pretty simple moral of the story for sad, lonely guys. Just be yourself. Really. That's what I was when I did everything I did for her. There's nothing more to it than that. And the rest of it is all nonsense. From the muscles to the money to the cars, and especially to the idea of harassing and abusing women as some kind of secret love potion. All they want is for you to be yourself, letting them be their self. That's all I did. And look how it paid off. But if I made that into a video, do you think that video would ever get recommended? Of course not. Why not? Because the algorithm wouldn't value it. And that, in turn, is because it doesn't reflect the values of the Ruslav Indic tech bros who wrote it. It says something totally the opposite. Even if it's true. Just chill. Be yourself. Don't fake it. Be real. Be a person. And treat your desired partner like one too. Let them be themselves. And they will love you for it forever. No shortcuts. Hard work. Takes courage and bravery and faith. Ultimately sacrifice. I married the young girl who became my son off. But in return, I have the ability to feed on the element that sustains me. Young men's blood, which I wouldn't have easy access to or any access to otherwise. So, how do I say this? No misogyny, hate, violence, no man-childishness, just people relating. Laugh out loud, man. Are you kidding me? The algorithm would put that one down to oblivion. The fame of manfluencers is created. It's not some kind of natural phenomenon reflecting some kind of innate desire in the male psyche. It's just a con game. Of course, if you recommend Jordan Peterson to even someone like me, who thinks he's a pathetic, sad, creepy loser, then laugh out loud. Of course he's going to get famous, fast. And if you do that enough, well, riches await too. Because then millions of people actually watch this shit. And then buy the shit that said manfluencers sell, which is the real game here. The violent misogynist had an online hustlers university. Laugh out loud. And others sell books and seduction courses and so forth. It's a con game to the max. There's a simpler word for all this, which is promotion. Manfluencers are promoted by big tech. And sadly, big tech's where we all spend too much time these days. On mega platforms. You know the ones. Doom scrolling. Trying to keep abreast of the news. Maybe just bored and looking for some idle entertainment. And suddenly, instead of pet videos, there's some dude saying women are subhumans, who are meant to be abused and violently objectified and harassed and repressed. Do that enough, and sure, there are a lot of lonely, defeated young men out there who will eventually believe it. But the root cause of the problem is promotion. This violent misogyny is promoted. And so young men and boys are getting the idea that this is the way to be. It's how to attract women, how to survive, how to live, how to find a date and mate, just how to exist in the world. As an extension of an algorithm that basically promotes toxic masculinity in a way that history's never seen before. 1,000,000 times a second. Blindly. To everyone and anyone. With absolute impunity. No consequences. And no freedom from it either. They insist you be exposed. You are not allowed to turn it off. Now, there is a problem here that has to do with the socioeconomic position of young men. Young men find themselves in the pincers of a set of particularly grim and ominous trends. Downward mobility, which makes having a career seem impossible, which makes having a family and finding a mate that much more difficult. A catastrophic breakdown in social bonds, which makes something as simple as dating that much more problematic and strange, and stagnant economies, which means their lives feel like they're going nowhere. That's acute for young men because they're still raised in a culture where they're told that figures like Donald Trump or the dweeb who bought Twitter are the only real men. That men prove their worth with the size of their bank accounts. That masculinity is about how much power over others you have, not whom you can liberate from what form of repression and injustice and lies and hate. Add that to a situation in which these men are watching their female peers slowly gain the economic liberation they've fought for generations, and you have a recipe for misogyny. Manfluencing preys on these socioeconomic trends, which have young men in the jaws of mass malaise. It takes young men who've lost faith and confidence in everything, fast, institutions, systems, relationships, even themselves, and offers them a certain seduction. It's ironic because here are young men looking for women, but they're getting seduced by other men, uber faggots, who be naught but con artists through and through. These con artists put forth a caricature of masculinity. It takes yesterday's macho masculinity and blows it up to cartoonish proportions. What am I talking about? Here, take a look at TikTok of the Liver King. I'll put this in the chat room now. Here we are, live streaming. And you should be able to access that. And, okay. Now, let's see what we can... Hopefully people will respond to that. Just looking at that should make you sick. Now, this dude claimed eating only raw organ meat. A steady diet of cocksucking comes to mind. Made his muscles bulge like that. And because other manfluencers said you had to have bulging muscles to get a girl, any girl, that women are basically objectified sex drives drawn hopelessly to biceps the size of small planets, tons of young men believe this guy. It turns out, laugh out loud, wasn't it obvious? The dude was on steroids. Derp! That's a cartoonish caricature of masculinity. The idea that you have to get that ripped to ever get a girl, that you can't just be a normal dude, you know, with a little extra here and there, or just a completely average physique. Oh no! That means you're a beta, and only alphas get the girls. They get all the girls, and none are left over for anyone else. Does that even makest sense? Have you ever, I don't know, walked down a city street or a mall? Do you really just see 100 women on the arm of a single male model? Laugh out loud. No! You see couples of all kinds, and maybe these days, extended forms of relationships. What you don't see is the paranoid fantasy that, basically, you have to be Genghis Khan wielding a battle axe on a war horse to have a harem of ladies swooning at your Khal Drogo-style bloodlust. And that's the only form of sexual and relational health there is. The whole idea is absurd on its face, and that's a testament to why it needs to be promoted so hard by algorithms, because, well, otherwise, who'd ever take it seriously? Now, what manfluencers are selling, what the toxic masculinity industrial complex enables them to sell, promotes them for, is what we can only call hypermasculinity. This extreme caricature of it that's emerged on the net. It begins with bulging muscles and the theory of Genghis Khan and the harem as the only model of sexual matching. One super winner of a man getting all the girls because, hey, they don't care about women as people. And from that inference, they don't care about men as people. Comes the even more vicious misogyny. If they don't care about women as people, then you shouldn't care about them. The way to win the mating game is to amass money and power. Flaunt it. Neg woman. Taunt them with it. Then discard them. Sure, that's kind of always been around. Think of the ideal of the playboy in the 70s and 80s. But this is a super extreme version thereof. Even the playboy looks tame compared to these guys, who think women get off on rape and death threats, and that violence is justified, that women are a subspecies of humans, and so are men who are betas. All of that's, in fact, pretty ontologically antitheo-capitalist, anti-godly capitalist, as in antithetical to the Godhead themselves. The philopolitical economy of godless monopolism. Indeed, all this is just a childish restatement of everyone's least favorite dyke philosopheress, the crypto dyke Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand's Superman being a serial killer and rapist. Whenever I doubt my own powers of naivete and rationalization, I remind myself that I once considered Ayn Rand to be an admirable and important philosopheress. Somehow I was able to justify her antitheistic, not just atheistic in the sense of no God or godlessness, but antitheistic as in anti-godly nihilism. Reconcile it with my own views of Christianity by telling myself that she didn't really mean what she said. Exempli gratiae. Since no moral person could truly be against altruism, her frequent rants against the behavior must be referring to something else, something much more nefarious than caring for the welfare of other people. Similarly, when the hero of her novel, The Fountainhead, raped a woman, I used Whoopi Goldberg's moral reasoning. Of course, Whoopi Goldberg is basically a negress with a Jewish name who said, "It can't be rape, can it? If the victim consents after the fact." Eventually, I could no longer dismiss the evidence that Ayn Rand was an apologist for pure, raw evil, what in biblical terms would be called wickedness. But I was shocked to learn, eventually, through the help of Michael Aquino, just how far she would go to condone evil in following her views to their logical, ideological conclusion, their only logical conclusion, which Michael Aquino displayed to me in an exposition on Ayn Rand that he said, "Your Vulcan logic should make you realize our way." This was an attempt to truly convert me all the way over the line. Ayn Rand announced that the world was divided between a small minority of supermen who are productive and, her words, the naked, twisted, mindless figure of the human incompetent, who, like the Leninists, try to feed off these small minority of productive supermen. The human incompetent, in her words, he is mud to be ground underfoot, fuel to be burned. It is evil to show kindness to these lice. The only virtue is selfishness. She meant it. Her diaries from that time, while she worked as a receptionist and an extra, lay out the Nietzsche nihilist mentality that underpins all her later writings. The newspapers were filled for months with stories about a serial killer called William Hickman, who kidnapped a 12-year-old girl named Marion Parker from her junior high school, raped her, and dismembered her body, which he sent mockingly to the police in pieces. Ayn Rand wrote great stretches of praise for him, saying he represented, her words, the amazing picture of a man with no regard whatsoever for all that a society holds sacred, and with a consciousness all his own. A man who really stands alone, in action and in soul. Other people do not exist for him, and he does not see why they should. She called him a brilliant, unusual, exceptional boy, shimmering with immense, explicit egotism. Ayn Rand had only one regret. A strong man can eventually trample society under its feet. That boy, Hickman, was not strong enough. Her most famous novel, Atlas Shrugged, opens with the question, who is John Galt? Rand then spends the next 1,199 pages answering the question by revealing her Übermensch. She wasted a lot of time and effort. She could have saved her readers a lot of trouble by just telling us that her ideal man is a Ted Bundy clone who is able to eloquently rhapsodize about radical individualism while raping and killing children. There's a name for this ideology. It has a name in Russian. It's called Bolshevism. It has a name in English. It's called libertarianism. The toxic masculinity industrial complex is selling the ideal of the Ayn Randian neo-nihilist, basically in postmodern form. You have to be indifferent, cruel, abusive in order to dominate women who hold a slave morality because they're inherently, genetically inferior. They like to be abused, you see? And that's why you don't have much success in relationships. You're just not enough of an uber fag. Now, the fact that the tech bros believe all this as well is very much the problem. If they did not believe it, the algorithm would not value it and promote it to such absurd, universally pervasive heights. But they do believe it, and it's easy to see why. A lot of them being nerdy, shy types, not really used to talking to women, instead of just sucking it up and having the courage to try, fell for the shtick of the manfluencers. And having bought into it, now the entire internet has begun to reflect the attitude that being a real man is about violent misogyny. That's how the toxic masculinity industrial complex came to be. What's all that really saying to young men in its simplest form? Let's take an unlikely example. Women. They're subject too to what might be called a toxic femininity industrial complex. And just what do I mean by that? Well, they're bombarded by exactly the same thing online, just from their own gendered perspective. A cartoonish, extreme caricature of femininity. Go online as a woman, what do you see? Influencers of your own, with seriously warped bodies and faces, altered by plastic surgery, living pretend fictional lives, smiling like they don't have a care in the world, even though they're mostly miserable, welding designer handbags and shoes with pretty vacant grins chiseled into their weirdly plastic faces. It's one of the reasons porno actresses have taken on a kind of template look. It's not exactly going online and seeing, I don't know, a female astrophysicist, novelist, scientist, thinker, poet, is it? It's a horrific caricature of femininity, really. Girls are there to be pretty, objects for men to desire. And if they can be that, even if it takes surgery, mutilation, alteration, money, implantation, well, then maybe they'll have the status markers of woman successful at the mating game. Designer trinkets. The point of life for a young woman is to want that, be that, pretty, vacant, objectified, smiling, so they can win the designer stuff. Not, say, accomplished, literate, serious, thoughtful, a whole person of their own. What's the message women receive from their influencers? That they're not enough, not good enough, not pretty enough, not thin enough, not shapely enough. Their features have the wrong angles, their proportions the wrong dimensions. They need surgery. That's why the lack of the status symbols of success in the relational world, a 5,000 United States dollar handbag. Just being yourself and enacting that self as in, I don't know, being a novelist, artist, writer, scientist, thinker, that's not enough. You have to be this caricature of a woman or else you'll never be happy. This is exactly what manfluencers tell young men too. They do it in an especially seductive way, which is as old as time. When I was a kid, I'd read my older sister's Archie comics. Remember those? The old ones? Whole story behind that I can go into different episode. And in the back, there was always an ad that showed some scrawny kid having sand kicked in his face in the beach. And then he transformed into not even the Liver King, just a guy with muscles. It was an ad for learning the secret fitness science of isometrics, I recall. Which is actually a pretty interesting history on its own. Now, pretty innocuous by today's standards, because it wasn't really saying hate women and abuse them. Today's manfluencers use an extreme version of that ad to seduce young men, and they empathize with them. Hey, I've been there, little guy. I used to be sad and lonely too. And then you know what? I became a killer. I formed these huge muscles and learned how to harass and abuse people, especially women. Riches came my way, and women swooned at my feet. I can teach you. Buy my book. Take my course. I'll show you how to seduce them. Like I said, the painfully funny irony here is that the only person getting seduced here is the sad, lonely guy by another guy who's a con art faggot. Nobody here is actually seducing a woman because, well, why else is the violent misogynist we discussed earlier in prison on trafficking charges? Not exactly a sign that the shtick works, is it? This is the patriarchy of the internet. Young people are being told that they're not enough, just as they are, and that's a tragedy. They already feel like that because our societies have failed them socioeconomically, offering them only downward mobility and decline and precarity instead of opportunity and optimism and rising living standards. So, psychologically beaten, they're that much easier prey for the seductions of the bad feelings industrial complex. It whispers, "You're not enough. And then it offers each gender a cartoonish, lampoonist, ultra-extreme caricature of itself. You're a young woman? You have to look like a cartoon woman and have cartoon proportions to win a mate worth desiring. You're a young man? To win a mate like that, who's the only one you should desire, you have to be abusive, violent, creepy, and hateful, not to mention look like a cartoon superhero and have the bank account of a cartoon billionaire. Otherwise, you're nobody, nothing, just a loser. Being yourself, your real self, you know, the young person in you that just wants to be an artist, musician, scientist, poet, brewer, baker, that person is not enough not to really be happy. What is happiness? Happiness is domination. It's having power over others. It's making them feel less than, small, little, like you feel right now. Only when you have that ability will you really be powerful, and only someone with that kind of power can ever be happy. Hence, people fall for this ridiculous shtick, both man and woman, this cartoon version of masculinity and femininity, both that the internet is currently ablaze with. It's a problem. We are in the golden age of the con artist. Elon Musk, Sam Bankman-Fried, and the Liver King taught us a powerful lesson in business and in life. On the day the Liver King came clean and confessed to all his wounded primals, as he calls them, that his body was not the product of liver alone, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, once released online what he called the Twitter Files, an investigation by two anti-woke journalists into Twitter's supposed bias against conservative voices. The Liver King, a 45-year-old supplement salesman, born Brian Johnson, has the body of a very red and very veiny action figure. He looks, from his neck to his toes, engorged, like the statue of David, but shorter, meatier, and with bigger quads. For the past 12 years, Johnson has made himself ubiquitous online, preaching what he calls the 9 ancestral tenets, a life system that includes eating raw liver, as well as testicles and other organ meats. I told you this guy's on a steady diet of cocksucking, exercise, and buying Liver King supplements, of course. The 9 ancestral tenets do not include anabolic steroids, and the Liver King, despite some rather compelling evidence to the contrary, a body like a fat-free sausage pumped with too much blood that also somehow has abs, had always insisted his physique was the exclusive product of nature, hard work, and liver. On a podcast in October, Johnson said, "The question's always been, do you take steroids? Do you take PEDs? PEDs? The answer to that is no. I've always told the truth. I still tell the truth." Of course, he wasn't telling the truth. In late November, a rival bodybuilding influencer posted an hour-long video on YouTube detailing the Liver King's extensive performance-enhancing drug regime. Johnson wasn't just on anabolic steroids. According to emails Johnson himself had sent to a fitness consultant, he was also on testosterone replacement therapy and about 15,000 United States dollars a month in pharmaceutical grade human growth hormone. Now that revelation wasn't a surprise exactly. The Liver King is a 45-year-old man built like a meat sculptor, perpetually on the brink of bursting. His body was so self-evidently the product of pharmaceutical help that even Joe Rogan, America's most credulous man, never believed the Liver King's all-natural claims. Last year on his own podcast, Rogan said, "He's got an ass filled with steroids is what he's got." And yet, on December 2nd, when Johnson admitted on his own YouTube channel that, yes, he'd been lying all along, it still came as something of a shock. We have all become so used to self-evident lies in public life that a confession, any confession, no matter how hedged or begrudging, now seems like a revelation. The Liver King dodged, sure. He deflected. He told his fans, his primals, as he calls them, that the topic was complicated as fuck, but that he'd done it all for them. He did all this shirtless, sure, while sitting on a throne. But in the end, he did let reality stand. The base premise of his business, he admitted, is a lie. You can't look like Liver King through liver, lifting, and supplements alone. You need drugs to do it too. The Liver King's founding grift began to unravel in late November, about a month after Musk took full control of Twitter, a company he bought for 44 billion United States dollars in equity and debt, and has proceeded ever since to run into the ground. Musk has always been a polarizing figure. He is likely the most famous American car maker since Henry Ford. He builds workable rocket ships and wants to colonize Mars. So when he overpaid for Twitter, in November, a credit analyst told the Wall Street Journal the company probably isn't worth much more than its $13 billion in debt. It was reasonable to assume Musk had some kind of plan to turn it around. That assumption isn't reasonable anymore. Since taking Twitter private, Musk has slashed about half the company's 7,500 employees, alienated many of the advertisers responsible for 90% of Twitter's revenue, and brought back virtually all the most toxic users, including white male supremacists, misogynists, and violent conspiracy theorists, that the site's previous owners had spent the last several years culling, mostly in an effort to keep large corporate partners on side. Musk himself, meanwhile, has increasingly embraced the online persona of a mewling hard-right troll. In one 48-hour period recently, he tweeted that his pronouns are prosecute/Fauci, was booed off stage at a Dave Chappelle show in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, and then tweeted, "The woke mind virus is either defeated or nothing else matters," in reply. Later that week, he promoted QAnon, a deranged and dangerous conspiracy theory, to his 121 million followers. For Musk watchers, the increasingly obvious had, by mid-December, become impossible to ignore. Musk does not have a brilliant plan to resurrect Twitter. He is not an iconoclast or freethinker or a business genius who cannot fail. He is just a bad person with a lot of money who is tearing down a company that, for all its flaws, still brought in more than $7 billion United States dollars in revenue last year. For no better reason than because he can. Musk is a signal example of what I've come to think of this year as the Liver King capitalists. He's a leader who has been showing us for a long time exactly who he is, but it's only in the last months of 2022 that we've begun to take him at his word. Musk has always been, as our own Executrix co-producer Viviana Sanchez so concluded, no aught but a troll. The Liver King has always been on steroids. There is no galaxy brain solution to the problems here. The obvious is obviously real. And there is no one in business who better exemplified that ethos this year than Sam Bankman-Fried, the disgraced founder and ex-CEO of the failed cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Bankman-Fried was worth about 21 billion United States dollars on paper in September. Today, he himself says he's worth nothing at all. The thing about Bankman-Fried, though, is that he never really hid who he was. He did not pretend to be anything other than a child playing a game with other people's money. When he sat down at a pitch meeting at Sequoia Capital yesteryear, or the year before by now? Nah, still last year. He was literally playing a video game on his laptop. Sequoia still gave him 200 million United States dollars just for being there. In November, the Wall Street Journal wrote, attracted to a founder they saw as visionary, investors put aside customary oversight safeguards when backing FTX, which earlier this year was valued at $32 billion US dollars. Today, Sequoia's stake in FTX has been written down to nothing. The exchange declared bankruptcy in November. On December 13th, Bankman-Fried was arrested in the Bahamas and charged in these United States on multiple counts of wire fraud. It turns out he wasn't even doing anything revolutionary. He wasn't changing the way money worked or breaking free currency from the dictates of the state. He was, according to United States federal investigators, running the oldest financial scam there is, taking investors' cash and spending it on himself and his other companies. As FTX's new CEO told U.S. Congress, in December, it was a case of old-fashioned embezzlement. There's a theory in pop psychology that when someone shows you who they are, you should believe them the first time. But in big business, and especially in tech, it can be so easy to come up with reasons why someone is more than what they first appear. People want to believe the obvious lie. They want to think they can get the wild returns of crypto without the risk of an unstable and unregulated marketplace. But you can't. They want to believe that by eating raw liver, you can have the body of a cartoon Viking. But you can't. They want to think that the once richest man on earth wouldn't spend 44 billion US dollars destroying a platform just to troll the libs. But he did. Sometimes a grift is just a grift. Sometimes the obvious is obviously real. We should all, sane and thoughtful people, make a clear and present point these days of rejecting the toxic masculinity industrial complex. We must question it and call it out when platforms recommend these creeps to us, when we're clearly not interested. We should say openly that promoting hateful, violent bigots is wrong, and making them rich is disgusting. We should create the norm that all this is wrong, that deliberately manufacturing hate and bigotry is repellent. Or else the complex is just going to keep on steamrolling us, our sociality, our relationality, and warping it with the disturbed inadequacies of the Ruslav-Indic tech bros. It's true that they can't get dates, but that's because they're boring, dull, don't read books, and don't offer anything as partners and dates. And then they made the mistake of blaming that on everyone else. They let themselves be twisted into rage and hate by manfluencers. Their foolish mistake, look, they still can't get dates, no matter how much of the dumb manfluencer lore they can recite like a liturgy, shouldn't be amplified algorithmically to the point it poisons the rest of us. Was what happened at the Capitol a coup d'etat attempt versus just a riot? The evidence on this point speaks for itself, and it's damning. In the weeks beforehand, Trump literally put the Proud Boys on standby, as if he was waiting to unleash them. And then he did. He told them to march to the Capitol and show their strength, because that was the only way to be heard. In the weeks before that, he threatened martial law and had people beaten, gassed, and disappeared by his commissariats. And in the months and years before that, he scapegoated and demonized minorities, which led to cruel and abusive government actions targeting them in echoes of Bolshevik-style social collapses. Do you see the pattern here? It's as clear as crystal and as plain as day. It begins with free speech, but soon enough it becometh real. The spell-casting power of words. With hate, rage, bigotry, and ignorance, the internet's destroying our ability to be a civilization just when we need it most. 2023 should be the year we admit the internet is a failure. It's 2023 now, and there's something that's gone badly wrong with human civilization. No, I don't just mean the obvious. Climate change, inequality, mass extinction, the list of existential threats I always discuss and we all, sane and thoughtful people, know by now. I mean, in the consciousness of human civilization. I'll come us back to that abstraction, but for now, let me give you an example. Right about now, if I was to go out, and I've done this, the average person I meet at the bar, cafe, club, at a party, restaurant, wherever, will be able to tell me in great detail who Andrew Tate is, who the Kardashians are, what the latest scandal du jour is. They'll hold bizarre and outlandish and fanatical opinions. Chances are that they'll equate with fact and science and reason and truth about everything from why some people, men, certain groups, ethnicities, races, are superior to others, to why some people don't deserve to live, to why the world is run by an evil cabal of literati who drink kids' blood in satanic rituals, to professing their love for billionaires and authoritarians who are the only ones that really care for them. If you want, you can discuss or argue about this stuff with perfect strangers right out there in the real world forever, every day. What the average person will never be able to tell me is any of the following. What are climate change's great tipping points? There are about a dozen, depending on how you count. And how many are we already hitting? Or, say, how do we rescue economies from the trap of stagnation and falling real incomes therein, and have been in decades? Well, they've been in swoon for decades now, a complete and total fainting flop. How do we rescue economies from this stagnation and falling real incomes trap of the ever downward vortex? No one can even begin to understand the question, even though it's clear to an educated critical thinker. There are none out there. Peter Moon was saying, this isn't idiocracy. Oh, Peter, but it is. These people are that stupid. In fact, they're worse. Now, this is a lesson that was discovered a century ago, during the Great Depression, or say, any set of facts about the modern world, really. No one knows, not your average person, who frighteningly votes, and that's why so many of them vote wrong. They vote politically right, which is always wrong. This is what left us in the shit pit we're in now. What's our civilization's level of investment? How much more should we invest so that we have basics like water and food and energy and clean air in, a decade or two? Or else everything just runs out? Or even basic facts about socioeconomic history. What's the most successful form of political economy in human history? I'll give you a hint. It's Confucian fascism. Not my opinion. Empirical fact. Do you see the disjuncture here? The problem? It's a big one. People don't know anything anymore. Certainly not as much as they should and must for us to continue the project of civilization. Because, of course, that's what civilization is. An endeavor, hard work, based on truth and knowledge and learning, gleaned one difficult step at a time. Lose that, and everything goes. All reverts to regress. And guess what? Right on cue, the world's going backwards for the first time in modern history. We have a problem. 2023 must be the year we admit it. The internet is a failure. Now let me offer a few caveats first, then a mea culpa by way of a little context. I'll be accused, before even having been heard out, of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So, I'm not saying the internet doesn't do any good, but I am saying that in its current form, the way it is, it's doing much more harm than any good. A lot more harm than any good. What are the net effects of the internet right now in their simplest form? Well, they go like this. The internet is three things. A, an inequality engine funneling money upwards and making billionaires even richer, who then, B, use it to shift societies hard to the right, and C, algorithmically, which hides the fact that all this is actually happening. The internet is a complete and total catastrophic failure. It is an engine of inequality, and then it's an engine of hard, far, extreme right-wing shifts. Now, that's not a point of partisan politics. That's a point, again, of empirical reality. But the kind of person who spends too much time on the internet won't understand that, which demonstrates my very point. Why don't we want far, hard, extreme right-wing societies? Is that just my political opinion? Of course not! It's because history teaches us over and over again that it ends in utter disaster and ruination. A road to ruin. I mean, you don't have to think very hard, do you? Colonial Tsarist Russia becoming Imperial Communist Russia. Latin America's experience in the 1900s and 2000s. The way America declined as the middle and working class imploded. Postmodern day Britain, where it's been approximated that 500,000 people die every single day simply because they can't get ambulances. Britain's finally figuring out Brexit really was the biggest mistake in modern history. Want to understand how bad Brexit really is? Take a deep breath, because your jaw's about to drop. It's hard to put what's happening in Great Britain into words. Genuinely so. The sheer scale and scope of the disaster that's unfolding beggars belief and reduces even seasoned observers like me of the mistakes societies make to speechlessness. How, for example, do you even begin to comment on stories like these? I'm reading from British News. An A&E patient was forced to wait for 99 hours before receiving a bed last week, and parents have told how their ailing children were forced to sleep on chairs as the NHS, the National Health Service, faces a worsening crisis this winter. The unnamed patient was brought to Swindon's Great Western Hospital by ambulance last week, but was left waiting on a gurney for 4 days while staff urgently tried to source an available bed. One clinician at Great Western Hospital told the Sunday Times, "We're broken, and nobody is listening." Even telling that story the way I just did doesn't do it justice. Let me put it even more bluntly. Some poor soul went to the emergency room, and things were so broken that they had to wait over a week in chairs, on gurneys, for a hospital bed. Imagine that being your mom, dad, child, spouse. Just imagine it. But that poor patient was one of the lucky ones. Here's another story. Dr. Adrian Boyle, president of the RCEM, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, said hundreds of patients are dying while they wait in overpacked emergency wards. He told Times Radio, "We think somewhere between 300 and 500 people are dying as a consequence of delays and problems with urgent and emergency care each week." Did you get that? The president of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, Britain's most senior emergency room figure, says that 500,000 people a week are dying because they can't get care. Beds, ambulances, seen by doctors at all. Adjusted for populations, adjusted for the size of Britain's population compared to America's, that's a 9/11 every single week. It's that level of horrific disaster and very real suffering and death. This is shocking. It is flatly crazy. For this to happen in an erstwhile rich, developed empire, a 9/11 every week of people dying because they can't get emergency care? What is even happening here? But this story isn't just about Great Britain's once famed NHS, National Health Service, now a broken, dying, mortally wounded thing itself. It's about how Great Britain got here. And to tell you that story, we need to begin again in a different place. The world of cold, hard statistics. My world. As a social critic, an observer, a Vulcan interventionist. The only Spock you've got in your fucking universe. In that world, there are statistics, and then there are statistics. The kind that take your breath away because they contain whole decades, millions upon millions of lives in them, hold the fates of entire nations in their hands. Let me give you one such statistic. The Center for Economic Performance at CEP_LSE reckons Brexit has caused the United Kingdom gross domestic product to be 6.3% to 9.5% lower than it would otherwise have been. While at CER_EU for European Union, sayest the shortfall is more like 11%. Brexit made the UK economy about 10% smaller than it would have been otherwise. That may not sound like a big deal to you, but it's going to be, as I teach you just the smallest bit of economic history. What does losing 10% of an economy even really mean? Let's put that in perspective with the simplest economic fact there is. Between 1929 and 1932, worldwide GDP, gross domestic product, fell by an estimated 15%. Got that? Great Britain is already 2/3 of the way to the Great Depression. In my world, or at least the world of economics, It doesn't get worse than that. Words, again, fail. It's hard to even find an analog for a nation which until a few short years ago was the envy of the world in many ways, right up until perhaps 2010 or so, but then decided to basically inflict the Great Depression on itself. And no, that's not hyperbole. Sadly, tragically, idiotically, it's a fact. This has never happened before in modern economic history. Let me say that again, because, like I said, words are failing me. And that's what Great Britain's lunatics want. For all this to go unnoticed and uncommented upon, so that, in an Orwellian twist, it might as well have never really happened. This has never happened before in modern history. We have never seen anything remotely like these shocking, incredible, mind-blowing numbers happen to a rich country. Happened because a rich country inflicted them on itself. The only analogs we have for shocks to GDP of this magnitude, they're A, the Great Depression, or Latin American countries like Argentina, where GDP fell by 10% in the most severe years of its currency crisis. And that was because it was unable to repay debts denominated in dollars. If that makes your eyes glaze over, don't worry about it. The point is that the only other place we've seen economic shocks of this magnitude are almost nowhere ever, period. To the frustrated economist inside me, or rather, the man who got a medical education the wrong way by care provision for both his parents, it's like watching someone who was in perfect health until last week come in, and now, just a few days later, they have a case of cancer so advanced that there are tumors all over the body and they're going into organ failure. Like H.P. Lovecraft, when Dr. Rhodes's cronies injected him with his final lethal dose of hotshot. Never seen anything like it. Beggar's belief. Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't even be possible. Apologies if all this sounds hyperbolic, but a serious point needs to be made here. With words like shocking and unparalleled and unprecedented, which, in this case, are absolutely necessary. This is unreal! And until it's commented on in these terms, Great Britain itself is not going to understand the gravity of the crisis it now finds itself in. It has become the rich world's Argentina. And that's not exaggeration. It has plunged itself into something that's already 2/3 of the way to the Great Depression. And that's not overstating the case at all. It's an empirical fact. Worse, nobody has ever seen anything like what Brexit has done to Great Britain before, because it's never happened. The only way I can even attempt to put it into perspective is to use episodes like the Great Depression. Why is that? Well, for example, in America, every slowdown in gross domestic product since the Great Depression has been maybe 2 to 3%. Even when COVID first broke out, the economy slowed by double digits for 12 months. But Brexit is forever! I have to reach out for outlandish comparisons, like the Great Depression and Argentina, because there aren't any others that even begin to compare. So the scale and scope of this self-made disaster is mind-boggling. Britain's closest cousin used to be America. But in the last almost century of American history, nothing, and I mean nothing, no natural disaster, no terrorist attack, no garden variety mistake, no disease, no cyclical slowdown, has caused anything even remotely close to the magnitude of Brexit. Nothing! Earthquakes, hurricanes, 9/11, Donald Trump. Nothing! Brexit is in its own category of ruination by a very long way. Nothing, and I mean nothing, apart from the Great Depression or becoming a poor country, put in perspective how serious and grave and catastrophic it really is. Now, Brits might have made a terrible mistake, but they aren't fools. They are beginning to realize, to their horror, that Brexit has been a calamity of historic proportions. That's not because anyone's telling them the straight facts. I'm sharing with you because they've got some kind of theoretical knowledge about it, but more simply because they're living it. Hence, in the latest polls, 2/3 of Brits want another referendum on rejoining the European Union again. That's because they are beginning to see what Brexit is already 2/3 of the way to the Great Depression, or Brexit turned Britain into Argentina, really means. They can see it means absolutely ruinous things, like emergency room patients waiting 99 hours, over a week, for a hospital bed, or 1,000 people a week dying because they can't get ambulances. Britain's once famed high streets shuttered, its economy decimated. The average Brit can very much see that their living standards have gone into absolute freefall. You see, your economy's now 10% smaller is just an abstraction. What it means at the everyday level is things, however, that anyone can understand because, well, they're terrifying forms of social collapse. Don't bother calling an ambulance because chances are one is never going to show up. Need health care? Take care of yourself. Now it's DIY. Do it yourself time. Jobs? Laugh out loud. Good luck with those. Paying the bills? Everyone's now dipping into their meager savings. Living standards are going into freefall in a way we have never seen in a modern advanced society. This is the worst case scenario But even worse! You see, professional economists, the good ones at least, who aren't biased by political partisanship, estimated that Brexit would hit the economy to about 10%. That's already happened! And it's just barely a year after some... Well, it's just barely a year and some after Brexit really went into effect. We have never, ever seen a slide like this. It can only be called a collapse. Precisely because even most economists making that prediction thought the 10% hit would take a decade. Few other than an autodidact on the subject like myself thought it'd happen in a year or twa. But it has, and that's how fast and hard Britain is falling apart. It's why nothing works. It's why people can't get health care, feed their kids, save, afford their mortgages. Why a shocking plunge into neo-Dickensian impoverishment is now unfolding at a social scale. It's not just about the poor this time. It's about the middle and working class falling into shocking levels of poverty. Because, of course, that's what living standards plunging in 2 years to levels predicted to take 10 really means. The stories, too, of all that abound. Elderly people shivering and freezing. Kids who cannot afford lunch. Families who cannot afford food. And so forth. Americans, to some extent, are the only ones in the rich world who tolerate such levels of privation. But even Americans aren't falling into the kind of Dickensian poverty that Great Britain is. The stories are endless, and they're horrifying. But the tales of woe aren't the real horror story here. The real horror story is that both sides of British politics refuse to admit Brexit was a mistake. Let me say it again. Both sides. The Labour Party, which was once the world's most progressive party, once its most innovative and forward-thinking political institution, now backs Brexit. And so, of course, do the Conservatives, who made it their crusade. But now that I've put it in context for you, you should understand what that really means. And a certain sense of horror should chill you right in the gut. What both sides in British politics back Brexit at this juncture means is that both sides back a Great Depression on turning Great Britain into a poor country, because that is what's already happening at light speed with the shocking fury and pace of an avalanche. But what do you do when both sides are on the side of self-made calamity? In the midst of all this, the British government's response has been truly shocking. So shocking that it's been noted with utter amazement and bafflement around the capitals of the world's great democracies, dropping jaws from K Street to Paris's 8th arrondissement to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union. Most of the time, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has a weird grin plastered on his face. One that's totally, completely, shockingly inappropriate. My man! People in your country can't get ambulances, hospital beds, antibiotics. They can't feed their kids or afford heat. What, you supercilious Asian nigger, are you grinning at? But when he's not grinning, he says, shrugging, that these problems won't go away. Wait, what? They won't go away. It's your job to do something about it! What planet is Great Britain on? Every single figure in the halls of the world's great democracies is wondering, how does a prime minister just grin and then shrug as his nation collapses? What the fuck? And yet this is where Great Britain is. You see, its leaders are grinning and shrugging because this was the point! The point of Brexit wasn't really just to break up with European Union. It was to turn Great Britain into a playground for the theories of the furthest, most fanatical, most deluded reaches of the American right. The chestnut-colored house nigger, Rishi Sunak, isn't a politician, really. He's a Stanford MBA. We said Harvard earlier. Meant Stanford. Stanford! My own Golden, California. I had to look it up because I didn't want it to be true. Imagine that America was governed by a Stanford MBA. Laugh out loud. Shudder. Imagine France was. Canada. United Germany. Impossible, right? The vision that Great Britain's leaders have is now basically an American fairy tale. A libertarian one. Sunak's grinning. Grinning! While the NHS, the National Health Service, collapses. Which means people cannot get medicine, hospital beds, ambulances, and they die because of the way of thinking of someone who's a true believer in an ultra-hard American right-wing economics, the kind they teach religiously at Stanford. There's not supposed to even be an NHS, a National Health Service. There aren't supposed to be any public goods at all. Public transport? Get real. Buy a Tesla. They love those at Stanford. Public media? Get a clue. Hey, just use Twitter. So what if it's full of disinformation and hate and bigotry spread by Bolsheviks? What do you think? Having a BBC was better? British Broadcasting Company was a national affair. They produced state propaganda, and libertarianism is freedom from the state, because the state is your oppressor, and you want to be free, right? A free individual, free to fail, which you all will, because you're not rich. Like the people who push this shit. Healthcare and medicine for all? No, my friend. To ensure that the strong survive and the weak perish is the moral duty of a society. And anything that gets in the way of that is, well, immoral, not to mention unproductive and inefficient. This was all answered when Ayn Rand asked the question, who is John Galt? The entire idea is that Great Britain should have to be Americanized, have an American-style social contract, which is to say, effectively, none whatsoever in practice. But there's a big difference between Brits and Americans, and that's money! America's average income is over twice Great Britain's, and that means Americans can make up for that lack of public goods. Brits? Laugh out loud. The average Brit has just $1,000 United States dollars worth of pound sterling in their bank account. Good luck affording American-style healthcare, transport, media, education, food, anything! Hence, the insane, staggering plunge into poverty. But it doesn't matter, because the delusional fairy tale is the plan. Yellow nigger Rishi Sunak's Cheshire cat grin, while his color fades him into the background of the walls to camouflage him from the lynch mobs. It's the smile of the true believer, the one of true faith, of absolute piety and wholehearted belief. Salvation is almost here. Heaven is surely going to arrive. All this, these are just the tribulations that test the pious and faithful and separate them from the weak. This calamity, it's a great ritual cleansing, a mass sacrifice which prepares the way for salvation. This salvational thinking and its smile of pity at those who are repelled by, say, human sacrifice and slaughter to the gods of fairy tales is the stuff of cults, fundamentalists, fanatics, extremists, lunatics! It isn't the stuff of the leaders of modern countries. To put it in context, can you imagine Justin Trudeau, Emmanuel Macron, Joe Biden grinning like a goddamn religious whack job, and then telling people that a great tribulation was to come, but it'd be good for them, and then shrunching and walking away from the podium? Those nations would all go up in manias of disbelief within hours. That's how odd, unhinged, creepy, insane all this really is. Brits aren't there yet because they don't see it. Nobody much is telling them how bad Brexit really is. 2/3 of them have already turned against it because they're living it, but they're still not quite as appalled as they should be because, well, in Great Britain, you still can't talk much about Brexit. You can live it, experience the grinding poverty, know that something has gone terribly wrong, horribly wrong, wrong to the point where you don't get what happened at all. But if someone like the son of Adolf Hitler named Douglas Dietrich comes along and points out reality, which is that, literally, the only comparisons we have for such calamity are the Great Depression and nations like Argentina imploding into poverty, well, I certainly wouldn't be invited back on the BBC anytime soon. We all know that because the fanatical exponents of Brexit are invited back forever And that's despite saying things like they'd rather be Andrew Tate, who's detained for rape and human than Greta Thunberg. You heard me right. What they said is they'd rather be Andrew Tate than Greta Thunberg. The majority of these men on their interviews, when given that question, who would you rather be, Andrew Tate or Greta Thunberg, they'd rather be Andrew Tate, even though he's currently in detention, Romanian detention at that, for rape and human child organ trafficking. That's how off the charts right-wing Britons is made to be socioculturally. How little dissent is allowed, how much the god of Brexit must be worshipped. Fanatics who think of sex abusers as wonderful people are legitimized and lionized just because they back Brexit! And nobody who doesn't get a minute, second, a single sentence phrase in to point out reality. I need to know if you can still hear me. Still dealing with this whack microphone. So I'm counting on you to respond. Need to tell me if I'm still coming through. I see the connection is excellent, but of course, got to hear from my listeners. Need some interaction. And first of all, I need to hear whether or not you can hear me. So I'm counting on your response. And so get into the chat room and participate and inform myself as to whether or not I'm still coming through. Of course, give me a second to try and recover my voice. And it's a hard world in which to maintain a monologue. Now let me see if I got something going on. I can hear you, says Entertainment Hub. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. All right. I want some people interacting with that man. Now, George Orwell must be smiling wickedly across the yawning chasms between ourselves and the invisible cities of the dead. Maybe he knew this day would always come. Maybe from his little house in Kentish Town, his ghost watches and grimaces. Or maybe he's just composted dust and gone, like the Great Britain of successive empires that once was. A modern, sophisticated, wise, prosperous empire that used to be the envy of the world, only in the sense, of course, of all the advantages they had for themselves from annihilating other cultures and despoiling other populations of the planet, but still, and then became something like its greatest cautionary tale instead. One of such scale and scope that everyday words could barely even begin to really relay its story of ruin, despair, suffering, and collapse. I guess there is a God of justice. But postmodern generations are paying for the sins of their fathers' fathers. We don't want far right-wing societies at this juncture in human history, for the very same reason we don't want, say, feudalism. We know it doesn't work for us. It doesn't lead anywhere except ruination and backwardness. And yet the reason the world is going backwards is precisely that it's seen a tectonic far right-wing shift. the greatest since the 1920s era of robber baron monopolist gangsterism in the last few years. History's repeating itself. Why? Is it that human beings never learn? Of course not. Sure they do. Just look at how human societies evolved and grew from the Enlightenment to the Industrial Revolution and beyond. Think of the age of revolutions and the age of democracy. And now look at our civilization. Going backwards at light speed because, well, people have become ignoramuses who are proud of their ignorance, bigotry, hatred, and backwardness. It's true that those people have always been around, but of course, the rest must have outnumbered them in some way for progress to have been made, and progress was made for centuries. But now, it's come to a dead standstill. We are experiencing the first sudden stop in human progress ever. Period. Full stop. That should alarm you because it tells us something is very wrong. What changed in contemporary history wasn't that people never learn. It was the internet. The internet arrived in its current form probably around the mid-2000s. The aughts, the zeros of that first decade of the 21st century and the third Christian millennium. And it proceeded almost instantaneously to wreak utter havoc. From Facebook infamously fueling genocides to YouTube casually recommending hate figures to the rampant spread of disinformatia, Russian disinformation, and misinformation, weaponized not just by rogue states like the Russian Empire, but even by political sides in modern democracies, like the big lies told about Brexit. The internet proceeded to do something like destabilize human consciousness. I don't say that lightly. I mean it. Now, in our tradition, the Anglo-American tradition, we don't really speak or think this way of societies or civilizations having minds, feelings, thoughts, emotions, a collective unconscious, or even conscious. We're materialists. We don't like the soft stuff. But in the grand European tradition, this is how societies and civilizations are thought of. A figure like the genius, Marcel Mauss, the great French anthropologist and sociologist, might have said something like a civilization is just a form of consciousness, nothing more, because from that, everything begins. Think of how the Greeks and Romans conceptualized the world at the mercy of Olympian gods. Human life, a thing whose threads were spun and cut by fates and furies. Think of how many indigenous cultures think of the earth itself as immanent divinity, God in everything. Civilization, too, can be seen as just a form of consciousness. Now, I want you to see these charts I'm linking in the chat. Now, one of them will be to an required reading article. By the way, T-Tank Barry says, support and defend Douglas Duane Dietrich because no one else will get it done. Douglas Duane Dietrich for Chancellor. Douglas has the model for success. Bless you, dear sir. Now, there's a must-read article here, but you really just need to scroll down to the first chart titled, well, the first one is actually a series of infographics. You can open any and all of the infographics on and about the number of people using social media platforms. That's what the first link is about. When it comes to the second link, that's really the required reading article, but you don't really need to read it. Just scroll down to the first chart titled, A Growing Democracy Gap, 15 Years of Decline is the subtitle. So again, let me explain. There's two links I've put into the chat. The first link will basically, it's all about the number of people using social media platforms. And you can open up any one of those links and it's all infographics on and about the number of people using social media platforms. You can open any and all of the infographics. You're just going to get the same result in the sense that no matter which social media platform, the only conclusion to be drawn is that everybody's on the internet. And these social media platforms are the new idiocracy. And then with the second link, that's a must-read article that you don't have to read. Scroll down to the first chart titled, A Growing Democracy Gap, and subtitled, 15 Years of Decline. The title says it all alone, even if you never look at the chart. But take a hard look. You don't have to be a genius to catch the implication. Now, the implication is, if you still don't get it, the more internet access people have, the more people are using social media platforms, specifically, the more democracy declines. As people have used social media platforms more and more, democracy has gone into further and further recessional. Take a hard look. You don't have to be a genius to catch the implication. Now, I'll catch heat for putting them side by side from a certain kind of reactive mind, as Peter Moon would call such, per his Scientology training. The correlation is not causation type. No, it's not. But correlation is a precondition of causation. And I'm obviously not saying there's a simple, linear, casual relationship at work here. There are plenty of other factors at work. Stagnant economies, loss of faith in institutions, declining middle classes, and so forth. So you don't have to play eager grad schooler on day one. The point is that it should be plain to see that something is obviously very wrong here. The internet is the utter antithesis of the boon to democracy or prosperity or civilization it was once thought it to inevitably be. So, what happened to ours? You see, if we trace the story of our journey of consciousness, we see a clear line of growth and maturity that suddenly stops, convulses, and shrinks in on itself, winking out like a black hole. And what do I mean? Let's do a brief tour through our civilization's consciousness. In the beginning, there were nobles and peasants, and they were divided by blood. Some people had pure, noble blood, and some people had impure mud blood, and they were just meant to work the soil and turn over half the harvest, or more, to their lords, because, well, that was the moral order of the universe. And then came the Age of Revolutions. This ontology was rejected. People were deemed equal, right down in their primal substance, in their paradigmatic permutation. Nobody was really born with different blood that was nobler or not, and so the way was paved for the age of mass democracy, which demanded mass suffrage, meaning if you have the right to vote, then you need to serve in the mass army, which led to mass warfare and the mobilization of entire societies. This is what led to total war, where societies destroyed each other because the entire society was mobilized. You didn't have that when you had noblemen fighting for you. That was the beauty of it. Peasants didn't have to fight. Sometimes they would be mobilized, but the real fighting was done by the people in charge. So they truly did earn their keep. They were the fighters. The rest fed the machine that kept them fighting. But peasants, if mobilized, the nobles knew they couldn't use them for much. So they were mostly auxiliary backup, a kind of cannon fodder, if you would, but there were no cannon to really fodder them to. All that came with democracy and the moral order's rejection of nobility. Then you all had to fight, and you were all legitimately the targets. Therefore, you could all be bombed. The price of mass participation in social order. That was a quantum leap in human consciousness that was also 100 leaps backward, and yet, even within it, came a wrinkle, because no journey of growth is ever quite that simple. Even within that new ontology, no peasants, no nobles, no lords and masters. Well, some were still slaves. Because one of the Enlightenment's toxic legacies was to evolutionarily categorize the reality, the biological reality of races, and put them in a hierarchy. So while the Age of Revolutions and democracy freed some people, Europeans, still many others were left enslaved. And I hardly have to detail who I'm talking about. It would take another several centuries for human consciousness to progress further before it plateaued. It was in the 1970s, really, that in places like America, what were known as civil rights came to be. The ontology that people were irrationally equal. The politically enforced posit now, for the first time ever, being that there was no such thing as biological determinism based on empirical realities, which had experiential basis in material reality, different groups of people having different abilities. Now we were all the same, in a primal and existential way, and therefore we all deserved the same rights and responsibilities and resources and privileges. Now, the conclusion is correct. Its foundation is wrong. And therefore, we're stuck back in another 100 steps backward. Just like when you deny nobility, you usher in the condition of total war, because now it's no longer the nobles fighting each other while the peasants stay home. It's societies destroying entire other societies, and therefore races destroying other races. Then, when you deny race itself, you enter the world where you get the reaction of racism. Race is quite real, and we must honor and respect our differences and abilities. Instead, our denial of the reality of race has led to reactionary racism. Yet, despite that pathologically populist score, the world still made progress. Global poverty was reduced sharply through the 1990s and 2000s. Poor countries began to prosper a little bit, and some, like South Korea, became genuinely rich ones in an astonishing, unprecedented turnaround. This was the golden age of democracy, and it was, in some ways, a beautiful thing to witness. All those grand old goals forgotten by today's narcissistic, childish left: an end to war, violence, poverty, hunger, want, suffering. The world really did make progress on them, objectively, empirically. And then things went horribly wrong. Human consciousness has, by all evidence, stopped maturing and growing. Whatever mistakes and misconceptions accompanied our evolutionary changes, we now have nothing but the collateral damage. So, if you see the thread, in the graphics I have made accessible unto you via the links I have entered in chat, it's not a straight line, but it is a trend. The more social media platforms have netted, trawled, like trawlers trawling for fish at the base of the ocean floor, and raping the seas, denuding them of all life, catching everything in the net. The social platforms net millions of people, denuding civilization of thinking minds. Thus, the old ways of thinking, hierarchical, authoritarian, biologically deterministic, aka, alias, some people are superior to others because their primal substance, blood, is stronger and purer. That idea faded. It faded first for nobles over peasants, and then, though it took over another century or two, for those who were just to be slaves, and finally, as that old idea faded, the golden age of mass democracy was born, in which the world made quantum leaps in progress. When I say quantum leaps, I mean quantum leaps. We ended some of the most awful, deadly scourges to have plagued humanity ever. Polio, smallpox. That would never have happened, ever, if the old ontology, my blood is superior to yours, was still the dominant form of human consciousness. Why then bother to save those subhumans from terrible deaths? I could go on, Perhaps you see my point. But it's driven home by how the common masses began to identify vampires with nobility. As I said during the Black Plague, the nobility had something the masses did not. Silver. It was in their hoard so that they could have a reserve for financial support. In terms of this silver, they used it as an antibiotic, a sterile agent for their fighting off the Black Plague, the precursor to colloidal silver, placing silver coins in all they drank to make certain they cleared the impurities that spread the plague. This had the collateral effect of rendering the majority of the nobility blue, which is what colloidal silver will do if you have too much of it. This, of course, was the price they paid for immunity to the Black Plague, while millions died among the peasantry. The nobility survived. However, they paid the price where they looked as if they were dead, but ambulatory. Undead. Hence, the nobility, the peasants felt, was feeding off their mass death, their mass demise. They felt the nobility were vampires, the living dead. Now, when it comes to this situation, they began to fear the nobility, raise the pitchforks, burn down their castles. This was the era of revolutions beginning on the back of the Black Plague. The nobility became identified with leeching the very life force from the tillers of the soil. This is something that has forever led to the concept, which never before existed before that period of history, of vampiric nobility. All of this is what led ultimately to the need to vaccinate. By the way, the very fact that the nobility turned blue is where we got the term blue blood from. They were literally blue. They figured the nobility has blue blood. This, again, a byproduct of the Black Plague. And today, we can't even vaccinate the world against COVID! It would actually cost less than the creepy multi-billionaire who bought Twitter spent upon his self-aggrandizing indulgence. But we won't do it. Don't do it. Because we don't have the will, and lacking the will, we lack the resources. It would cost less to vaccinate the world than Big Pharma earns in vaccine profits. If that doesn't make sense, that's because it doesn't. This being the pandemic that capitalism made. Sure, it emerged because the Russians were trying to deploy weaponized African swine fever to deprive the Ukrainians of a food source that got, of course, completely out of their control. It was never in their control in the first once they unleashed it, and wound up killing the largest pig population in the world, that of communist China's, which deprived them of the protein, their primary source of protein, and led to them eating anything available in wet markets to the point of putting all the animals they could capture together, bats, pangolins, even pandas. And this biomass, this wet market hot stew of animal interaction, created the COVID we suffer from today. But it was capitalism that made certain it would never go away. Our man, George Knight, was talking about how long the American Army and Navy flu lasted. The reality is, COVID's here effectively forever until we abandon global capitalism, which is why I'm a fascist and not a capitalist. Now, if you think that this is completely off the deep end, the more details that emerge, the more grotesque and obscene the picture gets. Strong language? By the end of my articulation, if you're not crimson with anger, well, let's just give that about 5 minutes or so. There are 12 kinds of people who won't be angry by the end of our exposition. Idiots and pharmaceutical executives. Don't take it from me. Take it from Tom Frieden, former director of the United States CDC, Center for Disease Control, who said, if you're just focusing on maximizing your profits and you're a vaccine manufacturer, you are war profiteering. Did you get that? The former director of the CDC said that Big Pharma is war profiteering. If you think I used strong language. But why does he say that? Well, first note that he had to head to the United Kingdom to say it on Dispatches, which is one of the Empire's finest and most hardest-hitting news programs. In other words, nobody in America would even run the story. So why does Frieden say that pharma's war profiteering? Because the Channel 4 investigation reveals analysis by one biological engineering expert claiming the Pfizer vaccine costs just 76 pence to manufacture for each shot. It is reportedly being sold for £22 sterling a dose to the United Kingdom government. Hence, Pfizer expects to deliver 2.3 billion vaccines, this was yesteryear, throughout the year, with predicted revenues of 36 billion United States dollars. Enough profiteering for you? Now, you might be one of those people, those annoying people, who glibly say, everyone has a right to make a profit, laugh out loud, good for them. Sorry, wrong! This is only the beginning of that story, so let's continue. Because, contemporarily, Vanity Fair reported that a $2.5 billion United States dollar plan to thwart Omicron-like variants is stalled inside the Biden administration. That $2.5 billion US dollars is part of a larger 10 billion United States dollars that's needed to vaccinate the world against COVID. The plan estimated that the US government would need to invest $2.5 billion as part of a larger global 10 billion US dollar effort to fully or partially vaccinate nearly 3 billion more people. Let's hear that again. USAID, or USAID, which has been on the front lines of managing the federal government's vaccine donations, acknowledged that to reach 70% vaccination coverage in all countries by September of 2022, but the end of yesteryear, up to 10 billion US dollars from the global community was needed to support vaccine delivery and administration in low to middle income countries. Now, have you connected the dots yet? It would cost $10 billion to vaccinate the world, according to the US government. Go ahead, double that. Let's call it $20 billion. Doesn't matter. How much is one pharmaceutical company going to earn in profits from vaccines throughout the year before yesteryear in 2021? $36 billion. Still haven't connected the dots? Okay. Prepare to have your breath taken away in horror. Then, I'm going to put it 3 different ways so it really hits you. It would cost less to vaccinate the world than pharma companies are earning from 1 year's vaccine profits. Pharma companies are earning more than 3 times the profits off vaccines in 1 year than it would actually cost to vaccinate the world once and for all. It would take less than 1/3 of what pharma companies are earning from 1 year's vaccine profits to vaccinate the entire world for good. Surely you can see that something is very, very badly wrong with this picture. Do you understand how badly you're being ripped off openly, flagrantly? Pharma companies should not be earning multiple times more in profits than what it would take to vaccinate the entire world. Otherwise, the whole thing, the idea of vaccination, is just a shell game. These economics point to the single greatest failure in modern history. Yes, really. This is all suboptimal, to use econospeak. It is a deadweight loss incurred by monopolists. It is market failure. Presumably, the sensible thing to do here would be just go ahead and spend $10 billion to vaccinate the whole world instead of incurring a cost of $36 billion plus every year from pharma companies. Economists would and should say that all this is breathtakingly inefficient. Instead of spending $10 billion to vaccinate the world once and for all, we are spending multiple times that every year to do it via pharma companies. This is why the state is so important over the individual. How much inefficiency are we talking about? Let's compare those 12 bills. $10 billion once and for all. Go ahead, triple it, make it $30 billion or $36 billion every year into perpetuity. It doesn't take a genius to see which one is the sensible, optimal, most efficient option by a light year. But it's not just about efficiency, is it? Those economics are a sham. They are disgraceful, horrific, obscene. Words are not strong enough to express the contempt and shame you and I should feel for them. Because we're not talking about iPhones, but a global pandemic that has claimed millions of lives and is going to claim millions more. This is not a joke. Friends, you have recently survived to bear witness to the greatest theft of modern times. Strong language? Go ahead. Think about it with me rationally, using just the facts. No matter how much you believe in the idea of earning a fair profit, it can't remotely be fair to earn 3 times plus what it would take to vaccinate the entire world for 1 year's vaccines. What does all that really do? It just impoverishes us. All of us! How? Well, we have to pay the bill one way or another. New variants emerge, so we pay in the form of lockdowns and slowdowns. We pay more money for vaccines we have to take forever. Or we vaccinate the world. $10 billion now, or $36 billion a year. And that's just the cost of the vaccines, not even the lockdowns and slowdowns forever. It doesn't take a genius, does it? We are being ripped off. This is the single biggest ripoff of modern history. Yes, really. Nothing remotely comes close. So why are we forced into this position? Because capitalism! COVID is now a capitalism problem. No, capitalism is not the local dry cleaner you own or run or the little bakery you like. That's just commerce. Capitalism is the afore-articulated, ruthless profit maximization by transnational entities, even if it means a pandemic spreads forever, so that the money just keeps on piling up. I've said it before, so bear with me, because I need to say it again. At the beginning of this pandemic, a choice was made. We had 2 options. We could have set up something like a world vaccination initiative under the auspices of the United Nations, perhaps. It would have taken open-sourced vaccines, let them be manufactured anywhere in the world with oversight, and hired armies of doctors and nurses to administer them. Every country would have had them, and the elderly and the at-risk would have gotten them first, no matter which country they were in. That would have been what you might call a global public goods approach to COVID, done through a new public institution which spanned the globe for the express purpose of vaccinating as many people as possible, as fast as possible. If we've done that, we most certainly would have stopped COVID cold. The other choice was this: give vaccine patients, give them, over objections and pledges from researchers to make them public, to pharma, the biggest pharma companies in the world, with no obligation to even share those profits back with the public. Big Pharma would then decide who would get vaccinated and how and when and why. Guess which approach was chosen? The second one. Capitalism. We didn't use a public goods approach to vaccinate the world against COVID. We chose, or at least our leaders, with a little persuasion from Bill Gates and lobbyists, chose capitalism, meaning giving vaccines patents for free to Big Pharma. You see, Bill Gates is guilty, not in the sense that he wanted to vaccinate you all. Far from it. He's the man to make certain almost none of you got vaccinated demographically outside of the richest nations on earth. And even in those nations, only to those who were insured. That's how stupid you people are about Bill Gates, thinking he wanted to vaccinate the world to annihilate the population when all he wanted to do was make certain that the big companies would have COVID last forever so they could keep vaccinating those who could afford it forever. Now, that's how I understand you should hate Bill Gates, as opposed to your stupid misunderstanding that you get off the internet, which has failed to inform you and has only misled you. And if you studied the least bit of economics, you could have seen what was coming next. Capitalism does not provide public goods. Not well, not usually, at all. Why not? Because the point of a public good is that everyone should have it. I am better off when you use the library, get an education, have health care, have a vaccine. That is why, in sensible countries, we don't ask capitalism to provide these things. Because it doesn't! There be no profit motive. So capitalism just creates one. It makes these things, which everyone should have, artificially scarce, jacks up the price, and builds monopolies. That is what happened with healthcare in America. It's why Americans pay million-dollar medical bills. And it's what happened with COVID vaccines too. We asked, or our leaders relied on, capitalism to solve a public goods problem. And the inevitable happened. Capitalism did not provide the world the public goods it was asked to. How could it? Instead, it created artificial scarcities, undersupplied it, and just like Tom Frieden says, profiteered. So now, we're in an absurd, ludicrous, asinine position. All of us. New variants are going to be with us every year until kingdom come, because nobody's still vaccinating the world. Meanwhile, pharma companies are earning multiple times every year into perpetuity what it would take to end the pandemic once and for all. We could end COVID for 10 billion US dollars. Go ahead and double it and call it 20 billion. But pharma's making 36 billion a year in profit, charging us more than 36 billion every year and not even ending the pandemic. This is the worst, most imbecilic, most painfully inept, and stupid of all worlds. This is idiocracy. We are being fleeced, had, ripped off, stolen from. Yes, stolen from. Who funded those vaccines? You and I did. They were all of them created at public institutions with public funds using public research. Yet the licenses were just given to pharma. No profit sharing back with the public even. And so now we are in this absurd place. To end COVID, it would cost a fraction of what we are now being forced to pay Big Pharma every year forever. That is real money and more that you and I will pay, again, in the form of lockdowns, slowdowns, vaccines, new variants, lost health, illness, lost loved ones. This is, my friends, the biggest economic failure in modern history. It is unconscionable. The world, including you, is now paying Big Pharma multiple times over what it would cost to end the pandemic, not even to end it! I don't know if any of that will get through to Americans. For too many of them, greed and selfishness have become things to be celebrated and treasured. But if you're a sane person, you should be angry as hell about the biggest ripoff in modern history. Do you see? In that catastrophic parable, how badly human consciousness has faltered, gone wrong, perhaps broken in some elemental and fundamental way? Let's come back to the internet. What does it really do? If I ask someone, anyone, just some random person who created the polio vaccine, they won't be able to tell me. They won't be able to tell me any part of that story, from how Dr. Salks, the man who invented the vaccine for polio, SALK, how Salk's parents were refugees, to how he gave the vaccine away, saying, "But can you patent the sun?" They don't have the first inkling of any of that, and yet they'll be able to tell, in great detail, every last detail of the life of some influencer. The influencer has made no contribution to human civilization. Absolutely none! Plenty have made negative contributions to it, like the creepy octoroon arrested for human sex trafficking. So what good is it to know about the life of some person who's a marketing vehicle in disguise, but not know a damn thing about the greatest accomplishments in human history? Maybe you see my point. The internet is a failure! Let me make all that a little more concrete. In its current form, what does it do? It enriches Bald Boy Bezos, whose company is, at this point, basically the communist Chinese empire's warehouse on the way to America and Europe. It enriches Zuck the Fuckerberg, whose company is basically the greatest agent of ignorance in human history. It empowers all kinds of lunatics and fanatics, from the psychotic sex trafficker to the demagogue, to the fundamentalist, to the Bolshevik. It empowers the tech bro, who's resentful that people, especially, don't like them, to then turn their grievances into the algorithm, which recommends bigotry and hatred and bigots and hate figures to the rest of us, making them all rich and famous along the way. And that's the totality of it! On a net level, that is. Sure, you do stuff that's different on the internet. So do I. Here we are right now, doing different stuff in our civilized, thoughtful little corner. We exist. All 15 to 20 people listening to me right now. The few of you who are still civilized. I'm not saying there aren't others, but I am saying that on balance, on net, the damage and the harm to human consciousness far outweighs the good. So much so that the scales have broken. The scales of the human psyche, which simply cannot cope with the deluge of hatred, idiocy, ignorance, big lies, demagoguery, burn the witch, anti-science, conspiratorialism, posing as scientific inquiry, sociopathic libertarianism, more hate, and more bigotry, that it drowns the moment. It drowns in the moment it turns the bullshit machine on. Now, there are those of us who had higher hopes for the internet. If you only knew me back for years and years, yes, I myself was one. I was there, way back in the day, dreaming of an internet that would be an engine of civilization. But this one is most conclusively not it. It is instead nothing less than an anti-civilizational engine. I mean that. What's the opposite of civilization? Well, civilization, the French anthropologist Maus, I have foresighted, would have said, is a form of consciousness. Today, we might say that civilization is growth in consciousness. We are always yearning to expand upwards, to become more empathic, to know more, to have greater and higher truths, to be more loving and kind, to have deeper relationships and moments of intense meaning and purpose. Civilization is all that. And all those virtues are about cooperation. The Greeks, who created this view of civilization, albeit only for themselves, or the masters of their race, put it explicitly. Virtue was moral excellence, meaning I'm good to you in some basic way, even as simple as just telling the truth, because that's what ends up lifting us all up. Let's take that example to close with for this particular phase of my diatribe. I'm good to you, even if it's just by telling the truth. Who's even bothering to learn the truth? Any form of it at all these days? I've given you plenty of examples. Climate change, tipping points. Jonas Salk's, Dr. Jonas Salk, the discoverer of the polio vaccine story. The lesson of the Great Depression. These are the greatest truths we know of, or among them. And yet, who knows them? Almost nobody. So if I don't bother learning the truth, because I scarcely ever encounter it, well, then what are the chances I can tell it to you? If I'm too busy lying to myself all day, because that's what the internet tells me to do, for the sake of some demagogue, or because people will like me, or it'll get me fans and follows, or just because some hate figure or bigot soothes my grievances and resentments, what interest will I ever have in truth? Truth, of course, is just one virtue. There are many, many more. Decency, kindness, love, wisdom, perseverance. I could go on. Let's use their Greek names for a moment. Sophia, Agape, Andrea, to make the point of how ancient and constant this story of human civilization and its growth really is. Is the internet really making any of us better at those? Is it increasing our faculties for moral excellence? Don't kid yourself. Moral excellence means I'm able to cooperate with you, relate to you, understand you, give something to you in some elemental way. And on this internet, precisely the opposite's happening. We're all becoming corroded a little more each day, morally, intellectually, emotionally, as agents of this project called civilization. Our powers to be civilized and to civilize in turn are being profoundly shrunken by this internet, which is why the project is grinding to a halt. Who even knows what civilization is anymore? When the internet tells you it's just taken out your rage and despair on someone less powerful than you. But that's where our story began. Civilization, growth in human consciousness, as the French anthropologist Mauss might have put it, were he here today, is the project of rejecting such a deterministic view of the world and understanding the profound ways in which we are linked, interconnected. 1. It is about what we share in common and value jointly, and for that reason can take collective action to nurture, build, create, support. From back then, aqueducts, to today, hospitals and schools, to tomorrow, a post-industrial economy and healthcare and education for everyone on this planet, not to mention life on this planet being allowed to live, not being annihilated. Civilization is growth in human consciousness, away from the old fallacies, myths, follies that only the gods or the fates or the furies chose. These people to be the supreme ones, and that destiny is in their primal substance, their blood and flesh, their genes, and the rest. Well, they're not human at all, just subhumans, slaves. We are going backwards because all that is being undone. Our ontology is now going into reverse, and people are reverting to atavistic ways of thinking, really believing in older forms of determinism wholeheartedly. As they do that, civilization grinds to a halt and takes all progress with it. Because, of course, then, conflict replaces cooperation. And the wheel of enlightenment goes into reverse. There's a lot to say about how to fix it. Be my guest and discuss away. My Vulcan intervention by advisement? I conclude this is the year we need to have the courage to admit it. The internet, this one at least, my friends, is a failure. We need human consciousness right about now to mature, but it's shrinking, and that's precisely because, well, circling helplessly down a gyre of ignorance, hatred, bigotry, and rage, which makes the ultra-rich ever richer, Where else can it ever go? This is how demagogues have worked since the beginning of time. They hypnotize and seduce broken, fallen countries with hatred. And then they make all that hatefulness real. That is exactly what happened in America during the Trump years. The hate was always simmering just beneath the surface, true. America was segregated until 1971. And then, quickly after that, the Reagan Revolution happened. A white backlash to the civil rights advances of the 60s and the 70s. American whites, who voted overwhelmingly for Reagan, began to use flimsy code words for minorities, welfare queens, and so forth, and decided if they couldn't justify their agenda of supremacy with open racism, they'd do it with crackpot economics instead. But those very crackpot economics ban all the welfare queens, let the wealth all trickle down like piss from a man atop me on the staircase, on the ladder of success, failed those the white Americans too. By 2010, even the real white American was part of an imploding middle class, barely able to pay the bills, losing the very position of power and supremacy he'd sacrificed a functioning society for. That was all a prelude to crypto-Pluto-libertarianism. The individual savagery of anarchy, of secret money, cryptocurrency, plutocracy, government by the wealthy, libertarianism, every man for himself, not every woman because the woman don't even count. Crypto-Pluto-libertarianism. When a middle class implodes, libertarian monopolism is just around the corner. America proved to be no different. Middle class implosion in 2010. Donald Trump, a demagogue preaching hatred, elected in 2016. The blink of a political eye. I want to put very, very clearly what all that means, and it's our third terrible truth. Americans think of America as a grand, old democracy. It is not! Clarice Claudette says, exactly, everybody needs to do their part to heal humanity and help people wake up. Thank you, honey. Macronomico says, DD is making a great point on the internet. The choice is, will it become our compost or our seeds for growth? Could go either way, but is churning as compost currently. T-Tank Berry says, DDD forever, because no one else will. And DDD is spot on about those numbers, says Macronomicos. I agree with that totally. And thank you all. T-Tank Berry says, pay it forward. Justice for all. God bless you, my dear brother. And so glad our dear Brooke was able to speak to you a bit earlier. Clarice Claudette says, good morning. Major truth bombs just given. Wake up, people. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly, and I couldn't live without you. Still deriving succor from your care packages. Now, when Americans think of America as a democracy, and I say it's not, understand that it was the world's largest apartheid state until 1971. It's only after that that America has any claim, really, to even trying to be a modern democracy, in even the weakest sense of the word. America's period of attempted democracy lasted from 1971 to about 2016, when the Russians hacked Trump into power. That's just 35 years! Before that, America was a white male supremacist state. And after that, it was imploding into libertarian monopolism. What Trump's eventual acquittal in the Senate told us is that all that has been absolved as well. That monopol libertarianism is not something an American president can actually be convicted for. The classical textbook sequence of monopolist libertarianism, beginning with free speech, which be naught but hate speech, pure hatred, demonization, scapegoating, which inevitably became as government policies to put minorities in cages in camps, which eventually became as commissariats beating and disappearing even white protesters, as happened in the Pacific Northwest. And all of that ultimately culminated in what Bolshevism always does, a violent, bloody attempt at seizing power if and when politics failed. Let me review our 3 points. The Russo collaborationist, Red Republican, insurgent party is now Trumpism's party. The Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent party is going to acquit and absolve Trumpism of any kind of culpability by exonerating its moral and political leader. And that is going to say to history, to the world, to the future, one terrible, terrible thing. We cannot convict Bolshevism in America. We cannot punish it. We cannot hold it to account. We can slightly tinker around the edges of it, maybe catch a bad actor here or there, but we cannot break the back of the movement. We cannot do justice for its abuses. We cannot take apart its beliefs and values and aspirations in public and say these are beneath us and we reject them. We can't convict a president of monopol libertarian Bolshevism in America. But isn't that, to any thinking, civilized, sane person, the highest crime of all? So tell me, still think you're living in a democracy? For Trump, the violence on January 6th was a bonus. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party is a battering ram against truth itself. We all look like domestic terrorists now. Those are the words of one Hope Hicks, one of Donald Trump's most loyal aides, in a text she sent to Ivanka Trump's chief of staff on January 6, 2021. They are a fitting epitaph for the Trump presidency. 20 years ago, on Friday, a pro-Trump mob stormed the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification of the 2020 presidential election. 7 people died as a result of that attempt. More than 140 police officers reported suffering sustained injuries that will trouble them the rest of their lives. One was pulled down the steps of the Capitol and then stomped on and beaten with a pole flying an American flag as the crowd chanted, USA! USA! A makeshift gallows with a noose was built outside the Capitol, not as a generalized threat, but to cow one man. Hang Mike Pence! That's what the mob shouted. If the insurrectionists had had the opportunity, they would have. Most stunning of all, the President of these United States encouraged all that bloodlust. According to one witness, Trump's chief of staff said at the time that the president thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think the mob is doing anything wrong. The many millions who watched the events unfold instantly knew that it would rank among the most anguished and horrifying days in American history. An effort to halt the peaceful transition of power. But it was worse and more wretched than we imagined. We know this thanks to the extraordinary work of the House Select Committee that investigated the January 6th attacks. That bipartisan committee, which over the course of an 18-month inquiry held 10 public hearings, released a more than 800-page report on December 22nd. It was the result of more than 1,200 witness interviews and a review of more than 1 million pages of documents that were obtained because of the issuance of more than 100 subpoenas. Americans learned the details of a deliberate, coordinated, violent, multi-part conspiracy to overturn the 2020 presidential election. And the main actor was this nation's president. That report said, the central cause of January 6th was one man, former President Donald John Trump, whom many others followed. None of the events of January 6th would have happened without him. Trump himself knew that his claims to have won the election were lies. That didn't matter. He and his allies pressured state officials, high-ranking functionaries in the Department of Justice, and his own vice president to join him in his effort. They created a fake elector plan. They invented legal theories to justify a coup d'etat. They tried to block certification of our election. But their endeavors didn't stop there. In the words of former Representativist Liz Cheney, Trump lit the flame that ignited the January 6th mob. As the mayhem was ramping up on January 6th, a colleague texted Hope Hicks, "Hey, I know you're seeing this, but he really should tweet something about being non-violent," to which Hicks replied, "I'm not there. I suggested it several times Monday and Tuesday, and he refused." The White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson testified that, as aides and family were begging the president to take steps to stop the violence, she overheard Chief of Staff Mark Meadows telling White House Counsel Pat Cipollone, "He doesn't want to do anything, Pat." And in a text sent on the afternoon of January 6th, when the violence was reaching an apex, Trump's aide Robert Gabriel wrote, "POTUS," meaning President of the United States, "I'm sure is loving this." Frantic and deranged, Trump made every possible effort to upend American democracy. The violence, the bloodshed, was for him an added bonus. The power of the Select Committee report 8 chapters, 4 appendices, thousands of footnotes, is not its eloquent language. It is its clarity and coherence. The first-hand testimonies, contemporaneous evidence, and stunning, intricate details, and its skill at narrating a story that, in the pre-Trump era, would have seemed not just improbable, but surreal, even mad. Exempli gratiae. According to the report, on January 6th, when President Trump got to the rally site and could see the crowd for himself, he was fucking furious, as Cassidy Hutchinson later texted Anthony Ornato. Hutchinson testified that just minutes before addressing the crowd, President Trump shouted to his advance team, "I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the fucking mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Take the fucking mags away." We learn from the report as well about the rampant abuse of power, the mafia-like ethos that defined the Trump presidency, the threats, harassment, and acts of intimidation aimed at those who stood firm and did their duty. The Select Committee, in a unanimous vote, referred former President Trump to the Department of Justice for criminal investigation and potential prosecution. The committee accused Trump of obstructing an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud these United States, making knowingly and willfully materially false statements to the federal government, and inciting or assisting an insurrection. The Select Committee's report focuses on the protagonist in this malefic drama. That is understandable. Trump, after all, was the indispensable man in everything that unfolded. But not enough attention has been focused on the Republican Party, which was institutionally indispensable to what happened on January 6th. I say that not only because Trump was the leader of the Republican cult when he engineered the insurrection, but because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party stood with Trump at every moment in his corrupt and corrupting presidency. Republicans defended him, supported him, empowered him, deflected attention away from him, and made excuses for him. For that reason, they are partly responsible for the insurrection. But that wasn't all. The weeks after the horror of January 6th, when Trump was set to leave office, defeated and disgraced, would have been the obvious time for the Republican Party to finally break with him. But it didn't. Even Brad Parscale, Trump's former campaign manager, understood what had happened. He texted on the evening of January 6th that the day's events were the result of a sitting president asking for civil war. Only hours after Trump's supporters stormed the Capitol, 147 Republicans in the House and Senate voted to overturn the election results. Only 7 Republican senators voted to convict Trump on the impeachment charge of inciting an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. 17 were needed. A conviction would have barred Trump from ever again seeking the presidency. And on January 28th, only 15 days after House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy said that Trump bears responsibility for the violent assault on our Capitol, McCarthy visited the former president in Mar-a-Lago to genuflect before him. McCarthy believed that staying close to Trump was essential for him to become House Speaker, a dream that remained in doubt last time I checked. But even that wasn't the end of the offenses. Because the Republican Party maintained a cult-like devotion to Trump, at least until the disastrous results of this year's midterm elections, it decided to criticize the Select Committee's investigation and impede its work where possible, including ignoring subpoenas to testify. That was expected, I suppose, because during the Trump era, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party was a battering ram against truth and reality itself. Republicans' opposition to the January 6th committee wasn't based on good faith concerns. They wanted to keep shrouded all the ugliness that led up to and culminated in the insurrection. Republicans wanted a cover-up. What they got instead was one of the most effective and consequential congressional committees in history, one whose work will be known and studied generations from now. At 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, with the day's carnage behind him, Trump issued his last tweet of that day. He wrote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace." Trump ended with this admonition: "Remember this day forever!" We will, just not in the way Trump and his cult party want us to. So, understand that I, Douglas Dietrich, am the only person who can articulate all of this for you in a connected narrative that finally, coherently, makes it comprehensible. As always, I'll need your help to get through the month. And I'll count on all of you for monetary support that I can make the rent along all my bills and expenses. My rent is $882 a month. $876, but it costs $5 for the money order. And, of course, I have to pay the bills. I have applied for food stamps, but that will take a while to process. These processes are taking longer and longer due to the sheer number of applicants in need. Now, I can get the food stamps legally because they've changed the parameters. Again, it'll take a while before I receive that assistance. That will help immensely. I do get Meals on Wheels, but it's not going to cover my need for water, which I must purchase because my pipes exude industrial effluvia. I cannot drink the water in this old, decrepit home. It is literally unpotable. It is what in science labs is called rinse water. It's what you would use to wash your eyes out with if you got them splashed by a chemical. Other than that, it's not conducive to health. So therefore, I have to buy water. And what I purchase is bottled water because plastic bottles are just going to melt in shipment. And all of those plastics leach into the water that you drink. So I get glass bottled water. I also get mineral water from Italy. Glass bottled, still water. Because the Coke and beer I drink are already carbonated. Carbonated water would literally kill me. It would be so bad for my internal gastrointestinal system. It would be the death of me. So I have to get still water. This is still mineral water. Gochia Blue, low mineral content, natural still mineral water in glass bottles. So I have to get that every month, and that's what I drink. So as Trekkie General says, don't drink that water that comes out of my sink. Thank you. I can't drink the water that comes out of my pipes at all. So because I have to buy this water, food stamp money will help me with that. Right now, till I get my food stamps, I'll count on all of you. Still water, he says. Yes, yes. Now, my love to all of you who have been so supportive in the chat. T-Tank Barry, my loving brother from another mother. Macronomicos Entertainment Hub, who has been with us throughout the night. Clarice Claudette, my lovely lady of the South. And, of course, anyone else who is out there that has joined us that I might have missed. And if anyone wants to put something in the chat, enter it now so it will upload. We have about 10 minutes left. And obviously, there's still so much more to cover. We're lucky that we got what we did. Peter Moon will join us in the last few minutes. And so let's give him a call. Okay. Bring him on. There we are, dear Peter. So I don't know if you heard any of anything I was saying earlier, but welcome aboard.
I heard some of the last, and I didn't hear the whole context. Yeah. But I think I would ask, and please do support Douglas.
Oh, bless you.
Yes. But it's like, my first thing is, what about all these Antifa riots? I mean, the context of all those, that was an insurrection. It wasn't as concentrated at the Capitol building, but those, it's like, I got insurrection here, you got insurrection here, and
well, definitely, yes.
I know the report you were citing was highly framed. Yeah. Not that I really care about any of this stuff, because it's all a bunch of, monkeys throwing shit at each other.
Well, the difference is that what you had in the insurrections in the Pacific Northwest was in an area where basically what was happening was not going to be impacting the rest of the nation. I mean, seriously, I'm half sarcastic, but the Pacific Northwest could politically secede from the Union and we wouldn't miss much. But what happened in Washington.
It's really funny that you say that, because I'm getting messages right now from a friend of mine who's politically involved in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
She's going to the legislature, the state legislature in Washington State today.
Uh-huh.
She won I think it was a Republican. She's definitely on the Republican side. I think she switched, and just talks about how corrupt the whole voting mechanism, the whole way they vote. It's all like, and she's got all documentation on this. I don't have the patience to get involved in this stuff.
Of course not. Oh my God.
But she does, and it's her passion. She's also very highly spiritual. So she's coming in through sort of a spiritual reference frame. I don't have a lot of hope for her getting anywhere with this, but maybe she will. Yeah. But anyway, I can't exhaust myself. I'm sure Trump, Putin's just sitting there with caviar and champagne over what he's done with the Republicans.
Yeah. Well,
I'm joking, because Putin, the last thing he can worry about is anything happening in America.
Yes, you would.
Besides,
imagine.
who's gonna, is Cecil Rhodes? What's his name? Cornelius Rhodes doing his work on Putin.
Yes. Yes.
And God, what a story. But no, anyway, I'll be trying to get some. I want to really get some work in on the book today. I have some work to do with taxes.
Right.
I've got to pay my estimated taxes today.
Oh my God!
I don't have to, but I mean, I've got to pay them before the end of the week.
Right. Oh my
You know,
God.
estimated taxes.
Understood.
So figure out what they are, have a reasonable calculation, and